Hello. We're alive. And we're gonna binge Pontius! Specifically the, Badap War series. There's 5 episodes to my knowledge. Right? Yeah, we have a total of, wait, hold on, let me, 2 hours, 3, 4, about 5 hours of content to get through! Fuck. But no, not to worry. Not to worry. I have prepared adequately. Music? Why's the intro still going? Huh. Gotta fix that at some point, huh? But yes! Or I am mad at a friend. I didn't even get a... I didn't even get a fuck you or anything when it was my birthday from them. And I told them what it was. Oh. Oh no. Well, happy birthday, Scorpion. Oh, that makes it a bit better. Grab Ender and put him in the clockwork orange chair. Straight jacket the deuce. Hold on. I have my free flavor gamer subs right here with 200 milligrams of goodness. So, and a refill. So I am perfectly right. My birthday was on the 4th. You're a little late, but thank you. Oh man. Sorry. Doing render for a preview, so I'll be back here. Ooh, 5 hours to react to. That's gonna take 10 hours! But I'm not gonna sleep until I do. Anyway, apparently I'm gonna see the angry Italian be angry. Who would have thought that the angry Italian is gonna get angry? Not me! But yes. So, as we commence the React Slop evening, all I'm gonna say is, we will enjoy ourselves, brothers and sisters alike. All right, let's go. Hold on. Oh my god, hold on. Let me just fix this thing. Vertical. There we go. That's fine, I think. Oh no, I have to do something specific. Hold on. There we go. I know, it's fine. I think. Yeah, fine. Fuck you. Yes! Let us go. Do a drinking stream? No, not today. Also, video is done. I'll send it tomorrow. Ooh! Remember I said I was drawing yesterday? I finished like 4 hours ago. Oh, yeah? Okay, hold on. Did you send it in already? Not yet. Hold up. Alright. Just before we start, I'd like to see. Well, then I'll drink for you. No. Please do not. Ooh! Ooh! Wow, that's sweet. Okay, this is pretty good. Okay, this is pretty good. Oh my god. Oh shit, this is the wrong one. It doesn't matter. Look at him! Look at this shit! I think it's Mumi! Okay, this is good. I love this. I'm gonna show it to the other. Aw, no, fucking sheepy. The knife! The fucking knife! Guzu is imposter. I think the one with the knife. She's gonna stab her husband. Adorable. Yeah, this is so good. Also, the fucking Among Us profile things. Yeah. They're so good. They're so good. Sheepy already. Oh, that's why he's a ghost. Oh, this is precious. Oh, I'm gonna go practice Among Us. That is good. That is beautiful. Anyway, after seeing that, that is nice. We have the actual video stuff we're gonna get into. Hi, bitch. Hello, assassin. Hi, you piece of shit. How you doing? How you been? You came perfectly fine in to watch with us the Pontius and his 40k lore video about the Badap War, part 1 out of 5, the beginning of the end. Existence is interesting. Good or bad? Got stuck at midnight on a abandoned train station? Huh. With 4%, oh, phone charge. Ooh, that's not good. Would love to see you do a full playthrough of Neo. No balls, you won't do it. I'm already playing Neo. I mean, I will be playing Neo 1 and 2 before Neo 3 comes out, hopefully. I'll be fast enough to play through everything. But yeah. But you got home, I see. That lore has been made. You know what? Good for you. That before he got nerfed. I mean married. Anyway, Pontius, will you start us off? Neo 3 came out already? No, that's the demo. No? That's the demo. Or is it completely out already? Damn. Maybe I'm a retard. That's fine. I'm a retard.
My boys, loyalists.
Crimson Slaughter.
Traitors.
Dark Angels.
Loyalists.
Traitors.
Why traitors?
After what they did to make things worse during the Siege of Rax, I can't think otherwise.
Well, you're both right then. Flesh Terrors.
Traitors.
No, Pio, they are loyalists. Blood Angel successors under Gabriel's set.
What idiot chose to name a loyalist chapter Flesh Terrors then?
They were named after Nassiramit, nicknamed the Flesh Terror during the Great Crusade in Horus Heresy.
It is still a stupid name to call a loyalist chapter. It is what I imagine the name of an edgy emo warband of Marines.
Marines Malevolent.
Also.
Loyally traitor.
Damn it, Pio crashed again.
I reboot him.
And all of this before I even asked of the Red Corsairs.
Red Corsairs? From the name, they seem interesting.
You are in luck then, because today we will talk of the events that ended up creating them in the first place. We just need for Pio to reboot, then we can move forward.
Definitely loyalists.
Strangely enough, yes. So, next one. Alpha Legion.
Traitors? Maybe?
Peace is a vain wish. Our crusade might one day adopt another name, but it will never truly end. In the far future, there will be only war.
But the Badap War! The beginning of the end.
to crashes in a day.
Badap.
It isn't good for my brain.
Well, you can stop thinking about it. Today we talk of another interesting chapter in the history of the Imperium, and one of the bloodiest conflicts to ever happen between Imperial and Renegade forces.
If we talk about Gog Van Dire, I'm preparing myself for jokes about Doge and Fit.
No, Pio. Today we talk about a conflict between loyalist forces, that only after certain events became a conflict between loyalists and traitors. In fact, today we talk about the Badab War.
Damn, that is a long story. Can we fit it in one video?
Probably
No.
not. In fact, I expect it to be
2 or 3, huh? 2 or 3. Yeah, about that.
covered in 2 or 3 videos, but that is not important right now. To understand the events that went down during the Badab War, we need to start by explaining where it takes place and what brought to fruition the events that will start a giant civil war between loyalist forces. The events we are going to talk about take place in a part of the galaxy known as the Maelstrom Zone, a territory of
fuck?
space partially near, partially
85,
inside a giant
god
warp
damn.
vortex near the galactic core of the Milky Way galaxy. This vortex
Gotta
was
go
in
have
fact
fun,
known
everyone.
as the
Goodbye,
Maelstrom.
monkey.
The territory of the Maelstrom was inhospitable to say the least. During the late 40th and early 41st millennium, the Imperium saw a surge of attacks by malignant forces that originated from inside the Maelstrom. They weren't small attacks either. The forces emerging from the Maelstrom were slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people every time they attacked, ravaging hundreds of planets and star systems in the
damn.
proximity of the Maelstrom, and even slowly eroding the merchant shipping lanes that Imperial ships used to transport materials from the Maelstrom to more established systems outside of it, by assaulting convoy after convoy of transport ships every time they had the chance to do so. And we are not talking about a single type of enemy either. The Maelstrom was infested by orc wags, chaos-worshipping mutant hordes, pirate
Wags.
empires, both humans and Xenos in origin, and in
Damn.
some cases even chaos warbands lingering in the warp vortex of the Maelstrom that mesh the reality and the Immaterium together inside its tendrils.
But what is the Maelstrom exactly?
Glad you asked, Pio. The Maelstrom is classified by the Imperium as a warp storm. It is a dark and twisting light in the warp, a place where the universe and the Immaterium mesh with each other. It is located in the dense stellar masses of the galactic core, and near a linear path between the core of the galaxy and Holy Terra. The Maelstrom covers an area many hundreds of light years across. It is a storm of nebulae, dust, and stellar materials, dense enough that countless stars and worlds have long been lost in it. Controlling it is impossible. Patrolling it is by itself an incredible task to accomplish. It is considered more stable than most other warp storms on record. And there is evidence that it exists from before mankind evolved at all, making it older than the Eye of Terror itself. But it is a very dangerous territory, especially because of its partial stability. It serves as an haven for all manners of corsairs, renegades, outcasts, exiles, and forgotten horrors. From the traitor legions to the elders, the base kin. Even the Death Watch estimates that at any given time, at least 20 major orc infestations and pirate kingdoms made their home in the Maelstrom, moving war to each other's and coming out of its
God
cloak
damn.
just to raid and pillage. But there is worse stalking the radiant darkness of the Maelstrom. It is a warp storm, a point of constant interface between the real and the unreal, between reality and the warp. In fact, demonic incursions and the predations of spectral entities such as Psychenevain and Algasts are common at the points within the Maelstrom
What
where the
and what?
Materium and the Immaterium overlap. The planets that whirl inside the storm are tainted by chaos in some way, and the storm itself is not static either. It is known that it periodically enlarges and shrinks, and it varies in turbulence over time. The locations inside of it can't be relied entirely to remain where they were.
Just a second. Did he talk about warp ghosts, basically? Just, you know, beyond imagination horrors as a ghost? I have to go. I have people visiting in 20 minutes. Ooh! I hope you have fun there. It's a case of how the Administratum fucked up so hard that they turned staunch loyalists into renegades. That and why the Inquisition can be stubborn assholes. Ooh, no.
Last time they were encountered. Different savants and explorators over the centuries were drawn to the dark mysteries of the Maelstrom, trying to map it or understand a pattern on how it shifted. Most have gone mad or became lost inside the Maelstrom to never be seen again. But those that have left behind decipherable records have often compared the Maelstrom's pattern to the breath of slumbering gods, or the encephalographic patterns of a
Oops.
nightmares-infested mind.
Why do people live here?
But why does the Imperium have any interest in what is in all and all a shithole?
For a very simple reason, Pio. You see, even if the region is extremely dangerous, between unpredictable phenomena like ionic rifts, null zones, and nomadic singularities, the Imperium is interested mainly in the Maelstrom Zone, also known as the Maelstrom Adjacent Autonomous Imperial Resource Extraction Grid 004358, a territory near the Maelstrom of barely habitable space, but that at the same time is rich with the rare resources found only near the galactic core. The world
Is it about the rare metals that are like harder than the normal steel, and you know, the future on German it's Legierung. Metal mixes.
in the Maelstrom Zone are rich of rare
I see.
minerals, isotopes, and crystalline deposits that are rare, if not unknown, anywhere else in the galaxy. They were so sought after that there is proof of the Maelstrom Zone having human presence even during the dark age of technology.
Oh.
But, like many other things...
Can we make an oil joke? I think, no, since we use more than just oil. I think we don't even use oil in the Warhammer 40k universe anymore. Right?
humans alone, but also a countless number of humanity's enemies in the zone. As everybody can imagine, in a territory so dangerous, the few inhabitable planets and outposts of the Imperium will become beacons of influence and strength inside the Maelstrom Zone. And during the 38th and 39th millennia, several rose to prominence. These few vital worlds formed the links in a distant chain that allowed the resources of the Maelstrom Zone to be extracted and transported from the zone to the deposits and coffers of more established sectors away from the Maelstrom. Of these, 3 were the most important links in the chain, and they were the star systems of Cynax, Sagan, and Badap. And the first
that's where the Badap war comes from.
A war zone would in fact be the death of the world of
Foreshadowing.
Cynax. The heavily militarized high world of Cynax, in the star system that bore its name, was, by mid-M41, the most populated sphere in the northern Maelstrom Zone. Cynax was a key world in the control of the region, a safe port for vessels and a bulwark against aggressors that tried to assault its territory. But, in the year 557 M41, suddenly,
in the
succumbed to
41st
corruption
millennia.
from within and attack from without. The planet fell into a violent civil war when death cults that had formed in the Underhive emerged from its hive sinks in the tens of thousands, indiscriminately killing and razing entire city districts, uncaring of the cost in lives or consequences of it. And while the fighting enraged, Chaos forces emerged from the Maelstrom to assault the world. A Chaos warband of space marines known as Deathborn would aid the Death Cult in space and on the surface in the war against the loyalist elements left to defend the world. A chapter will try to help in the defense of the world. The space marines of the Mantis Warriors chapters will try and intervene from their not so distant home in the Endymion cluster. But they were not able to stop the insurrection in its tracks, and the death toll swiftly rose in the millions. This all would end when the death cultists gained access to
millions including normal soldiers, right? Guardsmen. Including guardsmen. Right? Right?
the planet's military defense missile silos. And in a maniacal and psychotic rage, they unleashed a rain of atomic and plasma warheads which shattered its hive cities and succeeded in disrupting the planet's orbit for...
Hive cities can be as big as, you know, continents. And also sometimes the surface of the Earth. Or like, the surface of the planet. Sometimes. Am I wrong? What is the average hive city size? Hold on. Average hive city size. It's only the official layers. We're not even talking about the underhive. Yep. In one of the other cities, massive self-contained vertical of the housing 10 billion to 100 billion residents, with some reaching hundreds of billions. These structures typically extend for several kilometers, often city around 10 miles or 16 kilometers into the sky, just as deep underground, acting as self-sufficient dimensions, roughly 10 miles high, appearing as a colossal man-made mountain. Scale, there is having surface a footprint of a small country or a massive sprawling city-state functioning. Okay, no, it's okay. It looks like that. It's not always like that. Hive worlds are often completely covered in these megastructures, turning the planet into a singular urban. Oh, but it's for hive worlds specifically. All right.
Several years. The planet was engulfed in a permanent winter, radioactive fallouts, and tectonic upheavals that annihilated all life left on Cynax.
Reminds me of what happened to the planet of Krieg. Who was it that bombed it into becoming a death world again?
Don't ask that. You will summon Janovich, and there can't be two autists or 40k in the same room. See what you have done, Pio?
So, the atomic rain that bombed Krieg into near oblivion was unleashed by the legendary Colonel Yurten. The loyalists defending Ferrograd were surrounded and greatly outnumbered. The Imperium was not able to reinforce them. It was a desperate action of last resort. The many nuclear explosions destroyed large part of the traitor hives and armies and turned the tide of the war. It would take 500 years before the Imperium returned to the destroyed planet, finding the loyalists had emerged victorious. Not only had they survived the atomic hellscape of their planet, they were ready to immediately pledge several regiments to the most hazardous war zones imaginable. That's how the Death Corps of Krieg, we all know and love, came about.
Yes, all cool. Kriegs are
damn.
cool. You can go now. This is a video on the Badap War, not on Krieg.
Well, the lore about the Secret Fract is cooler anyway.
The fucking snipping Italian, of
The
course.
shockwaves of the fall
That
of
makes
Cygnus
sense.
were tremendous. Imperial control on the northern Maelstrom zone swiftly crumbled. Trade routes were severed, and contact with dozens of Imperial outposts and mining stations was swiftly lost. Distant worlds, with Cynax reduced to a scavengers-infested wasteland, were completely cut off from the Imperium, and were either forced to retrench to survive, or simply slipped into a dark silence. In 1 year, after the fall of a single vital planet in the Maelstrom Zone, an expanse of space equal to a month-and-a-half journey in the warp had slipped away from the Imperium's grasp. This threatened,
Goddamn.
together with the losses of the previous centuries, the supply chains of distant worlds, and even Holy Terra itself. This, finally, forced the Adeptus Terra and the High Lords into action.
Now they act. They left one of the most important mining zones in the Maelstrom to fend for itself, to the point it was kept together by individual planets that had as defense forces just their own standing armies, and ignored for centuries all the attacks and enemies they had to repel and face. And only now that one of the bulwarks falls, they move to do something.
That is Imperial bureaucracy for you, Pio.
I see why Gilliman slaughtered all of them when they tried to make a queue against him on
The High Lords of Terra, in response to the predations from
Good.
the Maelstrom on Imperial territory,
Seriously.
emitted an Edict Imperialis that ordered to base several Space Marine chapters in the Maelstrom zone, in order to both protect the Imperium's interest in the Maelstrom and pacify the region. The chapter of the Astral Claws, in recognition of their past glorious service to the Imperium, was given the high honor of the senior role in commanding the
Goddamn.
uniformed Maelstrom Warders. The Warders also included the fleet-based chapters of the Lamenters and Charnel Guard, who were charged with patrolling the Maelstrom outer region, and the chapter of the Mantis Warriors, that were
Hello,
already based
Zach!
nearby,
We're watching Warhammer 40k lore by Pontius.
Endymion Cluster.
Yes, the Lamenters, my boys.
When has any story involving the Lamenters been good for the Lamenters, Pio?
Oh no,
Yeah.
the Lamenters, my boys.
Now, I think it is the best moment to give all the chapters as
They're canonically unlucky, are they not? Like the Lamenters are just really fucking unlucky. That's their lore, right? They're like really powerful and shit, but they die the most weird ways, right?
introduction, so that people are familiar with them for the events that are going to transpire. Let's start from the Mantis Warriors. This chapter in particular, before being assigned to the Maelstrom Warders, had always served and protected the Imperium in solitude. The Mantis Warriors are of an unknown founding, even if it is estimated that they could be from the 8th founding of M34. They descended from a rare line of the White Scars, being a successor chapter of a second founding successor chapter called the Marauders. Like the White Scars, they are renowned for their skills at guerrilla warfare, including devastating ambushes and sudden overwhelming assaults. Skills they honed from always defending and deploying in far-flung borders frontiers of the Imperium of Men.
I apologize, what? Well, that's gonna get copyright struck.
Their chapter master by the time they joined the Warriors was Yarv.
Fuck!
Then we
Where
have
did
the
that even
Challenger.
come from?
This chapter is a bit of a
Fucking
mystery.
Twitter!
They're believed to have been established in the 3rd founding, and because of their founder, Dominion
For a second, I thought it was in the fucking video. He's just trolling me. Music of inner peace.
Zephon are also believed to be of Blood Angel's descendants. The theory that they are a 3rd founding successor chapter is given by the war relics they wield in battle. The chapter is in fact in possession of not 1, but 3 Fellblades super heavy tanks. War machines so rare to see in the 31st millennium that the few remaining Fellblades in possession of any chapter of Space Marines are kept in stasis and rarely deployed. They also wield a formidable fleet of Fire Raptor gunships. They too considered super rare pieces of Imperial technology, virtually unseen from the days of the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, at least unseen in great numbers. Their chapter master's identity when they joined the
I'm sorry, but these things look so fucking cool. How many guns do you have on that thing? 1 on each side, 1 on top, and 1 beneath? It looks like? And I'm sure there's some droppables somewhere hidden in here as well. God damn. Wait, this one has a hidden dick cannon right there. God damn.
Was and still is unknown. The Lamenters, instead, are a fan-favorite chapter of the 40k universe. They are part of the 21st Founding, also known as the Curse Founding. They are a fleet-based chapter descending from the blood of Sanguinius. As part of the Curse Founding, they are cursed with an extreme level of bad luck, with constant tragedies happening to them out of nowhere and with no explanation. To the point that even other Space Marine chapters call them accursed and haunted. When they were ordered to join the Maelstrom Warders, they were accustomed to fighting alone and forgotten, with many in the Imperium looking at them with superstitious mistrust for the unfavorable events that followed
my
every
boys!
chapter engagement or even victory. To the point that when they joined the Warders, they were for the first time ever given a degree of respect and honor from the warriors of the Astral Claws they fought with side by side, and especially from their chapter master, that will grant them not only the assistance of the Astral Claws, but also the materials to maintain and strengthen their chapter in the Maelstrom. The Lamenters had, for the first time from their creation, found camaraderie with another chapter, and this built strong ties between them and the Astral Claws. Their chapter master, when they were added to the Maelstrom Warders, was Malakim Foros. And last, but not least, especially because they will be the center of the entire conflict of the Badap War, we have the Astral Claws. This chapter is estimated was created in the 10th Founding. They were the most honored...
When you have 0 luck on Bethesda King. Oh, without that luck, I would never have gotten as far in the casinos in New Vegas as I did. Because at some point I was like, I've been losing for a pretty long time now. But you know what they say? 99% of gamblers stop before the big payout. And then I won a lot of money. A lot of caps, I mean. You should really react to wit. I mean, yeah, sure. Just put the recommendation. I'll check it out at some point. But today is Lore Day!
Space Marines chapter assigned to the Warders, and they had a long list of honors and battlefield triumphs. They were honored with even their banner being displayed in front of the Eternity Gate of the throne room of the Emperor, together with all other most honorable chapters that served the Emperor with loyalty and honor. in their case for having fought and defended the Imperium during the Fifth Black Crusade. A chapter focused on martial duty and absolute loyalty. They see themselves as the will of the Emperor incarnate, and because of their high standing reputation with the High Lords, they will be chosen to have overall command on the other chapters of the Warders in the defense and pacification of the Maelstrom Zone. Their chapter master at the time they joined the Warders was Rovik Blake. Rovik Blake that for some reason isn't mentioned in the notable members of the Astral Close chapter of the Lexicanum page that collects their info. Thing that I consider enough to add one more to the Lexicanum light counter.
Huh.
How are you still allowed on that wiki?
In any case, in 587 and 41, after the formation of the
Gotta go eat
Warders,
dinner. You
the
have a
Astral
good
Close arrived in the
food
Maelstrom
thing?
Zone and took over an orbital battle station in the strategically vital Badap system to become their fortress monastery and base of operations. Once all chapters had been established in the system, supported by the permanent detachment of an Imperial naval squadron assigned to the Maelstrom Zone for convoy protection duties and search and destroy missions, the Warder chapters quickly stabilized the surrounding area and purged the inner zone of the Maelstrom Zone from heretical and Xenos elements that had taken control in that region, bringing a dozen planets back into Imperial control. Once again, the wealth of the Maelstrom Zone began to flow into the wider Imperium. The greatest of these operations will be conducted in the Scourge campaign that started in 640 and 41 and ended in 65.
Wait. So this took from the start of the Badap Wars to where we are now. It took us 100 years. We've been watching for 17 minutes and 34 seconds, and half a minute at least was just a joke, like making jokes at the start. How long was the Badap War exactly? Was there not a 5 at first? Year 500 something, millennia 41? Holy shit! Also, yeah, Zach, I saw that you were that you joined. Thank you very much and welcome. Also, prepare to want to punch the gods of chaos square in the metaphorical balls with how crap the lamenters get fucked over by bad luck. Oh, I will. You bet your mummified ass it was. God damn. Oh, my filters on Notebook was dusty. They have the small balls suffered in them. Oh. Well, that's set up for 20 minutes battle.
1 and 41, in which the Astral Close and their allies conducted a series of major combat operations deep inside the heart of the Maelstrom Zone. They were the first Imperial force to do so in centuries, operation that was made possible by the great amount of intelligence gathered in 50 years of active combat duty in the Maelstrom by the Mantis warriors. The Warders were able to pinpoint and destroy dozens of enemy strongholds and outposts, and even root out and kill many infamous renegades during the campaign. In a battle at Tuskar's Wound during the Scourge operation, the Mantis warriors had their vengeance against the reborn warband of Chaos Space Marines, avenging the losses they suffered during the fall of Cynax. But despite the success of the Warders, the campaign had to end when the Charnel Guard, one of the Space Marine chapters of the Warders of the Maelstrom, was abruptly withdrawn from the Maelstrom Zone entirely by direct intervention of the Adeptus Terra. The ties of the chapter to the Warders were severed, and they were redeployed to the Thanatos Crusade that was taking place in the Veiled region. The sudden loss of a quarter of their Space Marine forces effectively halted the campaign, and the Astral Close hastily petitioned for a replacement chapter to be assigned to the Warders of the Maelstrom, but the replacement was denied.
The High Lords really suck at their job.
If they didn't suck at it, why do you think they tried to stage a coup against Gilliman, Pio? The Warders kept defending the Maelstrom, suffering great losses and setbacks.
Also! What? Isn't Gilliman one of the Primarchs? Specifically... No. What is Gilliman? Like, hold on. Primarchs are the sons of the Emperor, right? The ones that he made, kind of? Yes? He is! What chapter is he the Primarch of? Is it like the Ultramarines? Since Blue and shit? He's the 13th Primarch. The number doesn't tell me anything. I'm a retard. And yes, I know he was resurrected by the Eldar god. I saw some shorts about that. Yep, Ultramarines. But what is Kalgar then? What is Kalgar's position? From like Space Marine 2. What is his position? Is he just an Astartes or something? Like a really high up one? Or was he the Primarch after Gilliman, but Gilliman kind of came back? So in Space Marine 2, they also say for Chapter Master. Oh, okay. I forgot that position existed. Ah, fuck. Yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense now in my head. Okay. Yeah. Okay, retard time is over. Let's continue.
We now put less Space Marines to deploy in battle, and things would only get worse when 20 years later, in 681 M41, a previously unknown Space Hulk, designated as the Unallowed Heart, appeared at the edge of the Maelstrom Zone. The Hulk was a twisted conglomeration of mangled cityscapes and lost ships, and his souls were completely invaded and controlled by demonic entities. And all that came into contact with it were riven with madness and desire to end their own lives. Several squadrons of ships and even an Astral Claws strike cruiser were lost with their crews in an attempt to intercept the Unallowed Heart as it laid waste to several outposts, before it slipped through the warp again, this time reappearing in orbit of the colony world of Eshunna. A quarter of the planet population died in a single night of carnage, through waves of endless people ending their own existence, murderous rampages caused by madness, and moral hysteria. For some reason, only the Space Marines of the Lamenter's chapter seem to be able to draw close to the Space Hulk without being subjected immediately to his baleful spell. But even they
Is it? Damn, but even they begun to succumb to it. Oh, God!
Succumb to it, as the ghostly specters of the dead and damned assailed them mercilessly. Unflinching, despite the unholy horrors and terrors they faced, the Lamenters used a combination of close-range bombardment and desperate boarding actions against the warp-haunted Hulk, which succeeded in forcing the monstrous thing away from the planet of Eshunna. The Lamenters, though, didn't stop in their assault, and finally the Dark Star and presence at the heart of the Hulk broke under their sustained onslaught.
The wave of coherent hate slammed into the strike cruiser like a hurricane against a tiny ship at sea. The psychic malice permeating everything as the breached chamber around him burned with white darkness, and Richter screamed as fresh daggers stabbed into his body and soul. Phantasmal horrors assailed the Lamentus captain, and the cries of countless damned souls claimed by the night moaned their endless agony and outraged betrayal at him. The face of every man, woman and child he'd ever tried to save and lost came to him with crushing clarity. Every life he'd taken, every comrade he'd lost. "I am the scions of Sanguinius," he whispered, defying the horrors invading his mind. "Mine is the glory of sacrifice eternal. Mine is the duty that never ends." Dimly, as the visions left him, he saw the hook-fingered, half-shadow skeletal things crawling lustfully across the decks and walls of the breached chamber, feasting on the dying. He heard their razor-sharp talons skittering at the plates of his armor, half real and half unreal. Abruptly, the ghostlight failed, and the bridge was plunged again into darkness as the wave of psychic nightmares radiating from the Hulk passed over. Behind him, somewhere, a Daira loom exploded like a shrapnel bomb, and new alarm sirens howled as the holosphere stuttered back into life. Richter reached his goal at last, and collapsed on top of the Bombardier's console like a puppet with his strings cut, coughing out a mass of stagnant blood and teeth across the activation panel. With his last ebbing strength, he pushed aside the body of Brother Falco, his master gunner. The eye lenses of the dead Space Marine's helm burned out to black holes. Beneath him, Status Auguries blinked ruddily, and firing litanies spooled by at crazy speeds as the machine spirit sought constantly to hold a weapons lock on a target that wasn't entirely within mortal reality. "Emperor bless you, Falco, and take you to your rest," he whispered. Richter slammed down his weight on the master arming lever, and seconds later was rewarded as the strike cruiser bucked and rumbled beneath him with familiar thunder. The flickering image on the holosphere was blasted and riven as the comet-like flares of macroshells hurled forth into the belly of the beast, shedding off great clouds of debris into the void and cracking the twisted arcs of its soul, which bled thick, boiling light. In the dark recess of Richter's soul, he felt his inhuman enemy scream in frustration and pain. We also can hate. Richter smiled through the torn flesh.
The Lamenters have sacrificed over 300 battle brothers and 4 strike vessels in the engagement against the Space Hulk.
Sorry, hold on. That went so fucking hard! Holy shit! Also, my boys! Damn! How do they even have a chapter still? Aren't they like limited to max 1,000 people? Do Lamenters have like an excuse for having more than 1,000 Space Marines? Are they like accepted? Exceptions? Can they have like more than 1,000 people and they're just they're keeping up with sheer, you know, recruitment? How is that chapter still there? Unfortunately, no. Cause it looks like retrieving enough gene seeds seems to be almost impossible. God damn.
They were literally fighting against horrific visions of deaths from their past, and people they were not able to save from previous wars. Both fallen but...
And aren't they really wholesome too, the Lamenters? Damn. So holy shit.
brothers or innocents that were lost in the uncaring darkness of this accursed galaxy. But even then, they kept on fighting valiantly at the cost of their own sanity and lives to save as many people they could from the madness and destruction that the Space Hulk brought with itself.
Damn.
But even then, when the Ordo Malleus investigated the events, the Inquisition became critical of the Lamenter chapter for not destroying the Hulk as soon as possible, especially for the destruction it had brought to the planet of Eshunna. The judgment...
Wait, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up! What? You weren't fast enough? Fuck you. Is that what they're doing here? Is that really what they're doing? But yeah, but remember before this, they were trapped in the warp for a century and showed no sign of being corrupted. Well, I mean, they already are, just not visibly, right? The unlock is a kind of corruption. No? Or did I misunderstand that?
was giving was greeted with fury by the Lamenter's chapter, who cast out the Ordo Malleus deputation for their insult. This marked a point of hardship between the relationship of the Imperium of Man and the Warders during this period that came as the Warders were facing an upsurge of demonic incursions and Corsair attacks in the Maelstrom Zone that was pushing them into an increasingly defensive position in the zone, especially when the operations near the Maelstrom itself had to be suspended.
So, things are getting more dangerous, and not only are they fighting all the same to protect the people and the zone as it is their duty, but the Inquisition, that literally did nothing to help in the engagement, is critiquing the Lamenters that lost 300 Marines to destroy the Space Hulk.
I thought we had established that the Inquisition are idiots in the video about the Months of Shame, Pio. Anyway, in 715 and 41, after a series of heavy orc raids...
Despite that curse, they were seen as very loyal, and thus someone was looking out for them politically. Oh. Huh. Fuck. Politics destroy everything, whether it be real life or in you know, the lore. Goddamn.
Coming from within the Maelstrom struck deep into the Badap sector, Chapter Master Rovik Blake of the Astral Claws went against his own doctrine and decided to pursue the orcs back in the Maelstrom itself using the chapter's battle barge, the Seraph of Judgment, at the head of a large strike force. The Astral Claws reappeared from the warp into real space soon after the orc terror ships arrived at their rock bases, in the vast shattered planetary debris field orbiting the colossal star of El Sirir. A battle erupted. Chapter Master Rovik Blake, who had led the Astral Claws for the last 2 centuries, fell in single combat with the Orc war boss Vorg Menburn, and although the Space Marines would slay thousands of greenskins in the battle and destroy a good portion of the Orcs' base, the Seraph of Judgment was badly damaged, and the Astral Claws were forced to retreat. When the survivors returned to the Badap system, a new chapter master had to be chosen to lead the Astral Claws and the Warders of the Maelstrom. And, with popular acclaim of his peers, in 715 and 41, a new chapter
We skipped another 100 years. God damn.
master was chosen. The new leader of the Astral Claws Space Marine chapter and the Warders of the Maelstrom was an Astarte known as Luft Euron.
Oh. Uh-oh. And he's gonna make them become renegades?
The music tells me that is not a good thing.
It isn't. This is the first step that will spark the Badab War. Doesn't the name Luft Euron ring a bell, Pio?
No, not exactly.
He's now known under another name, Pio, as the second most powerful champion of chaos the galaxy has ever seen.
Not a
As the leader of
renegade,
the giant
but a traitor. Not intentionally, I imagine. Fuck!
is the former name of the chaos champion known as Euron Blackheart.
Ah. Shit.
Luft Euron was a truly exceptional war... Wait, his name is Luft Euron, but the Wiki Lexicanum invert the G and the F. Both the wikis get the name of the main antagonist of the Badab War wrong. I am calm. Ma che cazzo ho scritto queste cazzo di wiki per arrivare a sbagliare il nome dell'antagonista principale?
Hold on. Alright, I got it. Just a second. Wer zum Fick hat diese Scheiß-Wikis geschrieben? Die haben es sogar geschafft, den Main-Antagonisten den Namen falsch zu schreiben. I gotta do that on German too. Alright.
Ma che cazzo ho scritto queste cazzo di wiki per arrivare a sbagliare il nome dell'antagonista principale dell'intera storia? Io imparo una cazzo di lingua sul bus per amore di questa lore ed il coglione che scrive le wiki non ha neanche la decenza di azzeccare i nomi? Ma ci sarebbe da prendere schiaffi a 2 a 2 finché non diventano dispari per quanto inaccurate sono queste cazzo di wiki, grandissimi figli di...
Damn.
Okay, calm now.
Are you? Ah!
Returning to the video, Luft Euron was a truly exceptional warrior. By his deeds alone, he would have been considered a legendary figure of any Space Marine chapter, that would have taken pride in his name being part of his own history. He was a masterful and charismatic leader, as well as a skilled general, to the point that his abilities were said to rival even legendary warriors of the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy. Much of the records pertaining to the Astral Claws have been lost since the Badab War, but there is evidence that Luft Euron first came to prominence in the Astral Claws as a scout novitiate during the later stages of the Rebus Crusade, where he fought as part of the Astral Claws forces in the destruction of the outcast Eldar Exodite world of Lilogir, where even under extremely heavily psychic assault, he managed to kill an Eldar warlock with his bare hands.
What?
After he was assigned to the Devastator Reserves
That
after
goes
his
hard.
rising to initiate of the chapter, he
That's a mechanical fucking leg. Huh. Well met, brother.
proved once again to be exceptional as a leader and as a tactician in a number of battles. He also rose over time to become a master of ordnance after showing skill in plotting out fire support patterns during battles. He moved rapidly through the ranks, and his skills brought him to join first the 3rd Battle Company of the chapter, and then to rise to the 1st Company Veterans of the chapter, where his skills and abilities saw him raised to command over Space Marines with decades more of practical and battle experience than he had.
Damn.
Euron excelled even in the 1st Company Veterans.
This is not an official This is not official, right? Chill pill. Now this is meme, right? This is fan art, is it not? Huh. I would write in my own language, but it's a secret. That's okay.
And was soon appointed as the captain of the Astral Claws 4th Company.
Wait, you can be appointed as captain of other companies after serving in the first
Hello,
company?
Connor.
It is a little known fact that all captains of all companies of every chapter are veterans that served in the first company at one point in time, with very few exceptions ever noted to this rule. In the role of the 4th Company captain, the true skill of Euron
Probably?
blossomed.
Okay.
His tactics and strategic prowess saw the Astartes under his command defeat enemies many times their own numbers and strength. But his rapid ascension in the chapter wasn't universally accepted by the Marines of the Astral Claws. Some saw the fanatically loyal following some of his brothers showed for him as a threat, suspecting that they were more loyal to him than to the chapter, or even the Emperor himself.
How can a marine with this level of skill
There's
ever
so
become
much
not
fan
only
art?
a renegade,
Okay.
but also a champion
It looked
of
cool.
chaos?
Remember how the saying goes, Pio, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Foreshadowing.
After raising to the rank of chapter master after the death of his predecessor in 697 and 41... Wait, 697 and 41? But
Yeah,
the
it
chronology
took-
of the war says that he was elected in 715 and 41.
It
That is
took
both
them
written in the
18
old Imperial
years?
armor and the new Imperial armor.
Is Imperial Armor contradicting itself in the same book?
Yes! Games Workshop writers really need to double check what the fuck they write. Anyway, after his ascension to Chapter Master in 715 and 41, he became the youngest warrior to ever attain this rank in the chapter's history. He was already established as a charismatic leader and extremely skilled tactician, and he got to work immediately to reorganize the Astral Claws' strategic deployment and establishing a policy to expand its chapter fleet, which had become badly depleted as the situation got worse in the Maelstrom. They started to include in their ranks Corsair ships that they captured in aggressive raids, repairing them and restoring them to full service to serve in the Maelstrom and Astral Claws fleets. He also established with his fellow chapter masters of the Warders a scorched planet policy against their enemies.
Holy
They started
gangster ship,
amassing
yeah.
Exterminatus level weapons for this exact purpose, reducing several fringe worlds that in the past provided renegade ships with arbor into lifeless husks. In 718 and 41, a failed coup against the Badap Primaris royalty led to a civil war erupting on the High World. Civil war that forced the Astral Claws to step in.
Games Workshop needs to hire him as a lore master at this point. He'll lose his mind with the Karens in the company. I don't think that's gonna happen. Well, either he wins or they lose. But it is a failing war.
And crushed the conflict as brutally as they could. In the aftermath, elements behind the coup were revealed under interrogation to have connections to off-world raiders and smuggling rings, which they had used as a source of arms and tainted drugs to fuel the failed uprising. The matter was brought directly in front of Euron for judgment, as riots and revolts had started flaring across the planet once again. Luft Euron was outraged that such a betrayal could fester insidiously behind his back, and after having seen what happened to the planet and system of Cynax, he decided to take matters into his own hands. The Space Marines of the Astral Claws swiftly reimposed order once more on Badap Primaris, employing shattering force and executing much of the planet's ruling class, as well as purging the Hive cities on the planet of...
Wait, they were tainted by chaos? Stealing ships that may or may not be tainted by chaos might not have been the best idea. Yeah, no, I didn't know that, so yeah, that seems kind of weird.
anyone they perceived as morally recidivist. It is here that Euron would also take on the mantle of planetary ruler. Styling himself the Tyrant of Badab, he claimed the Badab sectors and all inhabited planets surrounding the hospitable region of the Void around it, declaring them as his chapter fiefdom. In his own words,
To better protect these worlds and the souls that dwell upon them, in the glory of the Emperor.
he did so echoing in his pronouncement the example and precedents set by the sovereign realm of Ultramar, that is ruled by the chapter of the Ultramarines. In the decades that came, the wholesale purging of the ruling elites of all the
Game Workshop hires him as lore master. Karen's lost at that point already. He's one man against countless Karens. He's gonna win! I mean, not necessarily, but he won't lose. But he may not be able to win. You know? It's Karens. They will use any and all methods. But at what cost? Yeah, no, exactly. He's probably not gonna win, but he won't lose. Meaning that some stuff has got to be collateral, and stuff that may or may not be really, really bad to be collateral. Anyway, yeah.
Nearby systems in the Badap sector followed. A number of Astral Claws watch bastions were established, all the while Euron's chosen servants and political allies were slowly placed in positions of power. Euron's power also grew and was cemented by the formation of a new military force, created in a massive reorganization of the uneven and often isolationist native planetary defense forces of the region. These forces now followed a standard dictated by Euron, as well as a unified command structure. This new military force will be known as the Tyrant's Legion.
Can you elaborate a bit more on the Tyrant Legion?
Sure, Pio. The Tyrant's
Is
Legion
that a
were
power
highly
fist?
effective force. They will be vital in
On a
defense of the
guardsman?
Badab War.
Huh. Interesting. Too bad we cannot have guys like this in Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar also seems like a really cool story based on what I've seen from what's that game called? Dark Tide 2? No? Anyway.
As I already said, they were extremely organized and standardized instead of separated forces. They will become Euron's parallel force to the Imperial Guard of the wider Imperium. They were loyal only to Euron and the Astral Claws, that they venerated as living gods touched by the Emperor. They were an army of humans more akin to the armies of the Imperium during the Great Crusade. Human forces integrated with Space Marine contingents. Their mere existence broke one of the tenets of the Imperium. Euron integrated these forces in the chain of command on a standing basis. In doing so, he was trying to concentrate an extreme amount.
Wait, but in that case, Huron is isn't he making the exact same mistake that Gilliman was trying to prevent with the Codex? Yes, that is a power fist. The officers do get access to some power weapons, and depending on their preference, they can be anything or whatever is available. Huh.
Amount of military power in Badab. And
Okay.
This gave the chapter too much power, a thing frowned upon from the dark days of the Horus Heresy, as the legions were broken down and separated from human armies exactly to prevent any single chapter of Marines from wielding enough power to cause a civil war in the Imperium that would end up causing nightmarish levels of death and destruction. But their creation served a very shadowy purpose in what would become the Badab War.
What purpose?
You see, Pio, in the middle of the 700s of the 31st millennium, the regular Astral Claws gene seed submission to the Magus Invigila of the Adeptus Mechanicus became infrequent and incomplete. Every chapter is required to send a portion of their gene seed back to the Mechanicus regularly for purity checks, mutation screenings, but also to be collected and stored in case of need of the chapter or a new founding of Marines. But the gene seed of the Astral Claws simply stopped reaching Mars at one point. Although it was a cause of concern, such matters are not uncommon when a Space Marine chapter is involved, especially for those deployed in dangerous areas of the galaxy.
Yeah, because
like
sometimes you just can't get them there.
Crusade. Or simply the chapter might have the need to withhold the gene seed submission because of sustained battlefield losses.
Yeah.
But the longer such an omission persists, the greater the risk something else is happening, and darker the motive at work could be. Later evidence would indicate that this was the case with the Astral Claws, and this, together with Pride, will be the first great sin against tradition that would lead the Astral Claws to fall to heresy, and the Badab War to burn inside the Maelstrom.
But what does the Tyrant's Legion have to do with it?
See, Pio, the fact the High Lords recalled one of the chapters defending the Maelstrom and took away a quarter of the Space Marines fighting in the Warders, and the Imperium's general lack of cooperation with the Warders in the decades after was not a thing Euron took lightly. To ease the defense of the Maelstrom and ease the expanse of his domain, he would withhold the gene seed that had to be sent to the Adeptus Mechanicus, to use it to create more and more Marines and expand his Astartes force, specifically the chapter of the Astral Claws, over the 1000 Marines limit set in the Codex Astartes, a thing that is, in all, heresy in the Imperium of Men.
Yep.
And because, as we discussed, Euron is not stupid, and people will notice the increased amount of astral claws present at any given time under their banner, he would use the Terran's Legion to send around task forces of Marines to train it and aid it in combat around the Maelstrom Zone, both to keep his domain in check and help the human forces defeat the horrors of the Maelstrom, but also to hide them, so nobody will notice how many astral claws were truly part of the chapter when he exceeded the maximum limit.
Huh.
By 790 M41,
So he was aware what he was doing. It's almost as if the Codex isn't always the best option, Grandpa Smurf! Yeah, I know, but still... I mean, some of the chapters just say, fuck the Codex, and Gilliman sometimes too, because it's just a generalization of rules, not with exceptions, right? But you have to ask for it to be exempt, right? You have to inform the Imperium, yeah, I need this. This is a crusade, we need to do this. Like the Dark Templars. What is their fucking name again? The Black Arbor guys. The Psyker ones. Alright, what are they fucking called again? Fuck. Grey Knights? Oh yeah, Grey Knights. Thank you very much, Goldmanded. Yeah, the Grey Knights use the excuse of we're constantly in a crusade, that's why we can exceed 1,000 Space Marines, right? That's their excuse, technically. So there is exceptions to the rule, but the Codex, personally, I see it more as a you know, I'm yelling at Gilliman, not you, brother. Unfortunately, the Administratum has turned guidelines into doctrine. The Black Templars rules lawyered their way into their size of around 6,000. Damn. No, Grey Knights are the Inquisition demon hunters specialists, but they do have psychers, do they not? Or am I completely wrong? Oh, it is the Black Templars that... Okay, so I had both of them a little mixed up. Okay, it's fine.
One, the defense of the Badap sector was stronger than at any point in its history. The Terran's Legion worth was proved in the repulsions of separate Corsair raids on the Cabalus and Minestra station. The chapters of the Warders were finally freed from their defensive stance.
Bro, the Grey Knights are all psychers.
Into the outlying areas of their domain
yes. but the Black Templars have some as well? No? Or am I wrong? I have them completely and utterly mixed up. Fuck!
harass and destroy targets of opportunity. Like on Bloody Bones, another heretic or Xenos controlled spheres in the Maelstrom Zone. The fame of the Tyrant of Badap grew, his reputation reaching even outside of the Maelstrom Zone as his number of victories increased. Pirate activity was curtailed, and the Maelstrom Zone reached levels of production never before achieved. Sparred by
Grey Knights are the only ones with
Euron
psychers.
sent his servants to undertake a pilgrimage to deliver a formal petition to Terra. This document made a detailed case for completely subduing and conquering the Maelstrom and the surrounding areas.
Damn.
And this will bring great benefits to the General Imperium. But, in order to achieve this, the document set out the case for a massively augmented deployment of Space Marine chapters to the Maelstrom Warders ranks. In fact, suggesting that even an entire new founding of chapters might be needed to meet the plan's needs. The petition was dismissed on the grounds that the Imperium's requirements were better met elsewhere. 748 and 41. After further requests to redistribute resources from the Maelstrom Zone were denied, Euron decided to withhold the Badap Primaris planetary tithe to the Administratum, and further blocked the passage of trade through his realms, in protest over the Administratum's failure to provide him and his allies with sufficient resources to guard and police the Maelstrom.
What's a tithe?
The Imperial Tithe is a form of payment given by every planet of the Imperium to the Administratum. It is a form of redistribution of resources to the wider Imperium from every planet. It can come in human life as regiments of the Imperial Guard or Psykers, or usually a combination of those and materials or production output from the planet it is paid from. Few worlds are exempt from paying the tithes, such as Astartes chapter worlds or Inquisitorial strongholds, and the Mechanicus Forge worlds instead have their own Levi structures in place, hidden within the shadowy empire of the Machine Cult. The tithes are used to ensure human survival, but especially to ensure the constant function of the Imperial war machine. Tithes can be irregular because of various numbers of situations, but usually they must always, in one way or another, be paid.
So it is a tax.
Yes, it is a tax.
So the Administratum is just space IRS.
A bit of a simplification, but yes.
Okay,
What are you doing with that bolter?
getting ready.
For what?
For
I
the
don't care who the
IRS.
IRS sends. I'm not paying taxes. You did nothing wrong.
The blockade of Europe had a double effect. As much of Badap
The
output
straight
was
up
made up through the
disappointment
refinement
to
of
some
ores and
extent.
crystals garnered from the scattered mining outpost of the Pale Stars region of the Maelstrom Zone. Additionally, as the main viable
I've lost them all during the Crusade, where they murdered the Cacodominus that triggered something called the Howling that killed Psykers over whole systems. Oh yeah! Yeah, that big space bug thing that was a giant psychic energy thing. Yeah. I know about that one. I didn't know the Grey Knights were the ones that fought it, though. They also had to use, like, forbidden technology on it, because it was that fucking heavy to kill. If I'm not wrong, right?
warp routes of the area passed through Badap Primaris, the bulk of the supply of minerals of this vital region had been cut off as well. The Tyrant of Badap justified this refusal in the terms of the Astral Claw's role as defenders of the Maelstrom Zone, diverting the industrial resources and manpower is commandeered to directly supplement the Badap sector defenses, as well as augment the Maelstrom fleet detachment and fortify key worlds under his domain. This manifested in the Maelstrom Zone as an increase in space-based defenses, encircling the outer and inner spheres in a ring of steel. While on Badap Primaris, Euron Order demolished the ancient citadel of the ruling Dominars, and instead erected what was to become the legendary, hugely fortified Palace of Thorns, to its specifications and designs. This ongoing political situation was causing heated controversy within the Adeptus Terra and the course of the Segmentum, that had to receive and deliver those ties in one way or the other. At its crux was a fault line that has stayed hidden beneath the rigid structure of Imperial law, the crushing entitlement of the Administratum to the Imperial Tithe, and the ancient rights of Astartes commanders to defend the Imperium by any means necessary. This turmoil will last more than a century and a half, during which the military operations of the Astral Claws and the Maelstrom Warders were to carry on as usual against a backdrop of wars and intentions with the Administratum and the authorities of the Segmentum in which the Maelstrom was. The lack of these materials and ties would hit strongly a sector known as the Carthago sector. For more than 11 centuries, Cartan lords and planetary governors had held the charter to distribute the industrial output of the Maelstrom Zone, and guard its passage from the Administratum-controlled supply fortress on Sagan all the way to the western Segmentum Ultima and beyond.
Is this just a story of I'm gonna make some Warhammer fans mad, maybe. But is this just a story about rednecks that got hold of the equivalent of rednecks gaining land and protecting it with their weapons from the government? The Templars killed it. We don't speak of the written failure that caused the Grey Knights to murder Sisters of Battle to use their blood as to reinforce their wards against some weird-ass nanobot demon, a blood thing. I can't remember it precisely. What the fuck? Huh.
Isolated by vast distances of turbulent and warring space from the authorities at Cardunia, the Cartans had long grown fat and decadent, protected from the predations of the beast and the alien by the blood and toil of more strife-torn realms. The only masters they ever feared were the Segmentum Procurators General, who demanded their due, regardless of whether the wells that had so long supplied them had suddenly run dry.
I still think Euron was right.
For now, yes. Later a bit more. But after it, You will see, Pio. But while the actions of the Astral Claws were angering organizations and people hundreds of light years distant, the Astral Claws that were now at full strength and freed from the inglorious weight of garrison duty moved to intervene in the aftermath of the infamous Fourth Quadrant Rebellion. They answered a general call to arms among the Astartes of the region, and the Astral Claws dispatched a powerful force under the direct personal command of Luft-Euron against one of the last major stronghold systems of the revolt, beyond the southern borders of the Maelstrom Zone. When the Imperial forces gathered for the assault, Euron was elected battle leader by common consent of a mixed task force of Space Marines, comprising companies from the Astral Claws, Firehawks, White Scars, and Celestian Guard chapters, backed by Krieg and Kolsek Imperial Guard regiments, and the Titans of Legio Venator. Under Euron's inspired command, the task force ruthlessly eradicated the heavily fortified Lycanthos system of traitors and chaos forces in less than a year. However, Stybor Lazarek, the chapter master of the Firehawks, wrote that he was not given command of the campaign over Euron, is known to have borne a grudge against the Astral Claws since this time, a grudge that will soon erupt into armed conflict.
Oh.
Returning to the Maelstrom Zone in glorious victory, the Astral Claws quickly saw
What? It was brain dead. That writer is also the reason there's so much ultramarine fatigue. I see.
to capitalize on their achievements, and in 869 M41, at the instigation of Luft-Euron, the Black Templars declared a crusade of wrath into the Maelstrom, assaulting it from its eastward marches.
Can we go one lore video without having the Black Templars involved?
What do you mean?
40k lore on the Marines against the Inquisition, Black Templars involved in defending and aiding the Celestial Lions, the Cacodominus and the Catalexis heresy, the Black Templars fight an alien cyborg Alpha Plus Psyker and take his head as a trophy. The only two videos of lore after the Horus heresy on the entire channel, and in both of them the Black Templars are involved. This will be the third in only 3 videos we made that cover events taking place after the Horus heresy. Even in the video The Importance of Lore, you chose lore of the Black Templars to change by adding Steven Seagal in it.
Shut up, Pio. While the Black Templars were assaulting the Maelstrom,
Pio doesn't have any right.
Lamenters and Mantis warriors launched their own assaults into the pathways of the Great Storm, from its southern and northeastern approaches. Thanks to the Tyrant's strategic planning and the Metal of Space Marine chapters involved, no fewer than 23 alien or heretic stronghold worlds were purged, including several on the Maelstrom fringes that had fallen to the Wordbearers and their apostate followers.
Fuck Erebus.
At the height of the campaign, having fought deeper than any recorded Imperial fleet had even attempted, the Astral Claws and Mantis warriors directed their assaults to smash the subhuman flesh hunters of the Howling Gyre. At the culmination of the battle against the Flesh Hunters, the Astral Claws First Company veterans, led by Euron himself, fought their way deep within the foul creature carcass vaults, before planting and unleashing the Life Eater virus contained in virus bombs upon the abominations. With this single act, they ended a threat that had plagued the Imperium since before the Age of Apostasy, affording a great and loaded victory, but once more, wider events intervened to put a premature end to the Astral Claws' plans. The Black Templars were suddenly called away to aid the beleaguered realm of Ultramar in the wake of the First Tyrannic War. Already having suffered substantial losses in the campaign, and wary of being cut off, and with readings of the Emperor's Tarot portending oncoming doom, the Warder's chapters were forced to withdraw from the Maelstrom, and could not complete their objective, much to Euron's fury. But matters worsened even more, not only inside the Maelstrom Zone, but with the outside Imperium as well. The threat of High Fleet Behemoth and the First Tyrannic War had left the defenses of the Segmentum in complete disarray, and slumbering threats as far-flung as the Eye of Terror and the Ghoul Stars lurched once more into life. And everywhere there were wars and rumors of wars, revolts, and strange phenomena. Inside the Maelstrom Zone, trouble again flared up, and enemies flooded from dark places. A marauding orc force of a size unseen since the Battle of Elsiris rampaged through the Endymion cluster, and the ancient world of Fargos X, on the edge of the Maelstrom Zone, simply disappeared, never to be seen again. Convoys were attacked in ever greater numbers, and gas ships and etheric storms of the Maelstrom itself waxed greatly and reached out. In the Warpstorm's baleful light, cult-led revolts wrecked the scattered mining outpost of the Pale Stars, and also struck closer to home, as cult activity was uncovered in the shadows of the Badap sector, spurring...
You're telling me all of this could have been technically could have been stopped by when the what are they called again? The beam claws? No. Fuck. Plasma claws chapter. When they asked to be replaced by another chapter, instead of being denied, would have, you know, been replaced. All of this could have been stopped? Astro Claws, thank you. The Astro Claws, when they applied for a, you know, timeout and shit, if the administratum said, all right, go and recover, or set someone, you know, go somewhere else, do that, we'll set someone else. All of this could have been stopped? 200 years ago? This seems retarded as fuck.
A series of merciless purges by the tyrant's followers. As crisis followed crisis in the dying years of the 800s of M41, Luft-Euron saw the Maelstrom Zone slipping from his grasp, and all the victories the Warders had gained beginning to crumble, and so moved to tighten his grip, unaware that elsewhere events were moving against him. But something dark and far more sinister had happened as the Warders were returning from their crusade deep inside the Maelstrom. The records of this period picture Euron as taciturn and withdrawn when he returned from the crusade, locking himself away in the chapter archives for days, refusing to see anyone, keeping long silent vigils in the fortress monastery Panoptic Solar, or gazing unblinking for hours at holosphere depicting the Maelstrom Zone, and the baleful vortex that dominated
being
the
corrupted.
stars. Observers have gone on to say that it was during this time that Luft-Euron fell from grace, denied once again the goals he had spent his life fighting for, seeing his ultimate glory snatched from his hands at the last moment by those he should call masters and allies unhinged him, or that he gave into hubris and false pride. Some have gone so far to suggest that during the Crusade of Wrath, deep within the nightmarish vortex of the Maelstrom, some strange taint wormed its way into his heart. But it is as likely that the darkness in Luft-Euron's soul was no more or less than the same Empyrean fire that called him to greatness, and made him such an effective and innovative warrior. But as Euron returned from the Crusade of Wrath, while traveling in the warp inside the Maelstrom, his mind lost for once again coming so close to greatness just to fail to achieve it for the interference of the Imperium and its bureaucrats, Euron stared into the warp mindlessly, unknowing that when you stare into the warp, the warp stares back. And this is where we will stop for today. Lots of ground to cover still, but we made a dent.
What? But I wanted to know more. It is better than your PowerPoint on Tau hooves and why they are better than human feet.
We will cover everything here, but for now, let's take a pause and drink something. You can take a beverage from the freezer behind you.
From how long has that been there?
It was always there, from the day the first refrigerators were invented.
Then that's a virus bomb.
Yes.
The Bio
Story
survives.
of the Badap War will continue in part 2, The Flames of War.
I need to catch the exact moment. Just a second. Damn it! Anyway. Before we continue with the next one. The Pontius. We'll continue very, you know, right after this, but, you know, like, comment, and subscribe. Check Pontius out! That's it. That's it. That's what I have. Hold on, let me... Whoops. That's fine. Let me do that real quick. So that I may have a checkpoint in editing. So I don't have to search for when does the video stop. Yeah, this should be enough. This should show up on... Yeah, whatever. Alright! 40k lore, the Badap War Part 2! The Flames of War. The Pontius. What the fuck is this? Is that Pio?
Pio, you are late. Where
No,
were
it's
you?
not. What?
After you blew up the planet with a virus bomb at the end of the last trip, flew off into space and past Mars. I had to hitchhike my way back here. I traveled on the ship of Dark Eldar pirates. I didn't know so many kings could exist.
Well, at least you got out of the basement for a bit. Now, I invited Inquisitor Eisenflork here again for the events that will take place in this video. Where is Inquisitor Eisenflork?
In the Krieg?
Hey! Hey! That's my Flork, Inquisitor! Hey! Fucking bloody magpies. Joy, the Blood Ravens have stolen Inquisitor Eisenflork. Go and recover him.
Oh, no, I get it. The Blood Ravens known for stealing tanks and everything electronic from other... Yeah, no, I get it.
Yes, you can call your cousin for help. And remember, we need him back, no matter the cost.
If Joey has a cousin, I wonder what he looks like.
If they come back before the video ends, I'll introduce him to you, Pio. Now,
Damn.
let's continue the story of the Badap War. The warders of the Maelstrom had grown increasingly isolated.
Hold on, do we just get lore of his own very universe at the beginning and at the end of every video? That's fucking fun. That's fucking fun.
In each preceding centuries, losing sight of where their true duty lay, they had sown the seeds of their own calamity.
Damn. The flames of war.
So, where were we?
The Maelstrom stronger than ever before, tensions with the Imperium rising, Euron taciturn and withdrawn when he came back from the Crusade of Wrath in the Maelstrom.
Ah yes, the Space IRS was angry. Let me put back on my helmet real quick. Ready now, I'm still on the side of Euron.
With all the events explained in the first part of this series, that I suggest
Anti-IRS.
people go and watch before delving in this one to have a full understanding of the entire story we are presenting. The Imperium and the Warders have set in motion events that will lead to the second bloodiest civil war to happen in the Imperium after the Horus Heresy. The story continues in 901 and 41, with preliminary judgments into the Badab Schism in the Segmentum Courts Temporal weighing in favor of the Administratum. The Cartans and their allies within the Administratum decided that it was their chance to act. In 901 and 41, an Imperial investigation fleet that was commanded by an Administratum Assayer General and that carried representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus Biologis in Vigila, the Lords of the Carthago Sector, and at least one independently operating Inquisitor was assembled and dispatched to Badab to demand the immediate delivery of the Badab Tide, commandeer the resources, and the Astral Clause chapter's gene seed requirements. The fleet was composed by several huge mass conveyors with expectation of an harvest of wealth, and spearheaded by a trinity of cruisers, a Colt Mechanicus Locus Caravel, and a score of lesser escort crafts. The Force.
Bold of him to fight the IRS. Even Joker wasn't that crazy. I may be crazy, but the IRS? No, thank you. No, the quote was, I may be crazy enough to fight Batman, but the IRS? No, thank you. That was the exact quote, I believe.
Calculated to display the power and authority of the mission and carry a not-so-veiled threat into the heart of the tyrant's domains, could be seen in retrospect as just a misjudged plan, but few could have foreseen what was to happen next. In circumstances that still cannot be fully confirmed or explained, the investigation fleet was fired on and destroyed in its entirety as it attempted to force its way through the Badab system's ring of steel in order to press its demands. No ship survived, and more than 20,000 servants of the Imperium were lost. Tide Fleet VX542 this is your final warning. Decrease thruster burn and heave to the designated approach. You will be fired upon.
This investigation deputation carries the seals of the Adeptus Terra. It is you who will comply. Make obeisance and stand down your weapons immediately in the name of him on Terra.
Damn you, obey! I don't care if you are carrying Saint Leor's bones. No vessel enters the Ring of Steel without first submitting to inquiry and piloting. This is the Maelstrom Zone, not some safe haven quill pusher's enclave.
Damn. Huh. Showed him.
Claim and counterclaim ensued in the aftermath as to how this tragic destruction had occurred, and Lufti Euron, delivering his own Dominion's report on the Badap matter directly to Segmentum authorities, was adamant that the fleet was fired upon and destroyed for refusing to submit to the just authority of the system's masters, and paid for their transgression with their lives as mandated by Imperial law. Outrage ensued for the incident in the Carthago sector, especially between the ruling elites of the sector against the barbarians of the Maelstrom Zone. Immediately, all trade links were abruptly severed between the two areas, or subjected to the harshest of scrutiny whenever possible. Cartan Sector Governor Tanit Koenig moved to heavily censor the Astral Clause chapter, along with calls for the arrest and trial of Euron for treachery against the Imperium, while the local agents of the Magos in Vigila petitioned their own distant masters for the Astral Clause punishment. With customary inertia for the Adeptus Terra, it did not yet deliberately intervene. There were violent wars and conflicts that took priority over their attention, compared to a local discord between neighboring regions. All they got was a tangle of claim and counterclaim between legitimate authorities, something that paled before the weight of suffering and bloodshed elsewhere. In addition,
This is just sector-level
Lufti Euron
politics.
was the lawful master of a realm permanently on a war footing, a bulwark against the alien and the claws of chaos. And on the most basic level, he had the right
Claws
to
of
defend those
chaos.
domains. And
Foreshadowing.
without hard evidence, it was impossible to prove that he had willfully committed premeditated homicide against the Imperium servants.
I mean, what did the Cartans expect? You enter a dangerous realm like the Maelstrom Zone without authorization and refusing to cooperate with the forces defending it. What did they think would happen?
No idea what they had in mind, Pio, but this is the normal arrogance of planetary administrators and governors. They think they are untouchable, until they aren't. The Cartan Imperial Commanders,
they never
under
were.
pressure from the Segmentum authorities, and frustrated by the destruction of the Tide Fleet, took it upon themselves to send 2 further punitive expeditions over the next 3 years into the Maelstrom Zone, under the assumed auspices of Imperial authority. Both fleets were lost in unconfirmed circumstances, never even reaching the Badab system, and intervention by the Astral Clause and their allies was heavily suspected. Imperial shipping began to suffer increasing attacks and disappearances while traversing the Maelstrom Zone, even outside of the territory of the Badab sector and the Astral Clause. Reports by the Maelstrom patrol squadrons laid the blame on an increase in raider traffic and warp squalls in the area. But for every loss, the whispers blaming Lufti Euron and his followers grew even louder, both on the Administratum-controlled tight fortress world of Sagan, on the edge of the Maelstrom Zone, and across the border, in the Cartan sector. The increasingly desperate Cartan lords, unable to enact their will on the situation decisively, and near bankrupted by this stage by their liabilities, first sought to circumvent Badab itself with the aid of the Administratum forces on Sagan. In a combined operation, the two attempted to access the Lost Tides directly, their ships taking the far longer and more perilous routes to the Pale Stars via Chimera, while the Cartans increased the quota demands from any other Maelstrom Zone world, such as Viania, their grasp could reach in an attempt to make up the shortfall. By 903 and 41, the agents of the Cartan Imperial Commanders began to systematically spread propaganda in both the Segmentum Assises and the Senatorum Imperialis, elucidating on the moral corruption, treachery, and vainglorious pride of the Tyrant of Badab to any that would listen. Meanwhile, the local Administratum authorities further pressed the High Lords of Terra themselves to intervene directly to punish Euron and his wayward chapter for their faults. The Maelstrom Warders, for their part, continued to arm themselves for war, and conducted sweeps of the Maelstrom Zone in force, while within the Badab sector itself, massive and feverish building programs were underway, further augmenting their defenses in preparation for war.
The Cartans really are playing with fire on this one.
They are trying to harass not one, but 3 Space Marine chapters that live in a literal war zone into submission just to pay taxes, Pio. I don't think playing with fire even describes how stupid of an act that can be.
They're arm wrestling with a Primarch as a baby. This quite literally IRS coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Oh god, this is dumb and retarded. So hold on, let me get this straight. When the Astral Claws were asking for either reinforcements or to be allowed to retreat and recuperate their numbers to be able to fight again properly, or to be replaced for a little bit, they were denied everything. And when they finally took hold of the, system that they were supposed to get a hold of, they are being punished with not only taxes, but invasion of their own forces? After the chapter master showed signs of corruption because of more and more depressing news about the situation, because it was an impossible mission and task from the start, right? But having it ripped away from you the moment you were about to succeed? Huh. Welcome to the retardation of the administratum. I don't think I can even blame him anymore.
In fact, I would like to know what you really think about it.
Why is everyone so fucking stupid?
I just think there were better ways to deal with the situation.
903 M41. Euron's answer to the continuing threats to the control of his...
We started at year 500. We're now at year 900. If this continues, we'll have skipped a millennia.
domain was to produce his infamous Articles of Just Secession. These documents, which were also signed and ratified by the chapter masters of the Lamenters and Mantis Warriors, who had been convinced by Euron of the justness of his cause and the injustice of the Outsiders' demands.
Starting to make sense why Gilliman had the members that wished to have him assassinated purged, isn't it? There were bureaucrats. I didn't blame him from the start. But now I'm actively spurting him on, It's like, yes, Gilliman, do it! Slit another one, and another one, and another one! Yeah! Oh, God.
Were designed to formally sever the Maelstrom Zone direct ties to its neighboring sectors. Copies of the articles were delivered to Segmentum authorities and the courts temporal in response to, in the written words of Euron,
many and grievous insults, presumptions and denials of the Emperor-given rights and titles of the Adeptus Astartes by the false and wayward servants of the Administratum, the Carthon Lords, and their allies.
These documents further state...
The thing is, Gilliman is the bureaucratic genius of all the Primarchs. Yes, but he's a genius and actually does his job in the name of the Emperor. The other bureaucrats are selfish little cunts that have a inferiority complex to him specifically, and, are trying to measure dick length when his pinky is taller than their whole head, It doesn't really work out that well, right? Yeah.
stated the signatories' refusal to hand over the tides to local segmentum authorities, aid or defend any attempt to do so, or recognize the demands of the Cartan lords. They did, however, affirm the Maelstrom Warders' vow to pursue the defense of the Imperium as their sole cause, stating that the Maelstrom Warders must be given a free hand to protect mankind, as they had sworn to the Emperor, and without the corrupt interference of those who claim to serve him, but seek instead their own glory and greed. In support of their cause, the document cited both the edict that founded the Maelstrom Warders and the ancient rights and titles of the Adeptus Astartes prerogative in their defense, precedents that both weighed heavily in their favor. The document also went on to call for a full investigation into the rulership of the Cartan sector, asserted the historic and lawful sovereignty of the Space Marine chapters involved from outside interference by the lower Adepta, and stated again.
But unlike most pencil pushers, he will kill you! When he got betrayed by Lorgar and vented into the void, he started slaughtering the word bearers he could find, decapitating one of them by punching him in the face, and was screaming in rage with his face exposed to the void the whole time. Oh. Isn't that a sight to see? Huh. Wow.
And their willingness to defend the Maelstrom Zone from any who would threaten it. At the same time, though, Imperial shipping passing through the Maelstrom Zone's outer region began to be attacked and lost in great numbers to unknown forces. Contact with several worlds still loyal to the Cartan.
Look, I might be a bit of a hater or a robot, but that shit went hard when reading it, okay? No, fair, I get it.
And the Administratum Officium Sagan within the inner zone ended with garbled communication warnings of attack and siege by Space Marine forces. The Cartans, outraged, threatened all-out war in response, but simply lacked the means to do so alone. Instead, they petitioned aid to mount an attack from both the Departmentum Unitorum and the Segmentum Naval Sub-Command at Risa, but were flatly refused and informed that the matter was an internal dispute in which they would not interfere.
Correction, that was not the void. It was in the vacuum of space. Oh, wait! It was loud enough to make sound in the vacuum of space where there was no air to carry the vibrations of his voice. With sheer fucking rage, he made the vacuum vibrate to his voice. I see, I understand. It makes no sense, but it goes fucking hard! Oh god, I love Warhammer for this shit.
Fear. It is also worthy of note that although they pled their case before these powers and procurators of the Administratum, that they avoided, where possible, any inquisitorial involvement in the matter, no doubt fearing the consequences of doing so. The local Inquisition representatives, for their part, more than well enough occupied by other concerns, were content to close an eye on the situation, mindful that such squabbles, however bloody, were far from uncommon between Imperial commanders, particularly in border regions, and no damning or conclusive evidence of heresy or taint had yet been brought forward against either party.
And from when the Inquisition of all organizations needs evidence?
Please, elaborate.
They have people like Fyodor Karamazov serving in the Inquisition that will condemn you to death even if he finds you innocent of all charges for the crime of, and I quote, wasting his time.
Wait, is this real? It's a Pontius video. Of course it's real. The fuck?! I really didn't need that, yes. And when I got it, I even more so didn't need it. Fuck. Why is the Inquisition just retarded most of the time? Why is it only useful like maybe, what, 10-15% of the time? And why are they only useful when they babysit the Ogrins? This is ridiculous.
So from when the Inquisition needs evidence to do
Space
something?
Karens!
Yeah, strange that they are.
And they're little angels! they're little angels, Ogrins! Oh god! Seeing the Inquisition as Karens has opened my eyes! Of course the Inquisition is Karens! Because it is written by Karens! Oh my god! Inquisitors have absolute authority. The only one that outranks an Inquisitor is a Lord Inquisitor. Alright. Emperor? Question mark? And some of the really high up people? Like, there's no way they're the highest ranking. Right? What about about custodies and stuff like that? Are they also under? Like, they serve the Emperor directly. Doesn't that mean anything? Or is it like outside of Terra the Inquisitors have absolute authority? Is it like that? I'm asking too many questions and changing the question all the time. Iron has to rewrite this shit for the third time. I'll watch.
Sitting this one out, especially when taxation is involved. Anyway, met with denial.
The Primarchs, Big E, and Custodes technically outrank them, but for all practical purposes, the Inquisitors are the symbol of the Emperor's will. Ah, so we're not even ranking the Primarchs, Big E, and Custodes. We're not even counting them since they're usually on Terra. Well, I mean, except the Primarchs, but yeah, the sons of the Emperor. Yeah, get it. I get it. You don't want to be known as the guy who killed one of the sons of the Emperor, right? Kind of like in corporations with nepotism. I get it. You don't want to be the manager that fires the boss's son. Yeah, no, I get it. Fucking Karens.
The Carthago sector itself began to mobilize for war, drafting increasingly large numbers of troops into its planetary defense regiments and establishing direct military ties and former alliance with the Administratum Questor of Sagan, who also suffered from the secession consequences and feared the growing power of the tyrant of Badab. Further to their goals, and by the personal decision of the satrap Tanit Koenig, they sent direct and open appeals to several Space Marine chapters with whom they'd had past dealings, to aid them in recovering the missing tides and safeguard their ships. Koenig's motivations in this were later determined under inquisitorial questioning to have been based on the realization that only Space Marines could truly hope to contest other Space Marines in open battle.
Yeah.
Indeed, she may have simply hoped to achieve a short-term neutralization of the astral claws in the region, using conflict against a third party to distract them, so that the Cartans once again could ensure free access to the Maelstrom Zone. This level.
Except these nepotism hires are far more proficient and have a natural overpowering charisma just from their presence. Oh no, I'm not questioning that. I was more making an analogy why the Inquisitors, rank beneath them, theoretically. I wasn't talking about... I'm not saying that it is, kind of, but also not, because they're not directly blood-related, technically speaking. He didn't, make them. I mean, he did, but not when they were birthed. I'll leave it at that.
Of monumental arrogance and folly will soon prove disastrous. And Pio, who was the first chapter to respond to the Cartan cause?
I will throw a wild guess. The Black Templars?
No, they are done with the Badab war for the moment.
Finally, a
Grey
villain
Knights?
without them involved for any reason.
the first chapter to answer to the Cartan cause, and that already had a grudge against the Astral
Oh no! It can't be the Grey Knights, right?
Claws and Luft Union from the times of the Fourth Quadrant Rebellion.
The Fire guys?
Were the Firehawks under
The
Chapter
Firehawks,
Master
yes.
Stybor Lazarek.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Imagine if that Nepo hire actually was extremely good at their job. You don't want to be responsible for them getting removed from the payroll. Nope, these fuckers!
Man, the pettiest chapter master ever known to the Imperium of Man.
Wait, what?
Firehawks under Chapter Master Stybor Lazarek.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pettiest chapter master ever known to the Imperium of Man.
Was he at least good at his job of killing Xena scum? Or how was he still a chapter master? Or do they not get removed until they, like, become traitors or something? Or die in the service?
The Firehawks are a Space Marine chapter whose name has long been a byword for devastation and wrath. And their story in the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes is a shadowed one, and their final fate remains uncertain and darkly rumored to this present time. In their history they have seen great victories, bloody deeds, and terrible reversals, being one of only a very few chapters on record known to have survived the destruction of not one, but two separate homeworlds, and have been brought to the brink of extinction many times, only to arise again from the ashes.
Oh.
They were noted in several classified sources as belonging to the Curse
Firehawks and... Yeah, okay, yeah, Phoenix from the... Okay, no, it makes sense.
Founding, also known as the 21st founding of M35, like the Lamenter chapter, and they always claimed antecedents from the renowned Ultramarines Jinsid. But certain defects and variations in the samples held in the archive of the Adeptus Terra speak against this claim, and the Lords of McCrag have never publicly acknowledged kinship. The Firehawks have always only broadly adhered to the Codex Astartes, and are also notably strict adherents of the Cult Imperialis, believing in the Emperor's divinity and the divine right of humanity to dominate the stars. Despite the religious purpose, a shadow has long hovered over the chapter, and allegations of excessive use of force by them against civilian populations have often been leveled. Considered by their allies unreliable because of sudden retreats when the advantage in battle has been lost, they are
they're cowards?
allies, to the point that their disregard for the fate of other forces they were fighting with side by side on different battlefields created a feud that lasted 3 centuries with the Iron Hands chapter, that ended only with the death of a Firehawks commander in single combat to settle the matter.
Iron Hands mentioned. Now they're good on lore for the next 10 years minimum.
Their two fans will be very happy of this. At the direct request of the
They're
Cartan
two
Saturn,
fans,
Danny
damn. Damn, a single mention, that's all those 2 fans get. Damn. Fuck, bro. Poor Iron Hands. Well, he did fight the Firehawks commander with his bare hands. Anyway, Phoenix from the Ashes, and Fulgrim was known as the Phoenician and was connected to symbols of those birds of prey and the Phoenix. Oh, nice.
Firehawks chapter of the Adeptus Astartes agreed to investigate the disappearance of Cartan shipping in the areas to the galactic south of the Golgothan Wastes, which bordered the northern reaches of the Maelstrom Zone. On a number of occasions in the past, the fleet-based Firehawks chapter had used the vast orbital dockyards of the Cartan capital world of Sidon Ultra for resupply. They had also been invited by the Cartans to enact judgment on wayward planets and minor alien threats within the sector. It was on this relationship that the Cartans relied upon for a favorable hearing. The nature of the Firehawks chapter was also renowned, as they were bellicose and volatile, and it is likely that this also figured in Koenig's reasoning in making her request to them directly. The Firehawks at that time...
Yeah, the Firehawks might be of Emperor's children stock? Oh.
Were conducting search and destroy operations in the Golgothan Wastes, and the Firehawks chapter master, Stybor Lazarek, as likely for reasons of his own as other motivations, accepted to dispatch several ships into the northern Maelstrom Zone.
They did have a grudge, yeah,
the Red
so...
Harbinger entered the Endymion cluster in 350-904 M41. The cluster is an expanse of ancient stars, several of which contain human colonies inhabited for many millennia, and that had long fallen under the stewardship of the Mantis Warriors chapter. Intercepted and surrounded in a Galen system, the Red Harbinger refused to stand down and be boarded by Mantis Warrior strike crafts. The Mantis Warriors, ever fierce and proud, and goaded by the Firehawk's refusal and threats, opened fire and crippled the lone cruiser. Thus, the full-scale conflict between Space Marine chapters that was to follow ignited with this single act. Boarding and capturing the Red...
What's your favorite class in War? Are you talking about a specific game, or are you talking about a faction? If it's faction, probably my favorite, even though they do more bad than good, technically. The Salamanders, and second place, Ultramarines. Or the other way around. I think... I really can't decide between Ultramarines and Salamanders. Which one I like more. I think Ultramarines. A little more, yeah. And of course, Orcs at third place or something. Yeah, about that. And if you're talking about like Space Marine 2, Hammer! Oh, I played the Hammer alright when I was playing Space Marine 2. It was so much fun. The sheer fucking power you felt when you hit someone with that thing. Oh, yeah, that was good.
A noisy affair, as the Firehawks were more than willing to die to defend their honor, and losses were heavy on both sides.
Oh, hold on. Remember, the traitor legions weren't on uniform in their views and had to do a purge of their ranks that were loyal to the Emperor at Istvan Free. You say remember like I knew that from the start. That's new fucking information to me. But it does make sense, right? They wouldn't be able to corrupt everyone. That's why they go for the leaders.
More than 20 Firehawks were captured alive, and none surrendered. But their
Damn.
struggles bought time for an astropathic message to be dispatched to their chapter, warning of their fate and who they had fought. Chapter Master Stybor Lazarek, upon learning of the taking of the Red Harbinger, decided to withdraw the Firehawks from all operations already underway, and ordered the entire chapter fleet of the Firehawks to make best speed under warp travel for the Maelstrom zone. Matters swiftly escalated.
Wait, what? Am I understanding this correctly, that the Firehawks provoked the green ones? Just got into Warhammer and D&D thanks to my friends. Uh-oh. Put your poor wallet, man. Hold on. Did the Firehawks just provoke an entire other chapter? And when they got into an armed conflict, went back and cried to their chapter master, and the chapter master decided, yup, my whole chapter's going there now! Is that what happened just now? Huh. Sorry, I forgot not everyone has read a portion of the Horus Heresy series. It's the Firehawks. So yes! What the fuck?
And the arrival of a Firehawks battle group was met at Galen by a task force of both Mantis Warriors and Astral Claws warships. After a tense standoff during which the captives were returned and both sides traded threats, the Firehawks withdrew to await for the arrival of their full forces, which had been dispersed across the wastes, and in particular their massive flagship, the Raptorus Rex, a pre-imperial mobile star fortress of incredible power.
Like the phalanx of the Imperial Fists.
Not quite, but similar. Very few ships can stand their ground against a star fortress like the Raptorus Rex. Rendezvousing at Sagan, and aided by the Kartan fleet, the Firehawks launched a series of probing attack and reconnaissance missions towards the Badap sector and the Endymion cluster. But in doing so, did little more than stir up an hornet's nest. The Tyrant and his allies had been preparing for war for years. Their forces were battle-hardened, and
I know in what connotation he said they were preparing for war for years. But that sentence alone doesn't have much meaning in the world of Warhammer 40k. A small critique. Just a small one. They could at least show the dignity in committing their war crimes hand to hand and not mostly via orbital bombardments. Oh. Huh.
Were entirely familiar with the territory over which they fought, and their plans were well laid. The Mantis warriors proved all but impossible to pin down, their ships appearing and disappearing in the asteroid formations and nebulae fields of the Endymion cluster seemingly at will, while any force directed towards Badab found an impenetrable array of defenses set against them. Using the Cartans to distract the forces of the Badab sector and screen them from possible counterattack, the weight of the Firehawks struck at the feudal agri-world of Iblis at the edge of the Endymion cluster, attacking civilian targets and burning great swathes of crops and land in order to bring the Mantis warriors to battle.
The Firehawks truly made the Geneva Convention into the Geneva Suggestion in this war, eh?
However,
personally, I'm more of a fan of the Geneva checklist, but not everyone's cup of tea, I guess.
unfortunately for the Firehawks, this attack had been both anticipated and planned for by the secessionist forces, and their own strategy fell into place, as the Mantis warriors' guerrilla tactics and hit-and-run attacks pinned the Firehawks in place on Iblis, and even more importantly, drew their fleet away from Sagan, as a combined force of Astral Claws and Lamenter chapters descended upon the Sagan system. Sagan was, for all intents and purposes, considered the gateway to the Maelstrom Zone, with their attendant orbital fleet anchorage and astropathic relay. But they were caught utterly unprepared for such a direct and sudden assault. Sagan fell in a matter of days as its defenses, although extensive, were soon circumvented. Sagan's protectors were overwhelmed amid the grand slaughter of his planetary defense forces and Cartan troops caught on the ground. With Sagan in the Tyrant's hands, the strategic situation rapidly changed, and now the second most important world in the region after Badab was under the secessionist direct control, along with the tight fortress stockpile of arms, munitions, and supplies. The Firehawks and the Cartan forces were now stranded on operations within the Maelstrom Zone, and found themselves cut off from supply and behind enemy lines. Sustaining heavy losses, the Firehawks withdrew from the Iblis system.
Wait. So after the Astral Claws were denied support multiple times, they still managed to take control over the Badap region, and after doing that, their allies tried to force them to pay taxes by force, invading them. When that didn't work, they sent in a troop of Firehawks that got pretty much annihilated by their Astral Claws allies, in which they, took great offense like Karens do, and sent their entire chapter there with certain administrative ships as well, which again failed completely and utterly to make them pay taxes? All right. Got
The
it.
savage firepower of the Raptorus Rex raking the planet's surface as a parting gift, and successfully punching the Firehawks a way out of an attempt to blockade them inside the system. The Star Fortress claimed the life of the Maelstrom Squadron's only Mars-class battlecruiser, the Sacred Tetrarch, a war vessel armed with a Nova cannon, probably the only weapon capable of destroying the Raptorus Rex, but the ship proved no match against the vast relic vessel. After these battles, the fighting died down somewhat as the secessionists consolidated their gains and the Cartans retreated in disarray. And the Firehawks, that were heavily outnumbered, were forced into a series of running battles and defensive actions in the Maelstrom Zone's fringes. This period of forced retreat lasted until 710, 904, and 41, when the Marine Serrant chapter.
What? Huh? What are these numbers? What do they mean? What I know that millennia, right? What is this? What is this? We only had 5 numbers so far. Where did the 3 bonus numbers? Galactic date? Oh. So we have the year 904 and I guess something with 710 here? The accurate year. Huh. Wait. What's the starting point in this case? Like, it's... I don't really understand. Huh.
Until 710, 904, and 41,
Hmm.
when the Marine Serrant chapter answered the call of the Firehawks for reinforcements. A star-spanning chapter of noble renown, the Marine Serrant's own histories record them as one of the chapters created during the 23rd founding of the Adeptus Astartes, which many sources place in the latter part of M37. The 23rd founding is generally believed by Imperial scholars to have been one of a series of foundings around this period designed to repair the power and reach of the Imperium Space Marine forces, which had suffered considerable losses in the preceding millennia. With evidence brought by the Requiem Malescent of Saint Kibra, no fewer than 50 Space Marine chapters had been destroyed outright, turned renegade, or were declared as lost during this troubled period, which has seen calamities such as the horrors of the Reign of Blood of Gog Vandire, the Plague of Unbelief, the disastrous Curse founding, and the forces of chaos and the orcs rampaging almost unchecked along the Imperium's fringes. The Marines Errant are of Ultramarines' descendants, descending from the chapter of the Eagle Warriors, and are a fleet-based crusading chapter, similar to the Black Templars. And are renowned for the honor they won on various battlefields in the fringes of the Imperium, where they suffered almost their undoing in the pursuit of glory and the cleansing of the alien, the witch and the heretic in the fires of battle. Answering the calls for reinforcements of the Firehawks, the Marines Errant diverted a sizable force of 6 companies and a fleet of support vessels from their preparations to undertake an extra-galactic crusade.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm re-downloading Space Marine 2. Fuck it. I wanna beat Cena, scum!
In order to
and the heretics.
Astartes, although their precise motivations in doing so remain unknown. Unfortunately, their arrival coincided with a renewed offensive by the secessionists, and the Starfaring chapter quickly became bogged down protecting Imperial shipping traversing the dangerous long routes of the Pale Stars region and the Maelstrom Zone's outlying colonies. For the next several standard months, there were numerous repeated minor clashes between the two sides, the Firehawks attempting to mass their remaining strength in the hopes of forcing a decisive engagement, while the Marines Errant, that had a better grasp of the reality of the situation, were splitting their highly mobile strike cruiser-based forces to guard convoys in transit from increasingly frequent raids and harassment attacks. The Marines Errant found themselves caught between the desire of the Firehawks to attack and destroy Euron and his allies at any cost, and the immediate growing need to protect Imperial shipping and outlying colonies in the Carthago sector from attack by marauding secessionist forces. This conflict of interest was further complicated by the ancient ties of loyalty and blood that the Marines Errant had formed with the Lamenters chapter, beside which they have fought as recently as the Corinth Crusade, but that now face as enemies in battle. This led to incidents where the Marines errant failed to try to do more than drive off the Lamenter's forces during raids, and in which both parties gave quarter and respite to the other, raising the mutual ire of their allies.
At least both parties recognize that they are killing other loyalists on the battlefield.
What sane person will want to fight the Lamenters ever, Pio? Accursed or not, they are some of the most noble and kind space marines of the galaxy.
I know, that's why they are my boys!
By the end of the year,
Oh
an
no,
ever greater
my
number of star
boys!
systems were drawn into the rapidly
God
escalating
damn
war.
it.
For all the Firehawks and Cartan losses, and the defense they mounted on various worlds like Surngrad, even with the help of the Marines errant, a dozen other worlds fell to secessionist control, leaving only the most dangerous areas of the Maelstrom zone outside the secessionist grip. But worse developments for the Cartans and their allies will soon unfold, as in 915, 904, and 41, news reached the Marines errant that in payment of an ancient blood oath given.
Does a year in space, in Warhammer, take 1,000 days? Actually, that makes sense. Since it's just because of Earth that we have 365 days, plus one every 4 years. So 1,024 hours, meaning 24,000 hours, is 1 year? Did I get that right? Do I understand properly?
To the Astral Clause, the Executioners chapter of the Space Marines had also announced their armed support for the secessionist side, sending the warship Nightag containing a full augmented battle.
If you really want good 40k game, I recommend you try out Rogue Trader and Inquisitor, Martyr. Maybe. But Space Marine 2 was really fun on its own too.
Company of Space Marines to back up their worlds. The Executioners are an ancient and proud chapter whose origin can be found in the chaotic centuries that followed the Horus Heresy. The Executioners are scions of the proud line of the Imperial Fists and were founded under the command of Fanfir Ran, reputedly the most vicious of Rogal Dawn's later captains. They were created, according to their chronicles, for the sole task of seeking out and slaughtering mankind's foes, rather than undertaking any more defensive or strategic purpose. The Executioners are a bellicose and almost barbarous chapter that disdains the martial trapping and ordered obedience imposed by the Codex Astartes on them and their forebearers, the Imperial Fists. But they have gained a fearsome reputation for sheer undaunted endurance and destructive wrath.
But why are they aiding the secessionist side? They are loyalists. Why would they side with Euron?
You see, Pio, in the closing decades of the 39th millennium, in what is now a forgotten episode of Imperial history, the southern fringes of Imperial territory, where the fortress monastery of the Executioners is located, was assailed by wave after wave of orc nomad fleets, xenophore migrations, and strange psychic phenomenon, which themselves caused a near epidemic of witch cults, alien infestations, and demonic incursions. During the constant warfare to defend the Imperium border against all these threats, the Executioners had been reduced to less than 300 battle brothers when the Roman chapter worlds of Stygia Aquilon came under siege.
Retard. Fucking clanker, retard, motherfucking ass, bitch.
The attackers were a nightmarish xeno species of worm-ridden, writhing charnel feasters never before encountered.
It is most probably the Sloth. We mentioned them in
Oh shit, that looks scary.
The worlds of the Executioners, until they managed to invade the inside of their fortress monastery of Darkenbolt. The resulting battles in the catacombs at the heart of the Executioner's fortress monastery were unceasing and terrible, and in a short span of time, few space marines remained to defend the inner sanctum, and the chapter stood on the brink of extinction. It was the Astral Claws that saved them. Supported by the cruisers of Battlefleet Tempestus, they managed to break the siege of Darkenvault, just in time as the executioners
Cyberstan
were
is gonna be
gathering for their final
captured. I
stand.
hope so.
Many Astral Claws died in breaking the siege, and among their losses there was counted even their chapter master at the time, Akas Seneca, still not mentioned in the notable members of the Lexicanum page on the Astral Claws. The handful of executioners that survived owed a blood debt to the Astral Claws for the salvation of their chapter, and swore that should the Astral Claws ever be so
Pots
threatened,
fling in
they
your
would
kick
respond in
chat.
kind. It will take a century and a half before the executioners return again to full strength as a chapter, and they will never forget their oath. When the Badap War erupted more than 1,000 years later, they would heed Luft-Euron call.
Outside thunder, fit to sunder the heavens, clashed in the turbulent silver and lead skies of Aquilon, lightning flashing a savage purple-white between the roar. The High Chaplain's iron-shod boots hammered rhythmically on the granite floor, his monsoon-long coat clattering in the wind that streamed down through vaulted windows as high as Scout Titans. He barely heard the thunder and cared nothing for the storm. Thulsa Cain, High Morturge and Lord Speaker of the Dead, had other, darker thoughts to occupy his mind. Cain found Chapter Master Arkash Hakon waiting for him in the wide open circle of the Julian Vault. The commander of the Executioner's chapter stood alone waiting for him in the flickering torchlight, his armor battered and scored by a myriad of battles dimly reflecting the firelight. The High Chaplain gazed on his master approvingly. It was their way to leave the marks of those they fought upon them, each one a foe bested, each one a war remembered. The scars his master, the Lord Executioner, bore were many, both on his armor and on his grim visage. All mementos of battles won in the God Emperor's service, of monsters slain and heads taken, and yet here was Cain, trusted servant, come to deliver him to an enemy no force or skill alone could defeat. Without preamble, Cain dashed a bundle of blue silk angrily to the flagstones between them, spilling its contents out for them both to see. The shattered remnants of a fine power sword clattered to the ground. It had been finely wrought with chases of platinum and gold, its pommel a snarling leonine head, and its hilt a deep, lustrous sapphire. It is done then. The rumors were true. The tyrant has set himself against them all? Hakon asked. Aye, and taken the other warders with him, Ken replied with a snarl. The warp runner put into dock at the Darkenvault 8 standard hours ago, and the simpering lapdog he set aboard delivered me this. Your decision? To side with one is to break faith with the other. But an oath is an oath. Throne or savior, blood calls out for blood. We honor our debts regardless, Hakon stated gravely. Though it is perhaps our doom, we are the headsmen of Haemon Terra, sons of Dawn, born of battle and death, his executioners. What care we of doom or fate? We must send aid to the tyrant immediately. Blood will have blood, and the maelstrom will be awash with it ere long. Then Irax makes ready even now with his brethren, and the night hag is eager to sleep at dock and find prey. He awaits only your command, Cain said. Hakon chuckled darkly. It was not a pleasant sound. You knew my answer already, old monster. I taught you well, Ken replied. Well enough to know that I must bear this sin myself. I shall make the journey into the outer dark to offer the Emperor the coin of my life to pay for our coming transgression. Let it all be done in my name. Gather our axes and take the chapter to Badap, Thulsa Cain, my Hammerturge, and let there be no new Lord Executioner till our blood oath is discharged. No master to be marked with its sin but me. Cain knelt before his master and received into his hands the massive black-bladed power axe, Life Taker, that was the sign and mark of the chapter master's office. If it is to be an ending, make it such an ending that the scream of our enemies echo as far as the throne itself, Hakon whispered, and walked out into the storm. Thulsa Cain's half-dead face twisted into something resembling a smile.
As the Night Hag moved towards the Badap war zone, the rest of this notoriously grim and independent chapter's forces were known to be assembling on their distant homeworlds of Stygia and Aquilon, in preparation for war. The Loyalist forces were growing increasingly desperate, and with their own ties and supplications to the Procurator Generals of the Segmentum and the Adeptus Terra, Satrap Tanit Koenig was forced to take drastic action. With the fleet anchorage as Sagan now in the hands of the secessionist forces, the Cartan Imperial commanders, near bankrupted by their sector's losses in the war, mounted a final attempt to harvest the resources they knew to be waiting in the Tides deposit of Vinia and Chimera, before the secessionists could consolidate their control of the western Maelstrom zone and claim them as their own. An hastily assembled armed convoy was formed around the vast Chartist highliner Cardinal Urdaneta, in order to carry out this last-ditch effort on behalf of the Cartans and their allies. Convoy Urdaneta was comprised of some 20 other armed freighters and mass conveyors, and was protected by the Gothic-class cruiser Dreadchild of Battlefleet Carthago, Marines Errant Strike Group Mercurio, and 16 smaller escorts of various classes. It was the last gasp of Cartan's force projection into the Maelstrom zone. The secessionist intelligence network, however, had already acquired every detail of the supposedly secret mission, and they waited until after the convoy had glutted itself on wealth before attacking the fleet mid-transit into the warp. Ambushed by a secessionist attack group comprising the main elements from both Astral Claws and Lamenter's fleets, and led by Euron himself, the convoy was first encircled, and then taken one vessel at a time in a series of ferocious ship-to-ship boarding actions. Both the Cardinal Urdaneta and the Dreadchild, as well as 23 other...
Shit! Where were we? Where were we? We were past this. Were we past that?
in the deaths of Lord Commander Ortiz and Chapter Master Sartak cannot be confirmed. Claim and counterclaim ensued, with many blaming Euron's perfidy for the attack, claiming it as rank treachery, while the secessionists themselves lay blame at the door of the Inquisition as a plot to assassinate the tyrant by covert means. But
No, there we are.
and led by Euron himself, the convoy was first encircled, and then
What are these plates in the background?
Of ferocious ship-to-ship boarding actions.
What are those? What the fuck exploded that is bigger in the background than the fucking planet?
Both the Cardinal Urdaneta and the Dreadchild, as well as 23 other vessels, were taken as captive prizes for almost no losses sustained by the attacking forces' ships. Only the Marines Errant strike cruiser Starjack escaped the Tyrant's trap.
Debris of what? Of bigger planets?
Fighting its way clear with heavy damage. The taking of Convoy Urdaneta was a crushing secessionist victory that effectively ended the Cartans' active involvement in the war.
So, first they're arrogant, then they cause a war with their repeated offenses, and then they get their asses kicked so hard that they pretty much surrender and just move away from the conflict.
Exactly.
Yes.
And all of this because Euron didn't want to pay taxes.
Based. The Cartans deserved it.
With the continued victories of the secessionist side, all they had to do now was to drive off the Space Marine forces who still contested them the Maelstrom zone and consolidate their gains. The Astral Claws focused their attention on the Firehawks and fought them back to the edge of the Golgothan Wastes, inflicting further serious casualties on the chapter, which could no longer be considered an effective fighting force, while seemingly, or to better say it, strangely, sustaining no loss in strength themselves, despite the Firehawks making them pay bloodily for each victory. But the greatest reversal for the Secession's enemies came when the Mantis warriors successfully drew a sizable portion of the remaining Marines Errant chapter into battle, on the industrial moon of Bellerophon's Fall. The Fall, as it was known, was a vital supply and navigation point, and was particularly bitterly contested. The Marines Errant matching their own dogged tenacity and tactical skill against the lightning strikes and flanking maneuvers of their enemy, the Mantis warriors. The final masterstroke came when the Mantis warriors managed to isolate and entrap the Marines Errant 1st and 3rd companies in the Rust zones, and much of the chapter's command structure was destroyed in a series of murderous surgical strikes. With their chapter master, 3rd company captain, and their command staff dead, the Marines Errant were decimated and forced to retreat in disarray. In the aftermath, the alliance between them and the Firehawks all but collapsed under bitter recrimination. The secessionist forces continued to make major advances throughout the rest of the year, almost unopposed, with further minor engagement fought amid the ruins of Cygnax and the outer worlds of the Surmgran system. The Maelstrom Zone now belonged to Luft Euron.
Yes, go Euron, go Euron, go Euron.
Are you cheerleading for him now?
Yes, he's defeating enemy after enemy and still refusing to pay taxes. He's my idol. Why?
With 5 different
Disappointing
chapters of Space Marines
deaths
now embroiled in
there.
open warfare, and a 610 route, along with several naval detachments and the various sectarian factions now involved, in what was rapidly accelerating to become the greatest conflict of its kind since the infamous 4th Quadrant Rebellion. Infamous maybe in name, because what is known on it by Lexicanum can fit in one single screen of the wiki page for all it is. The Imperium's high authorities were forced to finally act. A triumvirate of Imperial legates were dispatched under the seal of the High Lords to pronounce judgment over the ongoing strife in the Maelstrom Zone, and were under orders to leave no stone unturned. The triumvirate was served by a sizable deputation of the Imperial Inquisition of the Ordo Hereticus, an Administratum Auditor task force, and a powerful naval escort battle group assigned from the Segmentum Solar Reserve. And quickly
God damn! Alright.
divided their attentions between the different combatants and their backers. Inquisition investigation swiftly uncovered a damning chain of evidence concerning Luft Euron activities and those of his chapter. Charges were laid from the paucity of their return genes to the uncontrovertible evidence of their direct involvement in attacks on Imperial shipping. As for the Cartans, to the Inquisition, their own role in contributing and worsening the unfolding events of the secession smacked at best of gross arrogance, but more likely wanton ambition and misrule. The resolution of the Badap secession crisis was quickly pronounced by the Terran legates to be a matter of the Imperium's security rather than a civil conflict. As a result of this preliminary finding, they issued an immediate demand for the unconditional ceasefire of all parties and the surrender of the secessionists. A demand that was immediately rejected by Luft Euron, with the tyrant stating that complying with the legates' demand would, and once again, I quote,
leave our brave worlds and Emperor-given charges naked before the enemy.
As a result, orders were issued by the Terran legates for the arrest pending trial of the chapter masters of all the secessionist chapter, and the seizure pending judgment of their worlds, goods, records, and chattels by whatever force was deemed necessary. This order was to be carried out by all loyal forces of the Imperium, wherever so and whoever so they may be. So denounced, the end of the Imperium itself was now turned against Luft Euron and all who stood with him. No longer a bloody feud over commerce and influence between Imperial factions, nor even a deadly vendetta between Space Marine chapters. The conflict was now between the Imperium and those that had turned away from the Emperor's rule, between loyalist and secessionist. The Badab War has at this point truly begun. 764-905 M41. With the judgment of the Terran legates, a major deployment of Space Marines was brought into the war to enforce its ruling by any means necessary, chosen from the chapters available in the region and willing to take up arms. The Red Scorpions chapter formed the largest part of what was to become swiftly known as the Loyalist Space Marine contingent. They will be joined by battle companies drawn from the Salamanders, Raptors, and Fire Angels chapters, and also the surviving Firehawks and Marines Errant ordered to stand down from independent operations and submit to the High Lord's authority for investigation. Let's introduce them all, so we can keep in mind who they are for the rest of the war. Let's start from the Red Scorpions. They are an uncompromising and steadfast chapter. They have, in their 5,000 years of recorded history, always been ready to stand in the defense of the Imperium, fight those who endanger it, and punish those who betray it. They are fanatically loyal to the Emperor, and believe in his divinity without question or doubt, and adhere to the Codex Astartes almost as holy scripture. It is unknown from whom they descend from, or to whom their bloodline belongs at all, and even more strangely, their gene seed lacks any form of deterioration or corruption.
Wait,
and
what?
bears no specific hallmarks that would allow it to be sourced to one of the original Space Marine legions. They are a crusading chapter and are almost continuously on the move, traveling between war zones and making their forces available to those who will petition their aid. They have fought in every corner of the Imperium over their history and participated in many great conflicts.
They sound awesome! What?
Their chapter master when they joined the Badap War was Verant Ortiz. As the second new entry into the war, we have the Salamanders. I doubt they need much of a presentation.
Do it anyway!
First founding chapter descending directly from the Legion of the Salamanders, the legendary warriors and sons of Primarch Vulcan. Honorable to Shan, their chapter master, wasn't present on the battlefields of the Badap War. Then we have the Raptors.
That's it.
They're a chapter of the second founding. One of the few
They look
descendants
cool.
from the sons of Primarch Corvus Corax and his legion, the Raven Guard, created when the reforms of the Codex Astartes were imposed. The Raptors have lost even their own history, and it is unknown who founded them, but it is rumored that the Raptors descend from a company of new initiates training on the Raven Guard homeworld of Deliverance, at the time of the infamous drop site massacre that almost destroyed the Legion.
Wait, those Raptors? They are the Raptors of the events we spoke about in the video The Primaris Mistake.
You are most probably correct, Pio. Go and watch that video if you want to know more about the Raptors and their secrets. Their backstory is detailed there. As descendants of the Raven Guard, they made the art of concealment, secrecy and surprise paramount weapons in their arsenal, and use them to strike the enemy where they can inflict the most damage to achieve their objectives. Their chapter master during the Badab War was Lias Isodon. And last but not least, we have the Fire Angels chapter. This chapter is the most recently founded of all of them, and is considered a rising star in the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes. They were founded in the latter half of M40 by order of the High Lords of Terra, and find their homeworld on the industrialized High World of Lorin Alpha in the Western Segmentum Solar. Founded as a chapter from Whole Cloth, which is to say without a specific named predecessor chapter, they were created from gene seed belonging to the Ultramarine stock, making them sons of Robute Gilliman. They are extremely religious and see themselves as holy warriors of the Emperor of Mankind. This has brought them to be highly respected and reliable on the battlefields, especially from the forces and authorities of the Imperial Church and the Ecclesiarchy. Their chapter master at the time of the Badab War was and still is unknown. The Marines Errant, in parlous condition from their recent losses, complied with the order of the High Lords to submit to authority for investigation and the Legate's will. But the Firehawks instead had one last act of bloody vengeance to perform, that has since entered into the history of the Badab War as the infamous firebombing of Sacristan.
Oh no.
In what is widely regarded as a strategically wasteful and vainglorious assault, Lazarek of the Firehawks used
I
the surviving
understand
chapter fleet,
your comment
led by the
now,
Star
Aaron.
Fortress Raptorus Rex, to conduct an orbital assault on the frontier planet of Sacristan, a sovereign world on the edge of the Endymion cluster. Sacristan was a hard-scrabble colony world with a small population, and no real significance other than as one of the worlds that the Mantis warriors had long counted in their domain and responsibility to defend. After smashing through the planet's paltry space defenses and decapitating its rulers and few military assets in a series of savage raids by Firehawk's assault forces, the Raptorus Rex entered a dangerously low orbit, and then proceeded with systematic plasma bombing from the upper atmosphere of the planet. Over several days and nights, Sacristan was laid waste before the Firehawks withdrew from the system, leaving the entire planet aflame, wiping out more than 90% of its population.
But why?
I counted around 147 war crimes committed by the Firehawks until now. Must be a new record. I'm sure they invented some new war crimes as well.
People in the comments of the last video said that we would end up hating them by the end of this series. They weren't wrong. Away from these events, however, the Loyalist forces had gathered their strength on just...
Huh? And they're not punished for this? They're literally doing diminishing tasks for the Imperium. They're a net negative so far. What the fuck? Waste of fucking gene seed.
Josiah Quintus on the edge of the Carthago sector, and had started making their preparation and organizing themselves for a long campaign of war. Legate Inquisitor Jarndyce Frayne of the Ordo Hereticus was in theoretical charge of the Loyalist forces, but in practice, it was instead Verant Ortiz, Lord High Commander of the Red Scorpions, who was
No!
nominated for a more
Hi!
tactical
What's going on? Are we talking soon? Are we doing the organization soon? What's happening, buddy? Chilling, chill. Oh, all right. No fucking idea. Good. They're filling up the war crime book. It's a sin thing. Yeah, I know. Fucking South Africa, bro. He's in talks with the Leaf. Oh, okay, nice.
command of the Unified Loyalist Space Marine Forces, with the title of Magister Militum, a first among equals, by the commanders of the other Space Marines.
Have you read the rulebook already? Did you like look at that stuff? Honestly, it's pretty easy to understand. They made a pretty decent rulebook. But yeah. I think I already have my class too. And depending on the situation, that's gonna be real fun. Yeah, I like it. Same. But anyway, let's not talk too much about... Or did you guys already talk about it in your streams? Got my character set up. Yeah, me too, almost. Well, I gotta still do, like, some little stuff, but yeah. I have, like, the most of it set up. No? What? No is not... What do you mean, no? So let's talk less about it? Yeah, alright. That's... All I know is that it's on the table. Yep. Anyway, let's continue.
The Muscle Loyalist Space Marine Forces, supported by a detachment brought in from the Segmentum Solar Fleet reserves, quickly departed to complete their two main missions. The first was to force the surrender and compliance of all the secessionist chapters to the authority of the
Damn, those are big-ass
And the second
tanks.
was that they were to re-establish and protect commercial links between the worlds of the Maelstrom Zone and the rest of the Imperium. An Imperium in dire need of the resources those worlds produced, to feed the never-ending needs of the Imperial war machine, like we discussed in part 1 of this series. Lord Commander Ortiz's first command was to deploy his own Red Scorpions along with the bulk of Battlefleet's solar ships and conduct a series of pushes and feints into the region controlled by the secession, to gauge their forces and levels of resistance for himself. This was to result in what will be the heaviest naval engagement of the war so far, the indecisive battle of the Silent Reach of 011, 906 and 41. In this engagement, cruiser squadrons of the Maelstrom and Lamenter's fleets clashed with Segmentum Solar and the Red Scorpion's warships in the
Wait. So...
Maelstrom and Lamenter's 906.
So I'm not misunderstanding. The first three numbers are the days, and they go up to 1,000 before resetting. Technically 999, and then resetting, sure. But this is the years, and this is the millennia we're in. So Warhammer has 1,000 days per year, which makes the time frame that this all happens in way longer than it already is, because it basically triples the amount of time that I thought the world building had. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Huh. Interesting, to say the least. Huh. Alright.
6 and 41. In this engagement, cruiser squadrons of the Maelstrom and Lamenter's fleets clashed with Segmentum Solar and the Red Scorpion's warships in the barren void of space between the star systems of Galen and Griff. The battle proved inconclusive, with vessels from both sides suffering damages, but few major ships from either side lost. The only serious loss incurred was the Maelstrom fleet's flagship for the engagement, the Overlord-class battlecruiser Gauntlet of Wrath. His main bridge was wrecked after a fortunate land strike from the light cruiser Lady Sibalin penetrated its void shields, causing the battle cruiser to run out of control and break away from its escorts. Seeing this unexpected error, several Red Scorpion strike cruisers bounced immediately, and despite the valiant efforts of the Gauntlet's gun crews, they swiftly battered the venerable warship in a close-range crossfire, before finishing her off with raiding parties, leaving the ship a gutted and flaming hulk before her allies could rally to defend her. The Secessionist fleet broke off from the engagement into the warp soon afterwards. This proved to be the largest of a dozen engagements that occurred in a very short space of time in this period, but overall the substantial Loyalist forces quickly succeeded in checking and containing the Secession advance in the early part of 906 and 41, especially after the Marines Errant and Firehawks were cleared of heretical and seditious intent and added the remaining forces to the Loyalist order of battle. But the heavy resistance and defenses of the Maelstrom warders prevented them from making any significant gains in this period. Meanwhile, elsewhere, outside of the borders of the Maelstrom zone, the scrutiny of the Senatorum Imperialis and the High Lords of Terra also fell on the Carthago sector. Legatine investigations carried out at Sidon Ultra, capital of the Carthago sector, quickly found Imperial Commander and Cartan sector governor, the satrap Tanit Koenig, culpable for provoking the war, and she and the heads of her noble house were executed by the Ordo Hereticus for licentious ambition and wanton misrule, and becoming a servant of the Emperor. The findings of the Inquisition into the actions of the Cartans were, in brief, that she and the ruling council had overstepped their authority on numerous counts in the events that led to the Badap War. Now she and those that followed her were put to death, and the Cartans were to pay for their transgressions, with the entire 14 billion strong population of Sidon Ultra committed to indentured servitude for 6 generations, in payment of outstanding debt.
I don't want to say deserved, but deserved.
The arrogance of their nobles caused this mess in the first place. I am surprised they got off easy with just an execution.
Fair enough.
In 906 and 41, with the secessionist advance effectively contained, Lord Commander Ortiz's next plan of attack was to conduct a series of heavy raids on the Viania system, having determined this to be the target against which the greatest pressure could be placed on the enemy forces. Viania itself was an important world that served as the gatehouse along one of the secondary warp routes around the Maelstrom's rim.
Unfortunately, this didn't stop the war. Well, I guess that much, since we're at part 2 out of 5.
Prospects analysis and intelligence sources had labeled its defenses and garrison weaker than the heavily reinforced Sagan system. But what made it an heavier target was that on its surface remained significant unrest from being conquered by the secessionists that might be stirred up to open revolt by the Loyalist attack and help the Loyalists in retaking it. While the Firehawks and the newly arrived Raptors contingents conducted patrol and escort operations, strike forces drawn from the Red Scorpions, Marines Errant and Nova Marines conducted a 3-pronged attack on the Viania system.
From when are they in the war?
The first of several raids carried out in rapid succession. The principal target of these raids was the damaging of Viania's production capacity and orbital transshipping platforms, with the objective of weakening the secessionist grip on the system. This is the first battle where the Loyalist Space Marines will fight the Tyrant's Legion, and their strength had been greatly underestimated by the Loyalist Marines, and as a result the strike groups they sent were largely prevented from achieving many of
There's no such thing as stopping the war in Warhammer. Fair enough.
their goals in this first raid, with only one of the 4 orbital platforms being put out of commission. In addition, while Viania's manufacturing complexes suffered some damage, production was not significantly slowed or affected. Data intercepted from the Viania Command Vox network, however, revealed that the price of resistance was high for the Tyrant's Legion, with the Loyalists inflicting a greater than 178-to-1 estimated kill ratio on the human auxilia defending the system. The last of the Viania raids happened in 906 and 41, and proved particularly bloody for the Tyrant's Legion, as the forces of the Red Scorpions conducted attacks directly into the Kaelian industrial hive, with the specific goal of inflicting mass casualties on the human defenders and picking off their astral close Space Marine masters that were within their ranks. But the control of the secessionist forces held on Viania despite the attacks, and shortly after in 115, 906 and 41, further bad news came for the Loyalists. First, that several military convoys in the rear supply lines from the Carthago sector had been attacked and scattered by an unknown warship that later proved to be the Nightag of the Executioner's chapter, that had now officially joined the war on the side of Euron. and secondly regarding the fate of Surngrad. The fortress world of Surngrad within the Maelstrom Zone had remained independent, its warlords refusing to bend their knee to the tyrant, and their defenses had held out against the secessionist fleet, but Surngrad had partially succumbed thanks to treachery from within, and Euron's forces now controlled its northern citadels, while the southern citadels were barely able of holding out. Surngrad remained too deep within enemy territory to mount an effective relief operation, and the prospect of the ancient fortress world entirely within the secessionist control was a grim prospect, as they would have to actively siege the world to retake it. But a specific event will take place later in the same year, specifically in 390, 906, and 41, that will catapult this war into its most bloody stages, and this event is renowned as the Betrayal at Griff. With a stalemate reached in the war, unexpectedly, it was the secessionist side and Euron that broke off the standoff with a remarkable proposal. Luft Euron personally sent emissaries to the Loyalists, offering a temporary ceasefire and honorable parley with the Loyalist commander Verant Ortiz, in order to avoid further bloodshed between those who should be, and I quote again from Euron,
loyal brothers.
Despite Legate Inquisitor Frey's objections, Ortiz agreed to the meeting, trusting to Euron's word as a chapter master to keep the truce, even if Ortiz was iron in his resolve to carry out the judgment of the High Lords. After arrangements were made for a face-to-face contact between the Tyrant and the Magister Militum on an abandoned space station in orbit of the gas giant Shedim, in the outer reaches of the system of Griff, what would happen next remains a point of contention and cloudy enigma to this day, and much of what we know and will be narrating is reconstructed from damaged and recovered records. The station itself was once a naval supply depot built into an asteroid mass, and abandoned due to solar flare activity some centuries before. A remnant of atmosphere still remained on it, but it was otherwise dead. As arranged, each party approached the way station in a single unescorted strike cruiser. Each leader and their honor guard was deposited on the asteroid by a Thunderhawk, their respective strike cruisers pulling away outside of weapons range, as the two parties met in a great cargo vault at the heart of the ruined station. From the records that were later recovered, it was plain that matters immediately became volatile and acrimonious. Euron acted as if Ortiz and his forces had contravened imperial law, and not himself and the Maelstrom warders that had seceded from the Imperium. In the honor guard of Euron was also Chapter Master Sartak of the Mantis Warriors, who directly accused the Firehawks chapter of perpetrating wanton crimes of genocide against civilian populations loyal to the Imperium and the Emperor.
Which they did.
There is no need to accuse. I kept a list, and I'm sure some of the war crimes on it didn't exist before the Firehawks started exterminating people at random.
Is that list updated to the latest Night Lord's records?
No, because I didn't have enough paper to print it otherwise.
Sartak of the Mantis Warriors also asked for the chapter master of the Firehawks, Lazarek, to be brought to trial by combat for his crimes. Euron himself, in imperious mood, commenced a ranting diatribe against his enemies, and their perceived enormities and insults, going so far as to suggest that Ortiz himself should bow down before him, and fight under the tyrant's banner against those who will turn the Astartes into, and once more, I quote,
no more than lick-spittle slaves of their own petty greed.
Verant Ortiz, for his part, stood firm, and reiterated the legatine writ of authority and the unassailable right of summons. As the talks became heated, an adjournment was called for, and both parties withdrew to separate compartments on the station to confer with their fellows. It is at this point that records regarding this incident become confused and extremely contradictory with each other, especially as to what happened next as Loyalist communications to their strike cruiser were suddenly cut off. What is known, though, is that 3 unknown vessels, 2 of them marked by Auspex logs as likely to be Iconoclast pattern raiders, a design used by renegades of the Imperium, and a 3rd light cruiser-sized vessels of unknown provenance, attacked from concealed positions deep within the thick atmosphere of the gas giant the space station orbited. The attackers assaulted the asteroid base before either Loyalist or Secessionist vessels could respond, wrecking the derelict station with weapons fire before boarding with a raiding party comprised of heretics, mutants, and other renegades. In the confused battle that followed, it is known that the Loyalist delegation, including the revered Red Scorpion chapter master, Lord Commander Verant Ortiz, were killed, and several members of Euron's party, including chapter master Sartak of the Mantis Warriors, were also slain, but exactly how this occurred remains unknown.
Is this where Luft Huros becomes a traitor? Is this where it happens? He wasn't part of this, but this happening when he called for a ceasefire made the other believe. So he's a you know, because of the circumstances, he is seen as a traitor, and because of that, he becomes a traitor?
In the three-way space battle that resulted around the station, the Red Scorpion chief librarian Servin Lot led a desperate counter-assault on the station via assault ram and teleporter attack. At the height of the battle, the larger unknown vessel, badly stricken by fire
I'm just
from the
predicting, by the
strike
way.
cruiser, crashed into the station and exploded, causing the asteroid it was based upon to slowly break up in a cascade of debris. Despite this rolling destruction, Severin Lot succeeded in recovering his fallen master's remains, the Red Scorpions clashing with both the Raiders and Euron's astral claws within the disintegrating asteroid base, before both sides broke free from the station to avoid certain death.
Veteran Brother Dane armored his soul with a litany of contempt as nothingness took him. The crackling scream of the machine was abruptly cut away by obliterating silence as a brief moment of blackness consumed everything. The uncanny non-sensation was ended by a sudden crawling lightning beneath his skin, which told him the teleporter field was fading, and he had no more than a moment before the crushing force of gravity.
Alright, hold on.
In an instant.
Excuse me. I have to go really freaking bad. That's the wrong image. I'll be right freaking back. I'll be right freaking back. All right. Back. Back. Apologize. Ugh. Hold on. He is back. I thought he is Mumi. No, the Mumi has a back, and he is back. Oh shit, a rat. Bumpaya, papaya, paya, paya, bumpaya. Sorry, that's something to do. That's okay. You're not required to do it, but I do enjoy your company. Let me just put this away. Get back here. And let's go back 5 seconds.
Instant.
Did I jump scare you?
No.
Yeah, I bet I did.
But welcome, Sir Hood.
MumiPL Mumi Smug Cheer 1.
And he had no more than a moment before the crushing force of gravity held him again. In an instant, a hoarfrost covering of ice sheeted his ancient suit of Terminator armor as he translated back into real space, shadows suddenly clawing at his hulking frame. He began to move even before he had fully registered his surroundings. His right arm sweeping up, chain fist howling as more than a century of combat experience was channeled into smooth and lethal action. The whirling teeth met scant resistance, and the thing he had killed fell away, bisected into two steaming chunks by the armored gauntlet's shredding blade. Gunfire pulsed in the dark, and las rounds or something very like them
Hello,
spattered his
Epison.
shoulder guard as the data displays on the inside of his visor finally rolled back into stability, feeding him information about the vaulted chamber into which he and his squad had teleported. The enemy were already falling all around him, the red scorpions of his squad marking their targets and killing them with brutal efficiency, storm bolters flashing in the darkness. A second later, there was silence. Squad Darak, fan out. Dispersion Lambda, we must move with speed to rendezvous with the revered Loth. Let none leave who stand against us. Dane paused for a moment,
Makes sense.
shining his arc lamp down on the remains of the dead. They had been human ones. Now crude void adaptations and vulcanized pressure suits were hammered and sutured into their flesh. Crude alchematics fused into their eye sockets. The dead thing's shattered limbs were still twitching where their drug injectors were still attached. The filth of the maelstrom. The atmosphere within the derelict station was decade stale, razor thin and killing cold. The Space Marine's armor steamed as they advanced, Dane's chain fist making short work of the rusted bulkheads. The squad fell in behind him as he carved and smashed as direct a route as possible through the ancient hull. Scrolling tactical data showed their position inside the asteroid base, flashing with static bursts caused by the force unleashed in the void outside where the battle still raged between their ship and those of the treacherous enemy. The blurred locator returns showed the squad and the others. Squad Royale was encountering heavy fire in the upper galleries, where their assault ram had careened through the empty station fuel tanks, while down on the sub-levels, Squad Junari had found its path impassively blocked by megatons of collapsed wreckage. Only Dane's own squad were close enough to reach Loth's location in time, as already the asteroid base was starting to break apart. They must not fail. Hostile contact! Brother Cardin shouted as the thin air erupted with streaks of flame from above. Dane brought his assault cannon around to face the new threat, the barrel spinning up to speed with a high-pitched buzz. His autosenses locked onto the targets advancing from an upper deck across the vaulted gantries. They were different from the last foes. Heavy, regular shapes advancing with measured discipline. Their interlaced fire patterns precise and targeted. Space Marines. Bolter fire exploded against his helmet's faceplate, seeking near non-existent chinks in his tactical dreadnought armor. Base traders, turncoat brothers, Huron slapdogs. Dane thought, who else could it be? If the signal was true and Lord Commander Ortiz was dead by the tyrant's betrayal, then there could not be enough dead Astraclaws to pay the blood price. Despite his battle calm, Dane felt himself sneer viciously as he unleashed the assault cannon, and the 2-meter tongue of muscle flash lit up the darkness of the broken iron chamber. Above him, the gantry disintegrated into metal splinters and leaping sparks, eaten away in seconds by the barrage of explosive shells. First one, then two, then a third armored figure fell with the gantry debris. Severed limbs, shattered ceramite, and smoldering bodies crashing down before him. Not enough. Not nearly enough.
Severin Lot had saved the honor of his chapter against all odds, and in doing so wrote an enduring legend for himself despite the bitter blow that the Scorpions had suffered. As for Euron, he appears to have made his escape early on, and what end he had in the deaths of Lord Commander Ortiz and Chapter Master Sartak cannot be confirmed. Claim and counterclaim ensued, with many blaming Euron's perfidy for the attack, claiming it as rank treachery, while the secessionists themselves lay blame at the door of the Inquisition as a plot to assassinate the tyrant by covert means. But communications sent out by Legate Inquisitor Freyne to his brethren are even more open to conclusion, not excluding the possibility of external intervention of third parties, who could benefit by the war continuing, and by the whole region descending into anarchy and bloodshed. But another conclusion seems more likely. Freyne theorizes that this was a plot by Euron not to assassinate Verant Ortiz, but rather Chapter Master Sartak of the Mantis Warriors, as evidence from the time was uncovered of growing disquiet among the Mantis Warriors in their support for the secession. And from here, things will just get worse for both sides as the war went on.
While
Of
I do
course.
think Euron might be the one behind the plot, I can't rule out the Inquisition either. We have talked in other videos of how they act when challenged.
Yes, to be honest, I do believe it might have been outside intervention.
I mean, the warp only benefits by this war, right? They have nothing but gain to make here. Whether it be the brutal carnage that is ensuing, you know, corn and shit, right? Or just, you know, damaging the enemy side. Or even turning horror to the warp, right? Which ends up happening, actually. So, the chaos only has to benefit from this. So, maybe I'm too naive here, but it seems like the chaos is at play here.
Maelstrom was becoming too safe for the forces hostile to the Imperium residing in it. They needed for it to fall into chaos, no pun intended, or they would over time be wiped out as Euron and the Warders became more and more active into expanding their domain. Thing that would make their unpredictable and chaotic assaults against the Imperium harder and harder to pull off, pun intended. End of 906 M41, beginning of 907 M41. The death of Chapter Master Ortiz temporarily delivered the strategic initiative into the hands of the secessionist cause, and the number of raids against Imperial shipping lanes and convoys increased.
Treachery and scheming also probably in part Binge. Yeah. Is the all things sounds like master plan? I just skipped a lot of stuff here.
Heavy Space Marine escort forces were needed in order to maintain access to the world of Galen and Chimera, while the Pale Stars Legion was all but entirely cut off. For a time, it was the Loyalists now that were pressed to hold the little ground they had taken in the Maelstrom Zone, and this lasted until the situation was eased by the arrival of contingents of the Howling Griffons, Nova Marines, and later Sons of Medusa chapters.
How many
What?
chapters are against Euron by this point? I lost count.
Many, and he's holding all of them at bay, but for
Bam.
now, let's introduce all of them. The Nova Marines, that for some reason were named even earlier as participating in the war, but technically they have joined just now, consistency isn't the forte of Imperial armor, are an ancient and proud chapter of Space Marines that adhere fully to the Codex Astartes, that they see as divinely ordained law.
Nerd! Sorry.
They are one of the few chapters of Marines so radical in their views that they will be considered under the monodominant outlook of the Inquisition, espousing a doctrine of complete extermination of all intelligent alien life in the galaxy in order to ensure the survival of humanity. They were founded by Lucretius
Fair.
Corvo, a highly honored captain of the Ultramarines Legion, who served as one of the Legion champions during the brutal fight against the traitor Warbearers Legion on Astagar during the Horus Heresy. They are in fact a second founding chapter directly descending from the original Ultramarines Legion. At their founding, the Nova Marines swore an oath to defend the Segmentum Ultima from all enemies of mankind, and as such joined their fellow loyalists against secessionist forces when the news of the war reached them. Then we have the Howling Griffons. Their origins are unknown, but it is estimated that they were founded in M33, as they are recorded being active from that time onward. They are so old that they are recorded fighting in many of the major wars the Imperium has suffered throughout the millennia, from the Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler to the Plague of Unbelief. The chapter is notably well provided in both arms
So in Earth years, that would be 24,000 years, since 1 year has 1,000 days. Wow. Damn. God damn.
And war gear, as they are always fighting in the most bitterly contested campaigns. Their forge is so ancient and so extensive to keep them supplied that they are one of the few chapters capable of manufacturing some rare space marine equipment, such as the Land Raider Prometheus and advanced Mark 8 Errant power armors in noteworthy numbers. This chapter has a particular vendetta that pushed them against traitor forces, especially if those traitor forces are word bearers. For reasons you can learn by doing more research into them, but their bellicose nature drew them to join the Loyalists when the war reached the ears of the Howling Griffons. And the last chapter that at the moment joined the war is the Sons of Medusa. They are a chapter with an history of ruthless efficiency and merciless persecution of the Imperium's foe. As the name already implied, they descend from the lineage of the Iron Hands, as the homeworld of the Iron Hands is in fact called Medusa. They are estimated to be created in the early 35th millennium, during a period named in Imperial history as Nova Terra Interregnum. A period of division and civil war in which the Imperium became fractured into warring and disparate factions which cut across the lines of the Adeptus and turned former allies into enemies. Which saw even the Iron Hands become fractured when something called the Moirai doctrines were embraced by a significant percentage of the chapter, and the solution given by the Iron Hands Great Clan Council to avoid civil war in the chapter was simple: exile the minority that had embraced these doctrines and sign a treaty on both sides binding them to never raise arms against their former brothers. It is these and more exiles from Iron Hands chapters, exiled during what is known as the Moirai Schism, that will later reorganize into the forces of the Sons of Medusa.
With all these chapters involved in the war at this point, we can just call the war a book.
If I had another virus bomb, I would be sending you to Madangard this time, Pio. Anyway, after the arrival of these chapters and their reinforcements, a new Lord Commander was appointed for the Red Scorpions, called
Fucking Pio.
the Karab Kuln, and he was also elected to be the new Magister Militum for the Loyalist forces, like his predecessor. Kuln quickly took control of the situation, and one of his first acts was to bring forward plans to convert the old way station on the largely abandoned mining world of Hallows Point in a major staging ground. This became the primary Loyalist base in the Maelstrom Zone, and with ships and materials moved into the system with haste, Vengeance Station, as it became known, was fully operational in under a standard year. Even before the station was complete, though, the Loyalists had resumed the offensive initiatives and were conducting a renewed phase of aggressive operations, opening as their spearhead were the Red Scorpions, as the entire chapter was particularly eager for battle. In the closing days of 906 and 41, the Red Scorpions and their chapter strike cruisers fought in dozens of separate void actions, from defending convoys to raiding outposts and interception of enemy shipping alongside the Raptor's chapter, turning the tables for the first time from the beginning of the conflict against Euron's raiders. At the same time, the Nova Marines and Sons of Medusa carried out probing attacks into the region of the Endymion cluster and against the edges of the Sagan system in order to maintain pressure on the secessionists and keep their forces as pinned down as possible. The first major fruits of this new campaign were the garrisoning of the Barren Chimera system and the setting up there of several outposts and listening stations, and a new ability to conduct sustained operations in the contested Gargatea system. Swiftly, the poisonous fence and corrosive jungles of Gargatea 3 turned into a savage battleground as raptors, salamanders, and fire angels clashed against the Astral Claws and Mantis warriors, amid the tangled and often lethal vegetation. The war on Gargatea swiftly developed into a series of running cat-and-mouse engagements of ambush and counterattack, with the advantage swinging back and forth between the two sides. As one of the few life-sustaining worlds in the region and a useful navigational way station, Gargatea 3 remained a contested world of vital strategic importance right up until the end of 907 and 41.
For 1,000 days,
forces were finally displaced from the planet and the system reclaimed for the Loyalists. At this point, with the arrival of fresh Marines to replace them on the battlefields, the Marines Errant first took up reserve duty for the remainder of 906 and 41, before they withdrew entirely from the Badap War early in 907 and 41, with some acrimony attached for their leave-taking. The increasingly embittered survivors of the Firehawks chapter were forcibly retired to the rearguard for a time by the newly appointed Lord Commander Karab Kuln of the Red Scorpions, to avoid further trouble in the ranks of the Loyalist forces.
A few dozen war crimes too late.
This deployment, though, proved strategically effective, as the presence of the Raptorus Rex at Allo Point protected the Loyalist facility while under construction. This was vital when Allo's Point was raided in 810-906 M41 by secessionist fireships and frigate squadrons led by a trio of Lamenter chapter strike cruisers. The attack, although well executed, was repulsed without major damage to the half-finished base and anchorage. The concentrated firepower of the Raptorus Rex alongside the Red Scorpion's battle badge Sword of Ordon proving a decisive factor. A further consequence of the battle at Allos Point was the fate of one of the Lamenter strike cruisers, the Inflexible, which proved so badly damaged after being rammed by the Firehawk's destroyer Ravage during the battle that even though it escaped from the system, the ship was forced to stop out of the warp near the Forbidden Star of Iruko during its retreat, and was subsequently lost with all on board in unknown circumstances.
My
Oh.
poor boys.
Further
God
reinforcements
damn
arrived
it!
To the loyalist ranks month by month, and a missive arrived to the Lord Commander from the Adeptus Terra, informing them that other Space Marine chapters were en route to join them. The scales were beginning to tip in the loyalist favor. All available intelligence on the secessionists indicated that they had fallen into a defensive stance, and were further digging in and fortifying their key systems. At this point, Lord Commander Kuln knew that he must press his advantage soon, or risk the war devolving into a slow battle of attrition that would bleed his forces dry. The first move towards this will be the relief of the fortress Wardle Sorngrad. His southern continental citadels were still managing to hold out against the secessionist aggression by dint of heroic self-sacrifice and bloody-minded faith in the God Emperor, born of a millennia in the shadows of the Maelstrom and his many horrors. But even this could not last much longer. The Raptors and the Salamanders were the chapters given this task of intervention, and they deployed a strike force on a long-range incursion mission behind secessionist lines in the battle barges Spire of Glory and War Talon. On arrival in the system, not even their combined firepower was enough to affect a landing, and they were forced to pull back, the War Talon suffering heavy damage in the failed assault. Neither chapter, however, were ready to admit defeat, and after the gathering of intelligence from the beleaguered Sungrad Southers, a highly unorthodox battle plan dubbed Operation Sedna was quickly formulated and put into action. Under the cloud created by a series of diversionary attacks in the Equatorial Territory, the Raptors successfully landed a strong force of Battle Brothers covertly in field-modified armor over 300 kilometers away from their chosen target. They decided not to use heavy gear or vehicles to stay hidden to the auspex and thermal detectors, and after advancing on foot for weeks through the rolling ice packs and bitter tundra, launched their assault under the cover of a blinding gale. After breaching the fortress walls of the main orbital defense complex with melta-bombs, they gained entrance and succeeded in sabotaging the base weapon silos, despite taking heavy casualties from the Astral Claws who bitterly contested their attack.
Astral
Damn.
Claws? How? They are literally everywhere and fighting on every battlefield. How many did Euron make?
Well, he did hide how many he had, so we don't know, right?
Would like to know, Pio? I'm sure some people noticed that I mentioned during the video that it was suspicious even for the loyalists that they were still fighting like at full strength. Wait a bit and you will see how many he made. Now
Oh.
free to move into close orbit, the two battle badges descended to bombard the planet.
Gary Coleman, hi! Wait, hold on. 3506. I remember that number! Hello!
From the upper
I
atmosphere.
don't remember where
smashing
from.
the secessionist held positions into
Bad
surrender,
memory.
and finally
Sorry.
liberating Surngrad from the grasp of Euron's forces. With Surngrad once more into loyalist hands, the task of quickly rebuilding the planet's defenses went to
Learn
the
of a
Salamanders,
twist.
as the War Talon and Empire of Glory stayed as sentries in orbit, ready to intervene in case of a counterattack. Surngrad marked a turning point in the war, and the beginning of a potential wedge that could be driven down the middle of the secessionist worlds. But before anything more could be gained, dire news came from the Howling Green Focus stationed at the Chimera system of a deadly new threat. 907 M41 began with a disastrous defeat for the Loyalist forces. The bulk of the Executioner's chapter arrived in force in the Maelstrom Zone, and upon meeting with their advanced force aboard the flagship of the chapter, the Night Hag, they conducted an immediate surprise attack at Chimera. This at a stroke succeeded in destroying the Loyalist outpost, listening station, and the vital astropathic relay complex on the night moons of the Chimera system. Outnumbered as well as overwhelmed by the force and speed of the assault, the Howling Griffoon's chapter forces garrison in the Chimera system fought brutally as the bastions and stations on the planet fell one after the other, despite their defense. The blood of the Howling Griffoons spilled into the airless dust, as they sought to prevent the executioners from overwhelming and annihilating the loyalist emplacement. Once the strategic objectives were achieved, the executioners withdrew from the field, even if it was in their power to kill the remaining loyalist survivors if they so wished. This provoked consternation from Lufty Euron, but aware of the dangerous temperament of the executioner's commander, the High Chaplain Tulsa Kane, he didn't send any formal reprimand to them, instead welcoming them into the battle for the secessionist cause. Mid-907, M41. Perhaps unsurprisingly given the tide of war that had at this point overtaken the Maelstrom Zone, attacks from unaligned raiding forces and Xenos races that lived and hid in the Maelstrom Zone dramatically increased, reaching a new height during 907 and 41. The brooding malevolence of the Maelstrom behind them, and the loyalists to the fore, it is apparent that the secessionists suffered the worst at the hand of non-aligned forces during the Badap War. During this period, Orc Gore Chompa pirate clan warband spilled from the Greenskins-infested Kala system with a score to settle. Their terror ships assaulted secessionist supply convoys between the Endymion cluster and the Badab sector, and ultimately gave battle to the Mantis warriors at Endymion itself. There, a force of Orklanders put down an estimate 20,000 boys strong warband, equipped with a profusion of battle wagons, buggies, and cans of many types, which proceeded to slaughter the planet's meager garrison. The Mantis warriors were forced to pull back and counter-invade Endymion, lest they lose the world, meeting the orcs in a rapid-moving land battle on the dust plains of Oarella. Here, the chapter's Predator and Razorback squadrons, supported by wave after wave of Thunder or gunship airstrikes, succeeded in pulling out a 50-kilometer-long zigzag trail of burning orc wrecks and shredded bodies by repeated feigned retreats in front of the enraged orcs. The orc attack against the cluster was extremely serious, but far worse in potential implication was the growing threat of the demon-tainted Corsair cults based on the blighted world of Magog, whose increasing power had actually driven forth the recently defeated orcs. Soon the secessionists were forced to take preemptive action and launch a direct assault of that hellish planet, which despite a prior Exterminatus campaign, had long remained a thorn in the Maelstrom warder's side. An Astral Claws battle barge under the command of Corian Sumatris, one of Euron's most seasoned battle leaders, was recalled from the front lines to conduct an attack on Magog, along with 2 companies of the chapter and a strong force of Astral Claws and Lamenter's Terminators, handpicked for the mission. The losses suffered during the decapitation raid on Magog were high, but the Tyrant knew that they could ill afford not to take the opportunity to cut off the threat while it was still forming. Had they not done so, they could have raised a war on 2 fronts if they allowed the horrors being birthed on Magog to reach their fruition. But by doing so, they were unable to reinforce their flank when a fresh enemy took to the conflict stage. But before that, Pio, it is the moment.
What moment?
Do you remember what I said during the video of the Space Marines against the Inquisition, Pio, about the Tiger Claws?
No, it was months ago. I have a life to live in the basement you lock me in when a video ends.
The rest of the events involving the surviving Tiger Claws will have to wait until I decide to make a video that talks about the Badab War.
Oh, come on, you can't end a video like that.
Damn!
Oh, yeah, that.
Well, it is time to conclude that story.
Wait, you programmed this for months? And various videos we already made contain stories and parts of lore that go even deeper into some of the stories mentioned in the Badab War. Were you planning all of this from that video?
Maybe.
Are you sure you're not Alfarius?
Don't be ridiculous, Pio. In 151, 908, and 41, an inquisitorial interrogation of an Astral Claws apothecary captured during the battle for Sungrad Polar Fortress revealed to the genuine shock of his interrogators that the prisoner was not in fact an Astral Claw to begin with, but was in fact a former member of the Tiger Claws, a chapter long thought lost. During the interrogation, the Tiger Claw revealed that they had come into contact with their parent chapter after their last chapter master, former Captain Vetala, had traveled to Terra to petition for the reconstruction of his chapter, and there disappeared without a trace. After reaching in secret the Astral Claws and Euron, and explaining the situation, Euron had realized that their descendant chapter was in the aim of the Inquisition, and because they descended from the Astral Claws, he decided to offer the last company of Tiger Claws left a place in the Astral Claws, to hide and fight side by side as brothers, and give relief to the Astral Claws that by that point were stretched thin from the fighting. If you want to know exactly what happened to the Tiger Claws before this point, just go and watch the video on the Space Marines against the Inquisition we released, but for the rest, this is where their story ends. The Inquisition from that point unleashed in utter secrecy a planned series of stalk and capture raids by Space Marine and Inquisition forces, operating within the Maelstrom.
I only ever read one lore novel of 40k. It was still pretty good as a standalone. Yeah, I have not read any, but holy shit. This world building is huge, and when I learned, like, half an hour ago or something, that the years in Warhammer don't have 365 days, but 1,000 days a year. The world building technically got 3 times bigger. Which, you know, is pretty big. Huh. About that, huh?
And evidence was quickly amassed of an unforeseen and terrible heresy that had been pursued by the Astral Claws and Luft Euron for more than a century. This evidence in fact proved that, at Luft Euron orders, the chapter deliberately withheld the Astral Claws gene seed, not to replenish the
I learned that just now!
in order to save their near extinct kin in the Tiger Claws. This sin, compounded and compounded
I mean, don't quote me on that, but it looks like that's to be the case.
Led Euron and the Astral Claws to another far more dangerous act. Repeatedly denied the reinforcements he had requested to aid him and the Maelstrom warders in carrying out their tasks, Luft Euron, in his monumental arrogance and pride...
Get the books and army books secondhand, or piracy is always the better option. We sail the 7 seas!
...to expand his own forces far past the levels mandated by the Codex Astartes. For at least 100 years before the outbreak of the conflict, the Astral Claws' secret goal had been the transformation of their chapters slowly into a force equal to a Space Marine legion of old. By this example, Luft Euron, it appears, sought at first not to rebel against the Imperium, but to prove his case by deeds written in blood, a Maelstrom scourged clean, and a new realm carved out for mankind in the Emperor's name. Regardless of the folly of such a plan, it was doomed by the fickle hand of fate. Up until the outbreak of the conflict, he had sought to hide and steadily build up his forces, dispersed among the far-flung stars of the Maelstrom Zone, and far away from prying eyes. But then came the Tide Fleet, and the threat of direct scrutiny that he could not afford to tolerate, and with it came war, a war too early in the Tyrant's plan and against entirely the wrong enemy. Immediately, unexplained factors about the war, the rates of attrition, and the reported strength of the secessionist enemy were cast into a new light.
New light?
I have hinted for the whole video that too many Astral Claws were fighting on too many battlefields. In every engagement it seemed that the Astral Claws were present in one way or another. And in fact, upon scrutiny and body counting, the Inquisitors discovered concrete proof of the heresy of Euron. They discovered, in fact, that more than 1,000 Astral Claws had already been killed in the war. Further covert investigation uncovered the fact that the Astral Claws Apothecarion had been conducting heretical experiments in rapid zygote cultivation. While largely unsuccessful, thanks to the use of his unsubmitted gene seed, the Astral Claws chapter now stood at around an estimated 3,500 battle brothers strong.
Damn!
In the face of this wanton heresy and deceit, and invoking all his full emergency authority, Inquisitor Legate Jarndyce Freyne condemned the entire Astral Claws chapter as excommunicate traitoris, under sentence of death, and placed their allies under official suspicion of heresy and treasonous contravention of imperial high law. This fact fundamentally altered the nature of the conflict, and a wall of secrecy descended over the Badap War.
Well, yeah, now it's not just a war of conflict of interest. Now it's a crusade against traitorous heretics. Technically. No, heretics are strictly people, I mean, it is heretical behavior, so, Anyway.
Freyne's insistence, further Ordo Hereticus forces and regiments of Scholar Progenius stormtroopers are also called up, with the intention...
Is the narrator Italian? Yes. How'd you know? I couldn't tell.
Behind the Space Marines' battle lines, to conduct full inquest on each world reclaimed from the Tyrant grasp, to root out the full extent of this heresy.
Wait, that means...
Yes, Pio. This isn't a war of loyalists against renegades anymore. It is now a war of loyalists against traitors and heretics.
Yes.
Returning to the war, in 440, 907 and 41, the Minotaurs, a powerful fleet-based chapter of dark renown and secret ties to the Adeptus Terra, arrived in full strength in the Maelstrom Zone. The Minotaurs are renowned for their unflinching determination in battle, with their chapter master, Asterion Moloch, being the fiercest of its warriors. They are renowned because they are especially good at one thing, fighting and exterminating other Space Marine chapters. They are one of the most dangerous chapters you can face in the Void, and they will show proof of that in short order.
The battle now evolved from a book to an encyclopedia.
Remember when I said how guidelines turn to doctrine? Yet this is only one of many examples of this instance. Yup.
They announced their presence in the war by launching a full chapter-scale attack on the secessionist-dominated mining facilities on Cairo, wiping out the 46,000-strong Tyrant's Legion garrison and rendering the mine works unusable before moving on. The Minotaurs then sent a ship and officially presented themselves to the Loyalist Council of War, but their master, the darkly famed Asterion Moloch, remained with his chapter as they proceeded to maraud through the Pale Stars region, striking a pre-planned list of targets in a deliberate effort to decimate rather than conquer the resources production facilities of the region, and thereby begin to starve the secessionist war effort. The Minotaurs' attacks were indiscriminate, targeting not only the 30-plus minor worlds and stations the secession had taken direct control over, but also overlooked independent minor outposts, and even those that had stayed loyal to their distant Cartan masters. While the Minotaurs coordinated their efforts with the Loyalist Command Network, they operated largely independently in the southern Maelstrom Zone, striking targets amid the Pale Stars, and then as Stellar Drift's border regions. In these battles, the viciousness of the chapter's reputation for leaving no survivors among those that resisted them grew quickly, and remained uncontested until another savage chapter joined the war later on, but this is not the time to name them yet. Only the warships and strike forces of the Executioners seemed able to slow down the Minotaurs' progress in the southern Maelstrom Zone, the two chapters almost enjoying their battles as a kind of bloody sport. During the remainder of the year, the Minotaurs gained several important victories, effectively destroying the Tyrant's Legion force on Crow's World and Larsa in a series of savage and violent planet strikes, and forcing the Astral Claws and their puppet worlds to move from static, prepared positions, or risk having their worlds isolated and ravaged one by one. Thanks to the direct and collateral damage the Minotaurs' operations caused, it is estimated that within 1/3 of a standard year of their arrival in the region, the human population of the Pale Stars alone was reduced by more than 20%.
Inquisitor Crystal
Damn.
would be proud.
I think Korn would be prouder. The Minotaurs stayed on purpose out of the general chain of command of the Loyalist, distancing themselves from the other chapters and deferring to Legate Inquisitor Freyne more often than High Commander Koln or his advisors. This distance was shown in that their standing representative for the War Council was the gaunt and taciturn Chaplain Enkomi, whose red-rimmed eyes observed all, although he barely raised a word during the gatherings. There is no record of Asterion Moloch ever putting in a personal appearance at Council, and the only evidence he was present in the war at all comes from picked footage recovered from battle scans and fearful stories spread by the few survivors of the Minotaurs' attacks. By the end of 907 and 41, thanks to a series of severe battles and brutally contested boarding actions, the secessionists began to be pushed back from several key systems and suffered severe losses. In a further blow to the secessionist cause, Viania, subject to repeated attack for the last few years, finally fell to the Loyalists after a massive joint assault by the Minotaurs and Red Scorpions chapters. Already bled dry by the secessionists and stripped of its heavy arms so that they might be used to shore up defenses elsewhere, Luft Euron had all but abandoned the world, and the sizable Tyrant's Legion garrison stationed there to their fate. The end, when it came, was swift and brutal, as drop pods rained from the skies onto the streets of industrial plazas of the proto-hive of Kaelian in a night assault, which rent the darkness with flame. Thrown into panic and disarray by the assault, the Limarra squadrons and infantry auxilia phalanxes of the Tyrant's Legion fired on each other in the confusion, as the Angels of Death fell among them, and the city became a tangled and confused butcher's yard. By dawn, Viania was in Loyalist hands, and the Tyrant's Legion garrison was put to the sword. 908 and 41 to 910 and 41. Evidence acquired by inquisitorial agents in early 907 and 41 revealed that contacts were discovered between the Astral Claws, renegade human elements, and heretic scavengers from the Golgothan Wastes. Between them, they had devised a plan to recover buried weapons stored on the dead world of Cygnus. In response, the Loyalist forces...
Holy lord, dumb Batman. What's the time frame for this video? An hour 45 minutes. By the way, this is part 2 out of 5. We still got 2 hours, 47 minutes, and 31 minutes to go through. Hell, I am late! Hello to Pontius! Can you quickly answer me? Does a Warhammer year have 1,000 days? How long in history? Oh, we are now, how long? It started in 906? No. We started in year 500. So we're now, yeah. 500 years of history. We've had 500 years of history so far. Of the Badap War. This is a telenovela long series. True indeed! No, it's military data. I don't know how to translate it, but there's a method. Oh. I thought it's days, year, and then millennia. Which millennia we're in. Because it's like too much to write 41,907th year, day 999. You know, I don't know. I didn't know. But yeah, okay, in that case, I might have been wrong. Alright. I was wrong in that case.
First blockaded the planet, before conducting a great sweep of the world as the numerically inferior secessionists and renegades went to ground in the shattered Hive cities, relying on the hellish terrain and radiation-fogged atmosphere to prevent them being easily discovered. The scourging of Cygnus required a determined and brutal campaign to scout out the Tyrant's forces, the conduct of which caused some discord between the Sons of Medusa and Space Marines of the Exorcist chapter.
When did they join the war? Marines chapters are just popping in now.
Yeah, the Exorcist chapter just popped in, right? I was about to ask the same thing. Thank you, Pio. Ever light series in terms of length. I might prefer long-form content. You mean like this entire stream?
The accusations from the Exorcist were that the Sons of Medusa were more interested in serving their own hidden designs on Cygnus than in hunting down the enemy as brutally as possible.
Yeah, it's weird how this war was written. Indeed. But I am correct in the assumption that the second three numbers, you know, the 907 and then millennia, is the year? Am I correct in that assumption at least? I would like to know that, too. Yep, alright, good. A world chapter appears.
The smaller Exorcist force was soon withdrawn and redeployed in the forthcoming assault on the Sagan system, while the Sons of Medusa were left to liquidate the Cygnus threat as they saw fit. 330, 908, and 41. In a major planet...
But just based on the numbers...
330,
based on every time this number is like lower than before, the year goes up. That's why I thought this was like 1,000 days is 1 year. That's why I thought it was that way. I think I can't be excused for being wrong here.
908 and 41. In a major planetary assault, the secessionists were driven from their fortresses on Sagan.
Wait. No. An entire 8-hour stream multiplied by 2 with commentary? No. Wait. Can you do freaking math? This is half an hour. This is 3/3 of an hour. That's 2. Oh, mate. No, you might actually be right. No, hold on. That's 2. Let's count that as 2 hours. That's 1 hour, that's 6. That's 6.5 hours. You're wrong. Fuck you.
By the largest combined loyalist
Badap is over 6 hours. Yeah, I know. I just did the math.
forces so far fielded in the Badap War. Utilizing the massive strength of the Fire Angels, Red Scorpions, and Exorcists, supported by assault specialized forces drawn from the Salamanders, Raptors, and Nova Marines. The fighting proved particularly bloody, and rather than give up the strategically vital system, the secessionists chose to mount a defense at any cost. This ultimately destroyed a sizable component of their own battle line. The Astral Claws resorting to the use of viral weapons that slew tens of thousands of the world's population in a desperate attempt to either drive the loyalists from the planet or render it unusable by either side. Here, in the maze of storage compounds and tabulation houses on the formerly administrator-controlled world's surface, the Fire Angels, fighting in full chapter strength, carried the brunt of the loyalist casualties, violently sacrificing themselves in order to contain the Astral Claw's last-ditch, borderly suicide attacks. The Second Battle of Sagan resulted in the highest death toll of any single engagement.
Anyone want me to search how to translate military dates? Yes, please! At least for Warhammer thing. I don't know if I just want to know how long a Warhammer year is and stuff. Yes, please.
Of the war thus far, as well as the loss of several key secessionist warship in a vain counterattack on the system. Despite paying a heavy price in blood for their prize, the successful invasion of Sagan was a major turning point in the war, with the system becoming the loyalist base in the Maelstrom Zone, and affording them greater access to the Maelstrom Zone's primary stable warp routes, while also denying those routes to the enemy. Soon afterward, using Sagan as its supply point, Sung...
Also, I have a question about the warp travel. Does the warp have like wormholes where you only have specific enters and exits? Or can you enter the warp from anywhere? Because it looks like that's not the case. Right? That you have to enter at a specific point and exit on a specific point? It seems to be anyway.
Grad was fully relieved and reinforced, and the Endymion suppression campaign began, effectively forcing the remaining...
No, but there are territories where it's safer to enter and exit. You can do it anywhere, but it's not guaranteed you will survive it. Ah! Okay, it's just the more warp. No, the warp. I see.
These warriors into a purely defensive posture, and isolating them from Badap and their allies. This effectively split the Maelstrom Zone.
Well, I have one more question in that case about demons inside the warp. Does that mean that the demons are caught in the warp and have to use specific entryways like cultists as a medium to get out of the warp? Because if anyone can just get out at any point in time, because I'm guessing that the different races or the different factions in Warhammer have... Nope, demons can enter and exit in their own way. To be summoned in reality, though, they need a lot of warp energy. I see, so only powerful ones can do it at any given time. Demons are not material things, they are more like ghosts. Yeah, okay, got it, okay.
Them from Badap and their allies. This effectively split the Maelstrom Zone.
Oh yeah, they're in the parallel... No, not parallel universe is inaccurate. They're in the split universe of the intangible, where they see the souls, not the bodies, kind of. I see. Yeah. I remember a little bit of lore. A little bit. Just a little bit, right? Fucking the candle thing. Yeah, I remember the candle explanation, that each soul, the stronger the soul, the more the more lit the candle is, the stronger it glows. Right. And Titus is not a candle, he is a blank, therefore he's invisible to them, basically. Yeah, I remember. Not enough! Next video on how Mumi is a false lore fan! Oh, whoa. I am a beginner! I have never claimed to know lore. However, Hold on, can I find this? No, god damn it. But you will be happy to find that, unlike Bricky, I understood that in Space Marine 2, that we actually did call Caligar to our aid through the previous mission. I understood that as someone with no knowledge of the game beforehand or lore. I knew that. I understood. As soon as I heard the name Caligar, it was like a doing. He came. That's him. Also, Titus is not a blank. Marines can't be blanks. Oh, wait, what? Is he just built different in that case? Is he just Engie? He came! Mumi. You know what's making that worse? I was using the free model from VTube Studio, which is a pink-haired girl. At the time. That system using as a sample. What do each of the numbers mean? Maybe something gonna happen on Monday. Just gut feeling. What do you mean? What do you mean? Space Marines are created using genetic material of their Primarchs. Primarchs are partially warped beings. A Marine, by definition, can't be a blank while getting warped genetic material. Ah. First number is the confidence 0 to 9 as accuracy. Okay. Numbers, Mason. What do they mean? The numbers, Mason. What do they mean, Mason? The numbers! Alright. So 0 would be 0 accuracy, so it's not very reliable? In your example specifically? What are the next three numbers then? Like the third, the second, third, and fourth. What do they mean? 0 is most. Oh, okay. Okay. So 9 would be the most inaccurate number. Okay. What are the next three numbers though? That's the one I'm most interested in. Because I am aware of the other numbers, right? I'll let you type well.
Two regions, the
listening.
Endymion cluster and the still unbreached and heavily defended.
Oh, okay. Second set is a fraction of the year divided into 1,000 parts, where each part represents approximately 8 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, okay. So so I was wrong in thinking that it's 1,000 days. It is. Wow, that's accurate. Holy shit. Well, I guess it has to be, but still, god damn. Zero 25th, 15th February. Huh. Damn. Okay.
Badap sector itself.
So 338 is like a third into the year, first 4 months. Yeah, I understood now. That is. No, I'm just kinda buffed about it being that accurate in time. Huh. Third is the specific year within the millennium, numbered from 001 to 999. Yeah, no, I was aware of the year. I was aware of the year. And last is the millennium. No, I was aware of those. But yeah, goddamn. I'm actually impressed on how accurate some of the dates are to, like, the hours specifically. You can say, yeah, plus minus 8 hours of that day was spent fighting with fire. That is, wow. That's an amount of depth to the lore I was not expecting. Like, this is already really fucking a lot, right? But god damn. Okay.
From this point onward, the secessionist aggression will be limited to commerce raids and targeted strikes, primarily carried out by the vessels of the Executioners and Lamenters chapters. Now, finally numbers go down a bit. Between 908 and 909 M41, beyond the Badap sector, massive orc incursions and multiple wags erupted, threatening the safety of the Ultima Segmentum. As the Badap secessionists were judged now to be effectively contained, the loyalist forces of the Nova Marines, Raptors and Auli Griffons, all of which have suffered battlefield attrition to some degree, were one by one withdrawn from the conflict in managed stages as part of a major Imperium-wide strategic redeployment, along with a number of warships of Segmentum Solar Reserve forces, which had been deployed to the loyalist cause. And now, Pio, I fear the worst part of the video is coming for you.
Why?
No.
We will now talk of how the Lamenters have been defeated in the Badab War.
No!
Lamenting boys.
God damn it.
888, 908, and 41. The Lamenters chapter had already suffered significant losses through attrition. The fleet-based chapter having been
I learned more lore today than in my whole life. Yes, same? And I'm not even halfway through?
defending the southern Badab sector, as well as serving escort duty to many supply convoys. But they were still a force to be reckoned with. A plan was put into action.
We learned. Leering Center, 40k. You heard me say learned instead of learned. Yep, I was referencing that with your misspelling right there. I should have said leered. If he is making billions out of my videos, I require royalties. Alright, I don't mind. I'll subscribe to the highest amount of Patreon for you. I don't know you're a Somalian, Mumi. Oh, wait, no, I'm Balkan. There's a difference. We both do the same thing, but I'm Balkan. Oh, God damn it. You think I'm joking? No. Badap, hello, sure.
To isolate them from Euron's foes and take them out of the war in a single battle.
I am Slav.
In concert with long-range augury scans and scouting missions conducted across the southern Maelstrom zone, provided the loyalists with valuable information on the chapter's movements and deployments. What was immediately obvious to them was that the chapter was being used as an ablative shield by the Tyrant of Badab to guard the southern flank and contest the loyalist domination of the Pale Stars, while he kept the bulk of the Astral Claws in reserve, near Badab itself. Seizing on this weakness, the Minotaur's chapter was gathered in strength to wait for...
By the way, the reason why I'm usually so very Slavs, I hate Slavs. Slav myself! No, the reason why I'm interested in like functional stuff like the year or the specific like tech like warp shields is because if I know how stuff works, I can piece together some lore stuff myself. Because for example, if I knew that void shields don't let you teleport inside the void shield, I could have also said, yeah, that Custodes thing, bullshit, right? If I knew that beforehand, but I only know because the Pontius, that lore guy that we're watching right now, actually pointed that out. You know, in his why Femstodes can't exist, you know, video that we watched. But yeah, that's why I'm interested, because I can piece together some of the lore myself, and I do that in everything, right? Even at work with blueprints, it's like, I have this piece of information, I have that. Oh, now I can make this. It's even more specific. They don't let you teleport because they themselves are teleporting fields. You know, again, I asked you that last time. That's why I know a little bit more. But yes, they display space and time upon the point of impact to make it simply. They teleport the bullet. Yeah, I remember. Gives context to the universe. Exactly. Into the warp so it doesn't hit you. Random demon untangible getting jump scared by a material thing that doesn't actually hit them, but appears in front of him at light speed. That thought just came into my mind. Just demons chilling, looking at which light to extinguish for food, and suddenly, big-ass rocket just tangents through you. Damn! That's hilarious.
Seizing on this weakness, the Minotaur's chapter was gathered in strength
Demons get
to
jump
strike
scared.
where they would be most effective. That opportunity came in 888, 908, and 41, when the location of the Lamenter chapter Bork, named Mater Lacrimarum, was discovered in orbit over the feral world of Optera, taking on supplies. Immediately, a rapid strike force was dispatched to attack the ship, and succeeded in catching it and crippling its main drives, preventing it from fleeing the system. The Bork, which carried both the chapter's recovery in battle wounded and its precious resource of gene seed, was a target the Lamenters could not help but try to defend at any cost, and so the trap was sprung.
I mean, who wouldn't? From what you said, the ship is pretty much the Lamenter's hospital and transport for the wounded. Do the Minotaurs have no honor?
Honor is different than duty, Pio. Keep that in mind in every armed conflict. Lured in by a continuing series of attacks on the Bork, the bulk of the Lamenter's fleet carrying with it much of the chapter were drawn back to the Optera system, without further reinforcement from the secessionist cause. Once there, they were then engaged by the full power of the Minotaur's chapter, in a bloody battle which lasted 17 standard hours, and was fought in the most brutal ship-to-ship fighting imaginable, and upon the rocky surface of Optera 5. The Minotaurs suffered heavy casualties, but in the end overpowered their enemy by virtue of their own brutality and sheer weight of numbers. With their forces shattered, the remaining Lamenters were forced to surrender rather than risk total annihilation once the Bork had been taken and much of their fleet was left wrecked or burning. Having suffered serious losses themselves in defeating the Lamenters, the Minotaurs claimed salvage rights to the crippled remnants of much of the Lamenters' fleet and the war gear of the Fallen. The surviving Lamenters, barring a few that remained at Euron's side during the battle, were incarcerated on a prison hulk orbiting the night side of Sagan II, amid rumors of their growing insanity in confinement. Including the casualties captured in the chapter's Apothecarium during the battle, only 311 Lamenter's battle brothers survived to be interned on the prison hulk for the rest of the war. This permanently knocked the Lamenters out of the Badap War.
My boys! The tier.
897, 908.
Hold on. They teleported bullets. Okay, but where? I don't know. Somewhere far. Somewhere in the earth. Boom. My yacht! Makes me think of the Space Hulk 40k game. I don't know that one.
And 41. In one of the most remarkable operations of the Badab War, the Loyalists intervened in matters unfolding on the world of Angstrom. The sovereign independent Adeptus Mechanicus domain of Angstrom in Eastern Maelstrom Zone had remained neutral so far throughout the conflict, rejecting diplomatic missions and threats from both sides to join with them in the war. The Magos of Angstrom considered the conflict itself no more than an internal dispute between competing imperial factions, in which they had no cause to interfere, and had made known their intention to defend their territorial sovereignty against all trespassers. Instead of taking sides, Angstrom has simply continued its operations as usual, which included fulfilling a long-standing agreement to render up a bounty of advanced weapons and refined ores to be collected by the Imperium's representatives on a 3-yearly cycle from the edge of their planetary system. The Magos care not for which of the Imperium servants retrieved the bounty, only that their part of the arrangement was carried out to the letter. In the past, this bounty has supplied the Maelstrom Warders with a vital resource, and the Tyrant's servants continue to be in the perfect position to collect it, greatly aiding their war effort. This unique arrangement was to result in one of the most singular incidents of the war, as the Red Scorpions and Salamanders jointly conducted a secret plan to prevent the secessionists from claiming the bounty. They patiently infiltrated the outer system, and then deployed a small elite force covertly into Angstrom 11 before the fulfillment of the bounty, commanded in person by Lord Commander Karab Kuln and Captain Pellas Mirsan of the Salamanders. Angstrom 11 was a lifeless, turbulent volcanic world, on the edge of the Forbidden System where the contract was to be fulfilled. And with the pilots of the Salamanders, who had peerless experience in operating in hostile environments thanks to the nature of their own world of Nocturne, they managed to infiltrate a strike force on the surface of Angstrom 11 and lie undetected in waiting. In short order, the secessionists arrived in the system, and waiting until the exchange was underway, the loyalists sprung a swift ambush, sabotaging the starport base and attacking secessionist vessels as they landed to retrieve the bounty. The battle that followed was brief but furious, conducted in the inferno reaches of the Angstrom surface as the loyalists sought to inflict as much damage as possible before they were forced to retreat. In the confusion and destruction that followed, the Angstrom Mechanicus, incensed by the outbreak of hostiles in their domain, assaulted both sides, with heavily armored attack columns of Tech Guard and Praetorian battle servitors making landfall on Angstrom 11 within hours of the attack being launched. While Typhon-class hunter-killers attacked the warships of both sides.
Oh, those are ships. Okay, that makes more sense.
Orbit, and swiftly drove both loyalists and secessionists from the system. This will become known as the Angstrom Incident, and it was only thanks to the intervention of the Terran legates that open war with the Mechanicus forces of Angstrom was avoided, with Lord Commander Karab Kuln dispatching the remaining Firehawks and the Raptorus Rex to blockade the outer system's approaches, as a precautionary measure for the war's duration.
If that bullet hits Emperor, that would be the end of humanity. No, isn't the Emperor technically, like, ever living? Same as the, like, Chaos Gods? They can't truly die, right? The only thing they do is, like, lose their body? Like, material body? Please, someone correct me if I'm spreading wrong shit! He would come back, but the throne and Terra would explode. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, also the light beacon that everyone uses to traverse the warp would also kind of fucking be gone, and everyone in the warp currently would, you know, lose their navigation within seconds. And that's terrible. But why would Terra and the throne explode? Excess psyker energy? Kind of like how the Grey Knights, was it the Grey Knights? How the Grey Knights, when they killed that one monster that made the scream that killed all the psychers within multiple solar systems, you know, kind of like that. Talisman of the Seven Hammers, a failsafe. If the Emperor dies, the throne instantly detonates before the demons can arrive from the webway port. Oh, right! He uses a big part of his psychic energy to block a gate on Terra from the demons. I forgot about that! Shit! The Golden Throne is a psychic nuke. Yup! Wow, he's power... The life support for the Emperor is powered by a psychic nuke. Wow. The portal explodes, no more access. Exactly. It's the same way people get rid of cancer. That one fucking DBZ abridged movie where it's like, a kid wished for his cancer to be gone, so I killed him. No more cancer. Kind of like that. I'm learning so much right now. I am saving information that I knew but forgot. What happens to Webway? Isn't the throne connected to it? Maybe. I don't know how he actually blocks it. Well, I mean, it worked.
9 and 41.
Exactly.
With the vital junctions of Sagan and Viania now in their hands, and the Lamenters out of the war, the Imperium's loyalists now had effective command of the Maelstrom Zone's major warp routes, enabling them to rapidly move their forces across the region almost at will, while largely denying that ability to their enemy. This factor, combined with the Angstrom incident aftermath, which served to stir up an hornet's nest in the near Maelstrom region, effectively cut the Tyrant sphere of influence in two and contained the secession.
Damn.
The shift in the balance of power also effectively divided the secessionists between the Endymion cluster and the Badap sector itself. Now only the unpredictable forces of the Executioners offered a significant threat to the Loyalist control outside of the secessionist enclaves. Of these secessionist-controlled zones, the least dangerous one to the Loyalist cause was the Endymion cluster. Here, the surviving Mantis warriors were reduced to fighting a guerrilla resistance against an ongoing Loyalist suppression campaign carried out by elements of the Fire Angels and Sons of Medusa chapters, with sporadic but bloody engagements being fought in the Tranquility, Iblis, and Sigard systems, including one severe defeat for the Loyalist forces when the Fire Angel strike cruiser Polaris Rising was raided by the Mantis warriors under the leadership of the prophetic master librarian Halazra Red, that managed to disable the main plasma reactors of the ship before withdrawing, and left it to be destroyed by 2 orc kill cruisers. It is then that the Mantis warriors ambushed the orcs, annihilating them. Only 37 Fire Angels Space Marines survived the battle, all wounded in one way or another, but they were given under the care of their apothecary and med servitors, while the Polaris Rising was taken by the Mantis warriors as a prize of war. Only the Badap sector remained resolutely in the Tyrant's hands, comprising the Badap system itself, as well as a number of important and highly fortified systems, most notably Shunna, the Kabalos, and Isin. Strategos Militum analysis indicated that taking these systems would likely be as costly and bloody for the Loyalists as the rest of the war so far combined. At the time was the unknown quantity of astral claws themselves. Since the revelation that Luft Euron had worked upon his chapter's expansion in secret, it could not be certain just how many Space Marines were deployed in the region's defense, while even the most conservative estimate of the numbers of Tyrant's Legion forces in the area reached well into the millions. Euron had all but abandoned the rest of his once mighty domains by the end of 909 and 41, and whispers reached the ears of loyalist operatives of the Tyrants.
Welcome to Warhammer 40k, the mean grinder war simulator. God damn it.
In violence and paranoia, and of the further tightening of his murderous stranglehold on those worlds is still controlled.
I had noticed that he was a megalomaniac.
Of course, there's some of the bigger wars, to be fair. Not the biggest massacre, though. There's, you know, the birth of the Chaos Gods that are kind of big in massacre, and other psychic happening. Yeah, it's fine.
Even
it's
during
fine.
the betrayal at Griff from the description. Is he going crazy?
Crazy? Maybe. But drunk with power is for certain by this point. By this point, the Loyalist domination of the Maelstrom Zone's main warp route meant that they also were now able to blockade and to some extent exploit the mineral-rich worlds of the Pale Stars again, denying any substantial access to their resources from the enemy, which when combined with the isolation of Angstrom, greatly reduced the secessionist capacity to create and distribute new war material. In particular, perhaps the most serious vulnerability the secessionists now faced was in space. Thanks to the combination of attrition of the last several years, and most particularly with the destruction or capture of the Lamenter's chapter fleet, The secessionists were now much reduced in warships, suffering in particular a shortage of heavy unit and capital ships. The fleet assets the Astral Claws could master were now largely limited to light strike crafts, and a handful of strike cruiser and battle barges accompanied by the ravaged remnants of the once potent Maelstrom squadron. These remaining heavy ships Euron wisely deployed only as a concentrated reserve force based in the Badap system itself, ready to reinforce the line wherever the Loyalists' main strike would fall. Perhaps the most unpredictable factor in the Badab War during this period remained the enigmatic and barbarous chapter of the Executioners. Since their arrival in the conflict in 907 and 41, the Executioners had fought their own war, and proved the scourge of loyalist patrols and supply convoys, as well as destroying numerous outposts and listening stations. They had accounted for the majority of loyalist seized and destroyed vessels. They also committed themselves to several heavy raids as far as Bellerophon's Fall and Cairo, while some of their heaviest actions fell against the Minotaur's chapter in the southern Maelstrom zone, such as the bloody tank duel they fought on the airless moon of Uzzeal in the Crow's World system. The Executioner's base of operations was believed to have been a star system somewhere on the edge of the turbulent Dene stellar drift, but its location remained elusive, allowing the chapter to raid almost at will. The Executioners, however, aside from challenging the Loyalist forces in open warfare and attacking their supply lines, steadfastly refused to operate under the direct control of the Tyrant of Badab, operating only as allies but never as subordinates, a situation that created growing ire within the secessionists' ranks. In the closing days of 909 and 41, the Maelstrom secession was largely contained, but the Loyalist commanders were under no illusion that the war itself was over. What now remained would be an even more brutal phase of operations than any seen before in the conflict, a time of ruthless planetary purges, scorched earth campaigns, and apocalyptic close sieges. For the Loyalist part, many of the chapters that have fought the Imperium's cause have suffered substantial losses, and now will be replaced in the order of battle by other Space Marine chapters of yet darker renown, brought in by Legate Inquisitor Freyne to ensure the Badab sector will be crushed utterly. For those caught up in this clash of godlike warriors and superhuman killers, the bloodiest days of the Badab War were yet to come. One thing is for certain, a singular figure in the battle brothers of his chapter will prove the most dangerous foe of the war. The arrival of his chapter alone would have been a scourge on its own, but his presence on the battlefields would prove the infamous legends about him true. This titanic and brutal warrior will turn battlefields into lakes of blood, with his name echoing for generations in the Maelstrom zone as one of the most brutal killers the Imperium ever created. But that is a tale for another day.
Bam.
Leave the slaughterhouse. Not alive.
There's text behind the oh. Intercepted picked capture. Gas mining station, Victoria. Unknown assailant. Fatalities total. Wait, does that mean all of them died? That the fatality is like 100%? Fatality rate? Is that what it means? Oh. None shall escape the slaughterhouse. Huh. Huh. You know, sometimes I forget they actually mean their sentences. Like for most, yep, 100% that. I see. Most of my time referencing Warhammer 40k was as a complete and utter tourist. I'm gonna be honest. Even when I played Space Marine 2, 8 months ago, a year ago, I don't fucking know. I was doing it as a tourist. I was aware of that. Total means total. I understand, but whatever. Fuck you. I was making sure I understood. But yeah, goddamn. So now, you know, they're being reminded of they actually mean their sentences. Like, oh yeah, right. Not alive. Damn. Oh yeah. God damn.
Wow, that was an intricate recalling of the war, don't you think, Pio?
Yeah, but I also lost my hero in Euron, because let's remind everyone, this happened because Euron didn't pay taxes to the space IRS.
I had told you the road to hell was paved with good intentions. Euron was ambitious, even too much, but wanted in the end just to do what was right. Unfortunately, he became unhinged in his ambition, to the point of turning on the people and empire he was creating
He came back!
to protect. There you are. Was it hard to recover him? Dozen blood ravens are not something somebody will notice. Did your cousin help you? Good. Pio, let me introduce you to
I like how you absolutely understand everything he says.
Joy's cousin, a
Canonically?
spaceman that serves under the Blood Angels. Meet Black Rage Larry.
That name has very dangerous implications.
Well, Pio, the video is over. Time for you to make the subtitles.
I don't want to do them, nor be chained to a desk with a laptop again and forced to do them.
Larry, please convince him to do the subtitles in your subtle and extremely reasonable way. The story of the Badap War will continue in part 3, The Rise of Euron Blackheart.
Alright, this time I'll stop 2 seconds before. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a small little break after this video. Fill up on water and shit, because I ran out. But yeah. This took more research and longer to edit than any other video we made. Also, turn on the subtitles. There's hard Latin names that you won't understand otherwise with how they are pronounced. See you in part 3 in a month, maybe. Alright, no, I can't even say, yeah, that is true. Because he does have a better upload schedule. Can't even be like, oh, yep, that's true. Be an asshole about it. Sad. But anyway, the Pontius, the part 2 of the Badap War. I'm scared of part 3. That's 2 hours. That's gonna be a 4-hour react. Anyway, check him out. Leave a comment, like, and subscribe for sure. God damn. Usually we upload once a month. Only for the work on Armageddon, we took 2 months. No, I wasn't faulting you. Let's make it 4. Looking into the Black Rage will give you vast amounts of depression. Alright. Alright. I'll give myself a checkpoint to know where the reaction stopped with this. I'm gonna go fill up on water and play Twitch ads. Get fucked, Twitch viewers that don't have a sub. I'll be right back. I'll just fill up on water. Alright. I am back. Also, okay, no, I have to, like, it's so fucking hot in my room. It's so fucking hot. I gotta cool everything down. I noticed when I went out, I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Alright. He is back again. That is true. You know, it's a massive lore dump when even the person making it sounds hesitant. I am scared of what's to come. But I am also kind of excited, since there is a lot, and I don't hate it. Oh my god. Yeah, Badap War 3 was my PTSD nightmare until Armageddon. There's my new PTSD nightmare. Bro gives himself PTSD on a regular basis. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I've also been checking out the Arch podcast every now and then. I've watched like two VODs? Look how long the Armageddon video is. Oh god, no. That's Lord Destroyer's videos. No, excuse me. Wait, where is it? The Guardsmen, Destroyers, Xenos threat of the Chronos of Spain. Oh, there it is. The 4 wars for Armageddon. Wait, 3 hours, 31 minutes. I can't scream. I can't scream. The window's open right now. 3.5 hours. You know, I get why you took 2 months. That makes sense. God damn. Holy shit. Look at the sources I had to read. They are listed. Oh yeah. We have all right, I'm gonna read those out loud instead of showing them, just to make that clear. Sources used: A. Crusade for Ulanor. Index Astartes, Black Legion, number 1. Number 2, False Gods, novel, chapter 5. Number 3, Fear to Tread, novel, interlude, Ulanor. 4, A Thousand Suns, novel, chapter 15. 5, The Horus Heresy book, Free Experimentation, page 19. 6, I Am Slaughter, novel, chapter 30. 7, Echoes of the Long War, novel, chapter 7. Number 8, The Beast Must Die, novel. B, First War for Armageddon. Number 1, White Dwarf 151 UK, The Chaos Wars, the first battle for Armageddon. Number 2, Codex, Chaos Space Marines 3rd edition 2nd Codex. 3, The Emperor's Gift, novel. 4, Codex, Grey Knights 5th edition. 5, Codex, Space Wolves 5th edition. 6, Blood in the Machine. 7, Codex Cult Mechanicus 7th edition, Temples of the Omnissiah. 8, Codex Supplement, Traitor Legions. 9, Armageddon Sight. 10, Imperator Wrath of the Omnissiah, novel. 11, Legion of the Damned, novel. 12, White Dwarf 207. Legion of the Damned. 12, White Dwarf. 12A, The First War of Armageddon, Armageddon's Horde. 12B, The First War for Armageddon, The Imperium Victorious. 13, Codex Korn, Demonkin, Slaughter Without End, The First War for Armageddon. 14, Codex Astra Militarum, 8th edition, Heroes Beyond Number, The First War for Armageddon. C, Second War for Armageddon. Codex Scutari, 7th edition. 2nd, Epic Armageddon Rulebook. 3. Imperator, Wrath of the Omnissiah novel, Chapter 7. 4. Gazkul Fraka, Prophet of the Wa novel, Chapter 4 to 5. 5. Yerick the Omnibus, The Pyres of Armageddon novel. D. First and second battles for Priscina and Golfa. 1. Codex Orcs 4th edition. 2nd. Codex Space Marine 7th edition, The Chronicles of Heroes. 3. Codex Dark Angels 4th edition. 4. Codex Dark Angels 6th edition. 5. White Dwarf 73 2015 Theater of War. 6. Imperial Armor Volume 2 2nd edition. 7. White Dwarf 258 AU reporting. I'm suddenly grateful it's only 4 hours and change. E. The Third War for Armageddon. Codex Armageddon 3rd edition. 2nd, Warhammer 40k 4th edition rulebook. 3. Annihilation Squad novel. 4. Codex Orcs 4th edition. 5. Warhammer 40k 6th edition rulebook. 7. Hell Surge novel. 8. White Dwarf 255 UK Warriors of Old. 9. Imperial Armor Volume 2 2nd edition. 10. Warhammer 40k 8th edition rulebook. Warhammer 40k 9th edition rulebook as number 11. Number 12, Imperator Wrath of the Omnissiah novel. 13, Armageddon Saint novel. 14, Third War for Armageddon website Equatorial Jungle. 15, Gazkul Tarkad, Prophet of the Wa novel. 16, Conquest of Armageddon novel. 17, Angron's Monolith novel. Wait, no, it's fine. 18, Codex Astra Militarum, 9th edition. 19, Angron, the Red Angel novel. 20, Warhammer Community investigates, could Commissar Yerick actually be dead? 21, Crusade Armageddon. 22, Warhammer Community, A Brief History of Armageddon. 23, White Dwarf 271 US Lurking Evil page 62 to 77. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. 24, Dante's Canyon novel. 25, White Dwarf 290. 26, The Relic short story Legends of the Space Marine anthology. 27, Crusade for Armageddon novel. 28, Codex Astra Militarum 9th edition. 29, Crusade Armageddon. 30, Codex Orcs 3rd edition. 31, Armageddon Saint novel. F, Erasmus Tycho. 1, Codex Angels of Death 2nd edition. 2, Chapter Approved 2001. 3, Codex Blood Angels 4th edition. 4, Black Tide novel. 5, Blood Angels character focus at gamesworkshop.com. 6, Codex Blood Angels 5th edition. 7, Codex Blood Angels 7th edition, A Chronicle of Heroes. 8, Warhammer Community Blood Angels lore focus, The Flaw. 9, Warhammer Community Captain Tycho Memorial. G, Hermann von Straub. Number 1, Annihilation Squad novel. 2nd, Codex Orcs 4th edition. 3rd, Battle of Armageddon rulebook. 4th, Codex Armageddon 3rd edition. 5th, Imperator Wrath of the Omnissiah novel. 6th, Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon. We're done. This fucking madman. What else am I supposed to say? Took 2 months to read all that, lol. Oh, I trust you then. Okay, also let me just quickly in the chat link the video that we watched 10 minutes ago. And before we start the next one, I need to close the window. Apocalypse happens, only 40k lore survives. There's so much of it. God damn. Holy shit. Warm 40k is the post-apocalyptic world in our reality. I mean, accurate, yes. Also, let me close the window. All right. Let's continue. If you notice, there is 2 things about the Armageddon video. 2 things? What do you mean? I mean, I saw a lot of blood angels, if that's what you're referring to. It was released after the YouTubers video to make up for the fact that the last 2 videos on the channel weren't lore videos. Oh, that's what you mean. And yes, if I look, you're right. It was the videos before that are Lord Destroyers, Best of, and Warhammer 40k YouTubers are a disgrace. Damn. Second, it was a giant video released as a middle finger to the other YouTubers for how little they care, and the people that I knew would come to overanalyze the video to find mistakes. After our video on the YouTubers, bro really said, I'ma make a 4D chess moves and you guys can do nothing about it. Cause you guys won't sit through these 3.5 hours first, and second, you are not good enough at actual lore to fault me, you fucking morons! With some Italian slurs mixed into it, I am sure. But I feel like you had one faulty prediction there, and that is giving them the ability to actually overanalyze you. Yeah, there were popular that were, wait, what? Yeah, there were people that were like, aha! He has not uploaded a video in 2 months after that video on YouTubers, and then that nuke drops. Nice. Oh god, the content nuke before the content nuke. Haha. I think. I don't actually know the... Oh, whatever. Who cares? Alright. Let's continue in our strive for lore. Everyone in Warhammer community is a gangster until the Pontius drops lore. Good luck analyzing 3+ hours of video, noobs. God damn. This one is the one I'm most afraid of, cause it'll take me what 5 minutes to actually like edit it, because it's like literally just 2 cuts, right? I just gotta find them. That's the difficult part, actually. And then I gotta wait probably an hour for it to render. And then another half an hour for the upload. That's what I'm afraid of. I say as a noob. In Warhammer Universe, Pontius is Inquisitor! Authority-wise, probably. Anyway! Well, my Armageddon video is 47 gigabytes. Alright, hear me out. I upload my videos in 4K. Wait, 47? That's a lot still. I'm not sure mine. I have Italian internet, they suck. No, I get that. But I have 120 and between 120 and 130 mbits upload speed, so it's actually pretty fast. That's why all the more fuck me. Because I uploaded 4K like a dumbass. Because most people watch it at 180p and not 4K. But I do what I do and I won't stop. I have plenty of space on my fucking external disk, so it's fine. Anyway, YouTube, hello. The Pontius 40k lore, the Badap War, Part 3, The Rise of Huron Blackheart. Alright, based on the title, he's fallen to chaos. Go commit tax fraud! Alright, that's good. I like visiting Italy, but probably not to live there. Same, I am happy where I live. And I actually been to Italy twice. I was in some fucking Euro camp for like sports clubs and shit. That was fun. We were at the beach. Yeah. They had a fucking arcade though. That was so fun. It was so expensive, but so fun. Oh. Anyway.
Pio, can you repeat to me once again your opinion on taxation?
Taxation is theft. Euron did not feel wrong.
Yeah, there were a couple of people that were looking for you exactly because of that.
Uh-oh.
The Italian IRS will never have me alive.
You missed my comment? Oh, hold on. We also will wait for the Pontius Gloss 69 to release the Major Kill files. Uh-oh.
The lore of Pio deepens.
Indeed.
The Imperium is a weak old man, ready and waiting to be broken apart by his vengeful sons.
Damn! He looks fucked up.
Okay, for the moment my tax problem has been dealt with, like Templars style. But taking away attention from a dark backstory, are we still on the Badap War?
Yes, we are. This is part 3 out of 4.
Good. Can we have a fast recap of the videos of the audience, including me?
In part 1 of this
Plus the epilogue.
series, we covered the events leading up to the war. In part 2, we covered from the start of the war all the way to the heresy of Euron and the Astral Claws being uncovered, the Lamenters being defeated, and we ended just before the second and worst part of the war, the assault on Badab itself.
Ah yes, the extremely interesting tax war of 40k.
I suggest once again to go and watch the first 2 parts of this series to have a full picture of the events that will unfold.
Shut up, Battalion! I've already done that! Anyway. Hello, Flash! How's it going? Pretty good, actually. How about you?
Even because in this video we will explain everything up until the end of the war. Our story resumes in 909 and 41. At this
Watch
point,
them
the
again.
Badab War has been raging for 6 years, and it all started as an attempt
Wait, what? Oh, fuck me, I accidentally pressed buttons. I'm good, just had to dispute some charges with my bank. They cleared them. Fucking... What's with banks and trying to screw you over? Right! Money-hungry people. Well, people is a bit of an exaggeration. But yeah! Fuck them. Mumi lives? True.
by Lufti Euron, chapter master of the Astral Claws and self-proclaimed tyrant of Badab, to assert the independence of his chapter and the warders of the Maelstrom from the authorities of the segmentum in which the Maelstrom zone is located. But instead, the only thing it achieved was revealing to the Imperium the treachery and heresy of the Astral...
Wait, so the Badap War happened because of tax fraud? Alright, hold on. Pontius, I will do a quick recap. Just a quick one. Correct me if I get anything like majorly wrong. Alright, so Badap region, I forgot what it's called. Doesn't really matter right now for what I'm about to say. Deployed are the Mantis magical wrong. Deployed were the Lamenters, I just said their name and forgot it again. Fucking... I forgot all the fucking names because I read Pontius' comment. I like the Lamenters, they fucking died. I don't remember, lol. No, hold on. I don't remember names, I'm bad with names, I remember what happened. 3 chapters were deployed. The Astral Claws, the Lamenters, and the Green Boys. I forgot their name. Mantis! Right, Mantis chapter. Those 3 were deployed to the Badap region to for the resources of rare metals and crystals that almost nowhere in the galaxy were to be found. Very important minerals, right? And when they were, specifically the Astral Claws, were losing a lot of men, they asked for for a change to be excused to recuperate their numbers, or, you know, generally for help from Terra, or from the, you know, from the from the administratum. However, they were denied at every turn, which, you know, they also lost their chapter master later on, and you know, that's how fuck, I forgot his name. He came to power, and he built up the chapter, overbuilt it in secret by hiding it, by sending him to missions and shit, to a number of 3,500. And he made that, you know, for his own efforts. Also by taking the Tiger Legion in as well. A Sun Legion, not Legion, chapter. Sorry, I keep mixing up words. Taking them in as well by force, if I remember correctly. And then the administratum wants their taxes. Tithe, that's what it's called. They want their tithes, which is just space tax. In which they said no, bombed their ship, and more came. They specifically the Firebirds? Firebird chapter came. They are very petty and had previous beef, which they, you know, came in. Then one of their fleets got destroyed. They cried to the chapter master, and their whole chapter came. Kinda got bodied. Bio. You know. The Firebirds got kinda bodied, which in turn made a conflict of interest between the administratum and him, which was now the, you know, I forgot all the faction names. Please hate me for anything but forgetting names. I do that all the time with everything. Which slowly escalated because the Inquisition found out that he was making too many Space Marines for the Astral Claws, which was numbered because they found bodies over 1,000, and they were still looking like they're fresh, like they're a fresh chapter. I missed a whole lot. I know, but this is the juicy bits. That's pretty much it, right? I didn't, you know, give any numbers or, you know, years and shit, or I'm not gonna fucking write down the codexes and shit. Nope. That's a Pontius thing, not a me thing. But yeah, Correct me if I got anything like wrong. The juicy bits are in this episode. There is several of them most interesting events in the part 3. Ooh. All right, let's go.
Chapter, and the full might of the Imperium was now fighting against Euron at the doors of his own domain. Karam Kuln and the Loyalist forces were still fighting sporadically on the borders of the Endymion cluster, where elements of the Fire Angels and Sons of Medusa were fighting.
That's some impressive retention. I do try. When I grab main pieces, I can piece back together what happened. Right? That's how I memorize most of the things I memorize. That's you notice my memory ain't that good with names and shit because I memorize happenings and not names and numbers. Some numbers stay because they're easy to, memorize, like 3,500 numbers. But yeah. Oh yeah. This happened over 400 years in span. Okay, so Sam's doing strange things, and Administram decided to screw them over. Yeah.
His warriors to the edges of the Chimaran Drift and the Pale Stars. While in the Pale Stars, the ships of the Executioner's chapter still fought with relentless ferocity against the Red Scorpions and Minotaur's chapters. At this stage of the war, the Loyalists needed time to prepare for the ferocious campaign that was approaching to defeat Euron and put an end to the Badap.
Hold on. Let's see. Planet the resource extraction zone gets taken. Said planet was vital in the chain. Administratum creates the Maelstrom warders consisting of Astral Claws, Mantis Warriors, Lamenters, and Channel Guard, and they nearly complete the objective. The Demon Hunters bitched at the Lamenters for not destroying an Eldritch Nightmare. Space Hulk diving people, suicidal despair. Colonel Guard gets pulled out. A repeated request for reinforcement is denied. Yep. I did it I said that in retard.
But to do so, they needed fresh reinforcements, and fast, as they knew they could not afford to wait too long before resuming the offensive against the traitors. Meanwhile, Euron and his forces had suffered numerous defeats that had pushed them back from their once mighty empire and starved them of much of their strength with each battle they fought. The Lamenters had been defeated, the Executioners acted of their own volition, the Mantis Warriors were completely cut off, and the Astral Claws were in the aim of the Inquisition for their heresy in exceeding voluntarily the 1,000 Marines limit imposed by the Codex Astartes, and they were suffering an extreme scarcity of heavy warships to use to fight against the Imperium. Even the Astral Claws, that had sustained enough losses to wipe out an entire chapter, were now a mixed bag of bloody veterans and untrained neophytes preparing to face the Imperium and all the Space Marine chapters that were ready to march against Badab. The first days on 910 and 41 proved to be the final moments of calmness before the end of the war, and even this moment of respite will be short-lived, as the
I have a question. Is the reason why they didn't do a Exterminatus because of the resources on the planet Badap? Like, was Badap the important resource planet? Since at this point it was already a crusade against a heretic, no? They can't reach Badap. It's protected by the Ring of... Oh, right. I forgot about the Ring of Steel. Alright. Got me there.
Fighting will resume in an even more brutal fashion in a military operation known as the Subjugation of Galen. 017, 910, and 41. The relatively isolated Galen system had been a prize that had been battled over repeatedly, and had changed hands between Loyalist and Secessionist control several times. The most significant battle fought in the Galen system was fought between the Firehawks chapter and a mixed Secessionist assault force. In this battle, that caused heavy losses for both Loyalists and
New 40k game, Death and Taxes, the final deduction!
Secessionists. The life-supporting domes of the planet of Galen II had been laid to waste, leading to a mass refugee immigration to its neighboring planet, the unscrabble world of Galen VI, that was by this point of the war in 910 and 41, the last habitable world of the entirety of the Galen system. Galen VI was a near-dead world of metallic salt flats studded with open-cast mines, industrial sprawls, and now ramshackle refugee camps, filled with the refugees of the shattered colonies across the system. Galen 6's resources had been stretched beyond their breaking point by the influx of refugees, and now the world was rife with famine and malcontent. In the wake of his most recent liberation by the Loyalist side, a detachment of Ordo Hereticus forces under the control of Inquisitor Taria Shard had arrived to conduct an investigation into the secessionist activities while they
The art of these women. God damn! Stabber Larazrek gets killed in action, Huron gets elevated, Tiger Claws get secretly integrated, the warders start organizing human forces, which is a big no-no. Local sector politics keep agitating the Administratum to revoke the warders' rights as the warder, Firehawks assholes, make war crimes, descendants of Fulgrim potentially decide to get involved. The Tive ship gets nuked, the war begins. For some reason, the Executioners, who are second founding and Sons of Dorn, get drawn in because Blood Oath. Yeah. I missed a lot. That's true.
were in control of the system, to weed out and punish collaborators in the civilian population's ranks. Based on Galen's 6th capital, known in local parlance simply as the Old City, the Ordo Hereticus detachment was both reviled and feared by the locals, and maintained a stranglehold on the planet by the direct control of the Old City's water purification plants on which hundreds of thousands of refugees relied for their drinking water to survive.
Ah yes, a classic savior and good guy move. Keep the entire planet hostage by taking direct control of the supply of water of the planet.
Classic Inquisition behavior.
I have already seen something similar in the past.
Oh yeah? Where?
Yes, my fellow Christians!
Oh! I knew what was coming as soon as I saw a helicopter. I didn't even need to hear the sound. I know Helsing Ultimate Abridged and Helsing Ultimate. I love that. Is also, I keep forgetting about that, but that is also one of my favorite animes of all time. Staber Lazaric is still alive. He is not dead. Oh, damn! Get fucked, Iron. But what I would do to forget everything about Helsing Ultimate Abridged and the anime to rewatch it. Oh my god. Now, Huron has been revealed to have been potentially legion building, and this turned from a war against secessionists into a war against traitors. Not exactly chaos yet, but getting there. And the poor civilians are getting genocided left and right as a consequence. Does that sound accurate so far? Well, except one thing, yeah. Seems so.
Something totally serious, but that I will not discuss further.
In any case, quite predictably, it was not long before a civil insurrection started, but what was unexpected was the sheer fury and degree of organization the uprising showed. Simultaneous with a popular rebellion in the camps, the city warders and industrial guilds also entered into armed revolt against their just masters, with the intent of throwing off imperial control and remaining independent of both loyalists and secessionists, with the general belief that both sides had brought them nothing but bloodshed and misery. The simple fact that the people of Galen 6 had deluded themselves into believing this was a possible outcome at the center of such a violent war is perhaps a testament to the horrors they had suffered. Within hours of the revolt's beginning, much of the Imperial garrison, which comprised a single indentured Imperial Guard regiment and a detachment of stormtroopers, had been overwhelmed. The whole city was in flames, and violence...
I don't recognize what this is, like, at all. Just... Is that a specific faction or something? It looks like ants or something. Just big. But they're holding weapons. Chain spears, to be exact. Looks like, anyway. What are those? Or is that just like fan art or something?
against those who supported either power of the war started. But as expected, the cohesion of the rebelling refugees would not last, and once they had achieved their objectives, their victory devolved into blind mass murder and looting by rival factions fighting each others. Soon, the refugee camps had dissolved into an anarchy of gangs, killing each other over scraps of food in the cities and sprawls. When word of the events that took place reached the Loyalist High Command, Legate Inquisitor Jarndyce Freyne was swift to declare the Galen system apostate, having been first liberated from secessionist control, and then having turned willfully from the Emperor's grace. Thus, the fate of Galen VI was sealed. The bulk of the Loyalist Sons of Medusa chapter forces, then undergoing redeployment from around Cygnus to forward positions, were diverted to bring back order on Galen VI. They did so under the direct command of Karab Kuln, and were accompanied by an Ordo Hereticus detachment under Inquisitor Cramner, one of Freyne's personal aides. Kuln's orders were direct and explicit. The Galen system was to be brought as swiftly as possible back under Imperial control, and any hope of future resistance crushed immediately. The only caveats of the order were that the planet was to remain habitable, and a sufficient core of the population and infrastructure was to be left alive and intact, to service the needs of the Imperial war effort. Under Commander Vylund Kal, the Sons of Medusa arrived in orbit of the planet, and they targeted and bombarded the pre-chosen landing zones on the outskirts of the old city, rendering them little more than craters of smoking rubble. Into these ravaged zones, the Space Marines made 3 company-strength landing assaults on the edge of Galen's 6th old city, encircling and destroying any immediate resistance on landing with ease. For 3 days and nights, the Sons of Medusa remained within the shattered craters, landing supplies and troops and fabricating new fortifications and bastions, which rose up from the dust and smoke like jagged teeth sliding from a predator's jaws. Within the old city, the tide of intercommunal violence ended, and a new wave of fear began to descend over the sprawling cityscape and its several million surviving inhabitants. All had seen and heard the fury of the bombardment from the spires of the city, and seen the fiery trails of landing crafts, and many could guess just what they pre-announced. On the dawning of the 4th day, an unnatural and near total silence had fallen over the old city, filled with dread at what was to come. Such fear was a calculated weapon in the hands of the Sons of Medusa, and they did not disappoint the expectation of terror they had created. Armored columns of Rhino and Razorback transports, thundering land raiders, and the hulking figures of dreadnoughts stalked out of the dust clouds, while the droning shadows of land speeders took to the skies, like flocks of carrion crows above. Alongside the green livery of the Sons of Medusa vehicles was dotted the crimson of the Inquisition, and from their chimeras and repressors low-dailers, they demanded the immediate surrender of all of Galen's 6th population for immediate judgment. Those that had taken up arms knew that for them there would be little mercy shown. Some hurled themselves against the embodiment of the Emperor's wrath, only to be ruthlessly destroyed by the Sons of Medusa in open battle, while others cowered in hastily prepared defensive positions or sought to hide or flee the city. Those that tried to escape were slaughtered at the old city's borders, cut down by patrolling land speeders and vulture gunships as they tried to break out across the open ground to the perceived safety of the dust barrens. Soon the roadways out of the old city were choked with the burnt-out wrecks of ground cars, and huddled piles of sprawled and torn bodies. Within the city, those that offered serious resistance were isolated and then destroyed, barricaded up blocks and manufactura offering little protection from the merciless skill and power of the Space Marines. Entire city towers toppled, their lower floors blasted out by concentrated fire from demolisher cannons and melta strikes, burying their defenders and those unfortunates caught with them in the rubble, while fires ravaged the ruins. Only the shattered and abject were spared, all but ignored by the giants that stalked the dust fog. The wretched civilians waited for death to reach out for them, but the Sons of Medusa stayed their hands, as they had been ordered. Many were reported to have wept openly in joy to be taken up by the Inquisition's foot soldiers for processing and judgment, and extant pick captures from the aftermath showed line upon line of grey-streaked, hallowed-eyed men and women, passively awaiting their fate in the Holy Ordo Sassidz's bastions built in the Imperial landing zones. Within 56 hours of the commencement of the Sons of Medusa attack, the whole city was firmly in the hands of the Imperium. Just as they had planned, news of the massacres had spread across Galen VI, and a shroud of terror now tightened around the planet. First hundreds, then thousands, and then soon in millions, the people of Galen Sixth, native and refugee alike, surrendered, even though many faced death in doing so, rather than live in the fear of what was to come. Inquisitor Shard was discovered to have survived, but had been terribly wounded by the explosion of a bomb, her life preserved by her faithful coterie of acolytes, and was returned to Inquisitor Cramner. Once she was restored by the tech marines of the Sons of Medusa with mechanical replacements, she was placed in charge of the court proceedings, and their judgment were both swift and final, and soon the entirety of the old city ruins were repurposed and rebuilt as an internment and processing center to handle Galen Sixth population. Overall, the Galen campaign was considered to be a complete success, and although much of the population of the old city had been slain, the total death toll was light compared to that which would have been the result of a lengthy planet-wide campaign of attrition. While the worst recidivist and heretical elements found on the planet were delivered to the Pyre, the Ordo Hereticus was merciful, and indentured the majority of the planet's population into a lifetime of penal servitude to pay for their crimes and transgressions. As a result, a number of fresh penal legions were raised for the Departmentum Unitorum from the most hardened elements found on the world, while the rest were set to work, either toiling on Galen Sixth itself or deported to aid the rebuilding efforts elsewhere in the Milestone Zone. The Sons of Medusa soon departed Galen Sixth, leaving it a prison world whose people would pay for their crimes against the Imperium for generations to come.
Damn. Yeah, my subconsciously stuck Lazarek in the murder pile out of my hate of him because he leads the Firehawks. Hawks, not birds. Damn. And the cruel calculus commences. The Iron Hands progenitors are as mechanically ruthless as their primogenitors. Huh. Damn.
And all of this, might we remind everyone, was done by the good guys of the war, and usually of the setting.
The Imperium are the good guys in perspective to the universe of 40k, but they
Yes,
aren't
I
good
saw
by
the
any
video.
moral standard we have. They do what must be done.
I think that if the Inquisition tried to help instead of keeping the population hostage with their water and the threat of prosecution for heresy, all of this might have been avoided.
Are you trying to use logic? In the Inquisition, you are not beating the Alfarius allegations after this one, Pio.
I'm not Alfarius, I am Omegon.
Cue doom music.
327, 910, M41. Unexpectedly, a single fire-blackened Space Marine strike cruiser, bearing an unknown livery and transmitting a previously unknown Vox identity cipher, exited the warp on the outer reaches of the Cygnax system. It was the Levitus Vex, and its coming was to herald the arrival of a force whose name was to become synonymous with bloodshed, and the darkest acts of the entire Badap war.
Oh.
The vessel, making contact with Imperial ships set to monitor Cygnax space, identified itself with ancient, although still valid,
It do look
Imperial
gorgeous.
authorization protocols. It announced the arrival of a Space Marine force come to offer their swords to the Loyalist cause against the heretics, claiming to have come in answer to summons from Holy Terra itself. They identified their chapter with a simple yet foreboding name. They were the Carcharodon Astra.
Oh, fuck.
After a fearful standoff, the naval ships sent communications back to the Loyalist Center Command, and upon confirmation that the vessel was but the forerunner of an entire fleet of vessels now traversing the edge of the Golgothan Wastes, a formal deputation was dispatched to meet with the head of this war fleet under the direct command of Legate Inquisitor Jandice Frayne himself, to ascertain his true intentions. Frayne's delegation, which contained his ablest servants and savants of Adeptus Astartes lore, along with a lifeguard chosen from the Fire Angels chapter and several powerful Imperial Navy vessels, met with the oncoming Carcharodon's fleet at the Dead Star of Null 17, in the interstellar void beyond Cygnax. The precise details of this conference have remained a secret, but the outcome of this meeting was that the Carcharodons were allowed to take part in the Badab War. Let's see them introduced, so we can give a payoff to the people left hanging from the ending of Part 2. The Carcharodons are a mysterious space marine chapter with a dark reputation. Considered strangers in this war by friend and foe alike, they arrived from the black void beyond the Imperium's border. They have no real records indicating they exist at all, almost like specters appearing on the battlefields of the Imperium. They are of an unknown founding, but mutations observed on unhelmeted marines of the chapter make geneticists of the Imperium theorize that they are of Ravenguard descendants, with their dark grey skin and deep black eyes. The chapter was observed to be extremely violent, especially concerning melee combat, with all its members carrying melee weapons, no matter their designation on the battlefield. A thing, though, that made friend and foe alike terrified of the chapter was their ability to seemingly erupt from absolute stillness to savage fury without warning, to then withdraw like ghosts from the battlefield should events not go the favorable way. But an experience that signed everyone fighting against them or alongside them was the eerie silence all of their marines kept during attacks. Their officers' commands issued via locked and encrypted voxnet. Not a word or sound were being uttered during the battle, save for extreme necessity. Disciplined as marines, even if easy to erupt in bloodlusty violence, they preferred to stay locked in their solitude, avoiding contact with other marines save for extreme necessity. They were also observed to be extremely religious, sparing from their attacks only places of worship and considered sacred to the imperial cult. From the fleet that was arriving to Badap, it can be estimated that their entire chapter was coming to Badap for war.
Wait, the entire chapter? Does that mean their chapter master is here too?
Yes, as I hinted at the end of the last video, he is here to lead this chapter in battle directly.
Damn, I'm starting to feel bad for the traitors. Nobody would ever want to face their chapter master even casually, let alone in open combat.
The chapter master of the Carcharodon's Astra at the time of the Badab War, and I will need a deeper explanation just to make people understand how dangerous of an individual he is, was none other than the Hand of Death itself, the towering monster of a warrior known as Tiberos the Red Wake.
God damn, that is a design? Fucking shark mouth?
Tiberos, on the contrary of whatever the other lore YouTubers spout, isn't a Primarch-sized giant among Astartes as described, and his armor, at least from what I have read from the novels and Carcharodon's books, isn't modified with pieces of Dreadnought armor. That is all false info given by ignorance on the matter by people that barely know the lore. But he is still taller than normal marines, described as standing a head above the rest, even if compared to other marines clad in tactical Dreadnought armor, also known as Terminator armor. If you want to read more info is given in the book Outer Dark by Robbie McNiven, specifically in Chapter 1. Tiberos might be the most dangerous space marine to ever fight in the Badab War and in many other battlefields. He is renowned for his brutal combat prowess, leading his first company Terminators in bloody assault after bloody assault from his battle barge, named Nicor. His savagery unmatched in the entirety of the Badab War. He was never seen outside of his archaic suit of Terminator armor. Those that saw his face described it as a corpse-white nightmare, with half the bones of the face exposed in a bloodless grimace, his eyes a soulless, depthless black. Those that witnessed him in combat and lived to tell the tale spoke of him as a blood-splattered killing machine, moving almost too fast for the eye to see, and that he leaves nothing but mangled corpses in his wake. Yet it appeared that he was acting with precise and deadly intention in combat, as if every strike was cold and calculated beforehand, rather than a product of mere rage. His dark symbol were the power weapons he wielded in battle, the two unique relic gauntlets named Hunger and Slake, ancient chain fists equipped with additional barbed power blades. These weapons are of a pattern and manufacture unknown even to the adepts of Mars. The thing that made Tiberos terrifying for both friend or foe was that whenever he spoke, he did so only with a dark and low whisper, a whisper that most often than not pre-announced that death was coming.
Damn, so you're telling me this artwork isn't at all accurate?
No, it isn't. He's bigger than normal Terminators, but here he's Primarch size. And also another thing, what's with all the fan arts having one of the power claws turned off? This power claw is clearly unpowered, and it is unpowered because in this artwork, Tiberos is going to fight a Mantis warrior with a single arm. So he's even in the playing field by using only one of his weapons.
Yes, the Astartes Terminator armor is even in the playing field against the Astartes normal power armor and with just one arm, by turning off just one of his weapons. He should also take off a couple of tons of armor to even begin to make things fair.
For the love of all that is sacred, stop drawing him in fan arts with one power claw turned off. It was a one-time thing. From their arrival, Lord Commander Karab Kuln was wary of these new Marines that had just joined the Loyalist forces, particularly given the independent reports from the Fire Angels who had accompanied Freyne, which painted the Carcharodons as barbarous and aberrant, with little to commend that even resembled the dictates of the Codex Astartes. But he didn't speak against Legate Inquisitor Freyne, and in truth, the Loyalists were in need of reinforcements if they were to press the attack in a timely fashion. After some deliberation, Kuln dispatched the Carcharodons to the ongoing campaign against the secessionist and renegade worlds of the Endymion cluster, in order to prove their worth. 360, 910, and 41. The Badap War had placed the Mantis Warriors chapter in a difficult position. As one of the Maelstrom Warder chapters, they had allied themselves with Euron and his Astral Claws at the outset of the secession, being both true to their bonds of blood and alliance with their fellow Warders, and incensed with what they saw as the Administratum wanton breach of authority and protocol over the political matters of the earlier Badab schism. However, as the war progressed, it appears they began to harbor grave doubts about the Tyrant's motives and the increasingly dark practices of the Astral Claws chapter, particularly after the mysterious death of their own chapter master, Yarv van Sartak, during the betrayal at Griff. By this point of the war, they had spilled the blood of many loyalist space marines, and were held responsible for the first armed conflict between Astartes of the entire war. Worn down by casualties and losses in warships, and increasing distrust for their former close allies, the Mantis warriors by this point of the war found themselves largely isolated within the familiar battlegrounds of the stars and worlds of the Endymion cluster, a region of space that had long been theirs to defend. Using their great familiarity with these star systems and worlds, the endemic loyalty of their people to their ancient protectors, and the long-standing series of hidden bastions they maintained here, the Mantis warriors had successfully fallen back into a seemingly unassailable position. Here the chapter played to its great strengths and expertise, fighting guerrilla campaigns against numerically superior foes, and frequently employing hit-and-run tactics.
Those were the Firehawks, to be honest. They were the ones that invaded the borders. Yeah, the Firehawks, net negative in the Badap Wars, huh? I'm laughing, but damn.
Raids and ambushes. Such was their power and skill here that they successfully fended off Stormtrooper Regiment-backed detachments from both Fire Angels and Sons of Medusa, sent to hound them in a series of protracted actions and engagements which became known as the Tranquility Campaign, after the Tranquility System, where its most frequent and costly battles were fought. It was at this time that the figure of Azra Ret, chief librarian of the Mantis Warriors and known to his chapter as the Das Prophet, rose to prominence, effectively becoming master of the Mantis Warriors until the end of the war. Guided by the uncanny foresight and cunning leadership of Ret, the Mantis Warriors became an ever greater force to be reckoned with, determined and ruthless in defense of their honor and the worlds they were sworn to protect. Although the Mantis Warriors were considerably weakened from the war and ongoing attrition of it, their remaining strength was such that Karab Kuln recognized the folly of leaving them undefeated at his flank, as the Loyalists turned their full force to the invasion of the Badab sector. Particularly as on this other flank, the Executioner's chapter also remained a significant threat. Karab Kuln had already been considering a change in his deployments in order to mount a renewed offensive against the Endymion cluster, but with the arrival of the Carcharodons, Kuln was offered an unexpected asset to deploy, and he let loose their savage tide against the Mantis warriors and the worlds of their domain.
They are no lamenters, but I still feel sorry for the Mantis warriors. At best they are misguided in this conflict. At worst they are actively manipulated into fighting against the Imperium, with the theory that Euron was the one to want their chapter master dead and all.
At least they didn't soil themselves with heresy or heavy dishonors, but I put the fault also on the Firehawks. If they didn't invade the Maelstrom Zone territory, this conflict would have never started in the first place.
Wow, in the very first episode I was like, the Firehawks seem like a net negative. Why are they even into Imperial, Imperium? That statement had more value to it than I thought.
There is multifaceted reasons to hate the Firehawks. I started to think the Maris Malevolent aren't that bad after all.
The cigar system was the first to taste the wrath and fury of the grey-clad space marines, and the Carcharodon fleet broke out of the warp directly above the system on the galactic plane, dangerously close to Cigar's swollen and violent sun. Using its solar flares as a shield, the fleet split up its dozens of striking forces and devastated the numerous belt colonies, ship clans, and asteroid citadels of the Cigar system, destroying in mere days or weeks what had taken millennia to build, and had withstood the ravages of alien and renegade alike. An Imperial Navy scout vessel, the Resplendent Martyr, with swept Sigard in the aftermath of the attack, reported the entire system littered with wreckage and discordant with the ghostly vox signals of dead and dying ships. It also noted that along with the wholesale destruction, much had been deliberately plundered and scavenged, both in terms of gear, resources, and indeed human life. It has been the conclusion of several authorities since that the choice of Sigard, with its wealth of void colonies and infrastructure, had been the Carcharodon's first target not simply because it had long connections with the Mantis warriors, but because after the Carcharodon's unknown voyage from the outer darkness, they had need of its bounty to replenish themselves in readiness for their part in the war. The verdant world of Iblis was to be the Carcharodon's next target. Already the giant feudal world had been the site of a great battle between the Firehawks and...
I'm sorry, wasn't it said that it was the size of a small country? That seems like a rather big country. Huh. Well, I guess Warhammer does have a different sense of big and small, huh? Fair enough.
the encircling secessionist forces in the early stages of the war, leaving much of its equatorial belt a scorched wasteland. Iblis had repeatedly sided with the Mantis warriors in the secession, and its petty kings still offered the chapter aid and support, despite having suffered punitive raids. The Carcharodons descended on the feudal world and systematically smashed its infrastructure and put its rulers to the sword, attacking the planet's scattered settlements and nomadic crawler caravans by night and leaving nothing but bloody wreckages. The Mantis warriors were swift to respond to the assault, attempting to distract and divert the Carcharodons with raids of their own against loyalist targets, and split up the attacking fleets by feigned flights and ruses, but to no avail. The Carcharodons will not be swayed, and after they had smashed Iblis into a disjointed wasteland inhabited only by scattered bands of shell-shocked survivors, the fleet moved on. This time their target was the blighted industrial world of Endymion Prime itself, where a small Fire Angels force were already holding command of its decrepit, fog-shrouded manufactura complexes against Mantis warriors-led insurgents. Without recourse to the Fire Angels' dispositions, the Carcharodons assaulted from the skies into the contested sprawl, hundreds of drop pods hammering down into the soot-caked shanties amid a great slaughter. Endymion was quickly overtaken by a confused planet-wide battle which shattered the insurgency and set great swathes of industrial sprawls ablaze, flooding other areas with millions of liters of poisonous chemical waste from sundered containment vessels. The honorable Mantis warriors could not abandon the world to its fate and had no choice but to respond, coming to Endymion's aid with increasing numbers of their chapter's battle brothers, in an attempt to curb the savagery of the Carcharodons' assault. The Mantis warriors smashed the Carcharodons' callous slaughter with their own fierce martial skill in hit-and-run attacks and murderous ambushes, but they were too few and could...
If memory serves, the Space Sharks here also have a Megalodon on their flagship, or did I hallucinate that story? I am unaware.
Not turn the tide of the assault. They will not retreat, however, even after Hazraret forbade further attempts at reinforcement. But the Marines already deployed fought and died in defense of their ancient pact with the people of Endymion, just as the plan that Legate Freyne had concocted with the Carcharodon's chapter master Tiberos had predicted they would. The patterns were repeated on the minor worlds of Xtal and Largitor, and then the twin worlds of the Tranquility System themselves. Here attacks smashed each world's infrastructure, one after the other, leaving desperate survivors alive to suffer on in the wake of their punishment. Again and again, the Mantis warriors were brought to battle, and although...
Okay, finally got my piece of what did I miss? We are now at the point where the Space Sharkies and the Mantises are fighting, and, you know, it's happening.
Though they saw some victories against the onslaught and inflicted casualties of their own, each time fewer of them returned to fight again. By the end of 91041, the Striken Cluster's resistance was crushed, and the Mantis warriors, now worn down and scattered, had ceased to exist as an effective fighting force, but at a great price. Starvation, disease, and lingering death were now the only masters of a dozen inhabited worlds, and millions were left unburied to rot beneath the sightless stars. In the aftermath of the Tranquility Campaign, the Fire Angels Space Marines, having in prior battles earned for themselves the highest honor in the Badap War and suffered heavy casualties, sought permission to withdraw from the conflict. This unusual act was in no small part owing to the increasing anger of the Fire Angels chapter against the Carcharodons, with whom they had repeatedly been at odds during the Tranquility Campaign, and whose methods they held in utter contempt. Rather than risk the growing enmity between the two loyalist chapters sparking into full-scale civil conflict, and with some minor skirmishes already fought between the chapters, the Fire Angels departed with honor to their homeworld to rebuild their sorely damaged chapter.
Imagine being so brutal and ruthless in a war that even other Space Marine chapters, created to fight the worst wars of the Imperium, get fed up by how much collateral damage and unnecessary death you cause, and decide that they either have to leave or kick your ass.
Space Marines still cling to honor and chivalry, Pio, like the Knights of old. They aren't mindless killing machines. That is why the Fire Angels were disgusted by the Carcharodons.
And I fought to Shadow of the Salamanders, punching a Marine's malevolent captain in the face with enough strength to knock him out over the bombing of civilians was the peak of Space Marine disgust.
Yeah, we are not doing a segment to explain those events now. Not because we can't, but because I am lazy, and this video is on the Badab War. With the
And it's 2 hours long.
New cluster no longer a threat to the loyalist flanks, the Carcharodons redeployed, splitting their fleets to patrol the loyalist rear echelons and relieve the Minotaurs and Red Scorpions, to consolidate ahead of the expected invasion of the Badab sector. But this wouldn't be the last time the Carcharodons will fight in the Endymion cluster. 260, 911, and 41. An increase in Corsair activity along the eastern Maelstrom zone in mid-910 and 41 led the Loyalists to believe that at least one Astral Claws task force had slipped out of the Badab sector, and was now operating from the edges of the Maelstrom itself. Concerned that this could be the start of a new battlefront opening on their flank, Imperial Navy escort search and destroy squadrons were dispatched to the area to hunt for evidence of enemy operations and quell the attacks. Traversing even the edge of the Maelstrom was a dangerous business, and the squadron suffered high rates of crew casualties to madness and storms, even without making contact with the enemy. On the frontier world of Rook, one of the few worlds in the Maelstrom whose puritanical population of Oblationist zealots could be relied upon to willingly aid Imperial agents, they found their evidence. Here they heard testimony of increasing slave raids of nearby systems, and attacks by human Corsair ships led by an Astral Claws strike cruiser they identified as the Irkania. This pattern of attacks was tracked by the squadron's lead navigator, the infamous and legendarily skilled Onna Nostromo, by their echo in the warp to the Riven star system of Lamptan, and his twin feral worlds of Shaprias and Scarfell. Thus, having divined that a strong enemy force was amassing at Lamptan, the Imperial Squadron, now badly in need to refit and resupply, returned to seek reinforcements. Elsewhere in the war, the Loyalists and Secessionists had once more entered into a period of increasing armed engagement. In the northern Maelstrom zone, the Carcharodons were enacting the final stages of the Tranquility Campaign, while in the southern zone, the Minotaurs and Sons of Medusa, backed by Imperial Guard Penal regiments, were assaulting Isin on the edge of the Badab sector itself, where a tenacious defense was underway by the Tyrant's Legion. During this period, Lord Commander Kuln was then marshalling his own Red Scorpions and the newly reinforced Exorcist chapter contingents at Sagan, in preparation for an assault on the strategic warp terminus of Piranheus, a target considered by many to be the gateway to the Badab sector. Overall, the Loyalist Marines' forces were stretched thin in the war, despite the reinforcements of the Carcharodons, but it was then that the old warrior Pellas Mirsan, leader of the Salamander Space Marine contingent deployed in the war, during a council with Karab Kuln and the other commanders of the forces deployed, would offer a solution to the events of Lamptan. He offered to lead his own forces, now a little under a company in strength, but very well equipped in armor and weapons, in a lightning strike against Lamptan, relying on the element of surprise, the arcane skills of Onna Nostromo to position their attack, and the power of their potent battle barge.
Look, I love the Salamanders, but are they gonna mess up because they wanted to protect the civilians? Wouldn't be too far off.
Fire of Glory to deal a crippling blow to the enemy. Kuln was aware of the risks as well as the potential rewards of this plan, and was further moved in its favor when somewhat unexpectedly, the grim and taciturn chaplain Ivanus Encomi, who represented the often aloof and secretive Minotaur's chapter in the War Council, offered to take his own personal guard and such forces he could muster in aid of the mission. So approved, Mirsan's strike force, named the Gift of Fire, was further augmented by a pair of Imperial Navy light cruisers and a frigate squadron. This force was dispatched immediately from Sagan on the long voyage to the murderous and turbulent vortex of the Maelstrom itself and the Lambton system, ready to meet the foe in battle. But nobody, loyalist or traitor, could foresee the catastrophic events that would unfold there, and that would change drastically the course of the war. Entering real space in the inner sphere of the erratic binary star system of Lambton, with its serpent-like plume of burning gas coiling between the two suns, the Loyalist fears were soon realized. Clearly visible above the feral world of Shaprias, there was a rugged armada of star vessels. Scows and wrecks had been assembled from scavenged hulks and pirated freighters, while Auspex scans and Aguri probes revealed that on the planet below, vast camps and training grounds had been raised up, beneath the shadow of iron-sided bastion towers, and ringed with kilometers of blade wire. Here on Shaprias, a new army was being forged from brutal and tainted tribal warriors, enslaved to the tyrant's cause, and was in the process of being tempered into a spear to be hurled at the loyalists from an unexpected quarter, at disposable weapons to kill and be killed at Luft Euron's will. Given the presence of only a few Corsair escorts and raider ships in near orbit, which were quickly scattered by the attack, Mirsan deducted that the bulk of the enemy warships were away on some mission of plunder, and there would be no better time to strike. His swiftly configured attack plan was a bold and resolute one. The Salamanders and Minotaurs will make immediate planetfall to attack the secessionist bastions and training camps, while after conducting the orbital insertion, their ships will sweep immediately out again, and set about destroying the armada of would-be troop ships as swiftly and thoroughly as possible, thus removing both factors of the threat. The drop pods and thunderhawks of the two chapters rode down through Shapria's cold crimson skies, accompanied by bombardments from the Pyre of Glory's macro cannons against what was deemed to be the most heavily entrenched targets. Once in the atmosphere, the two chapters divided to their chosen killing grounds. The Minotaurs attacked the iron-shot bastions where the dark architects of this domain.
Well, things are continuing to fall apart. This battle was interesting, but the interesting part came after. Are we getting introduced to the corruption now? Is that happening soon?
Were likely concealed, while the bulk of the Salamander's forces descended on the art of the city-sized training camps. A secondary force, composed of a chosen wing of Caestus pattern assault rams, carrying aboard them a force of Salamander's Fire Drake Terminators, the greatest warriors of their esteemed chapter, took on the task of attacking the secessionist landing grounds. On their first pass, the armored prows and magna meltas of the Caestus savaged the enemy transport crafts caught on the ground, and burned through their hulls, rupturing their fuel tanks. The flames soared hundreds of meters into the air in incandescent storms, phosphor white against the red skies. The Fire Drakes, assaulting from their craft into the billowing black pools of smoke, turned confusion and destruction into a massacre, their storm bolters and cyclone missile launchers sweeping the panicked foe away before any resistance could be organized. Elsewhere, the main Salamander's force, led by Captain Mirsan, had descended into the heart of the enemy, deploying their troops and armor into a defensive ring at the center of the training camps. Utterly surrounded, the Salamander's force at less than 100 Space Marines was outnumbered more than 1,000 to 1 by the horde of savages and mutants, the brutal inhabitants of a dozen nearby worlds that rose up before them. For any other warriors, the position would have been a suicidal one, but these were the scions of Vulcan, and they cared little for such odds. Staggered by the sudden fury and shock of the assault,
Bad fucking
the great
ass, bro.
horde, all but leaderless and without thought, was slow to react, and by the time they pressed the attack, the savage mass was met by a wall of firepower, and thousands fell within the opening minutes of the battle as whirlwind launchers, destructor pattern predator tanks, and the ordered ranks of the Salamanders let fire at almost point-blank range into a solid mass of flesh and bone. Hundreds were killed in the opening volleys, and the enemy staggered immediately. Their jagged blades and autoguns a poor answer to the output of the armories of Prometheus. What few heavier weapons the enemy brought to bear were quickly marked and destroyed by concentrated fire. As the broken ground of the training fields was steadily covered with mounds of twitching bodies, the Horde, shying away from the bloodshed, only rallied when their taskmasters took to the fields behind them. The bloodstained, steel-colored power armor of Astral Claw's retaliator squads, amid the dirty cloth and pale skins of the Horde clearly visible to the heightened senses of the Salamanders, as they kept up their relentless tide of fire.
You could say the salamanders during this battle were fired up.
That was terrible
that's
even
it.
for me.
This was the last bad joke. You are going the Damonculaba now, Pio.
No.
As the Salamanders marked their
All right, hold on. I've heard enough from the podcast Pontius was on that the trouble with Pio specifically, sorry, is that he does not sound human.
No.
And that no, with zero fucking emotion in them is proof of that. I can't unhear it now. Now that I know that Pio is just a bot. Voice acting wise, by the way. I just can't unhear it anymore. I called a phenomenon AI Pio. Pio, you can't have high voice here. You gotta make a deep voice here. Anyway.
bad joke. You are going the Damonculaba now, Pio.
No.
As the Salamanders marked their true foe amid the carnage, Mirsan sprang the second phase of his assault plan into action, and 3 land raiders of the rare and prized Achilles pattern spearheaded a counter-assault aimed directly at the Astral Claw's contingent. The tank's Thunderfire cannon blasted holes through the ranks of the Horde, and their multi-meltas lashed into the packed masses of bodies, turning scores of savage fighters into screaming explosions of blood and steam with each blast. The Land Raiders' thrice blessed holes shrugged off the last cannon beams and shrieking missiles the Astral Claws sought to stop them with, and opened a course-spade path clear through to the center of the Astral Claws force. This achieved, the inviolate trio of Land Raiders swung aside as the fury of the Ancients was unleashed. 6 Dreadnoughts, led by Briat Ashmantle, known darkly in the chronicles of his chapter as the Iron Dragon, stormed into the raging Astral Claws like a thunderbolt, smashing them asunder.
An AI Pio would be impossible to tell apart from the genuine article. It's amazing. No, AI has made great strides so far. It actually can voice act nowadays. Sorry, I had to make the joke.
And drenching them with purifying flame. Overmatched and overwhelmed, the Astral Claws did not yield lightly, but were slain in glorious combat, felling 2 of the Salamander's Ancients. As the Astral Claws died, the name of the tyrant was howled with their Centurion's dying breath, as the Iron Dragon tore him in half, and cast his carcass to the wind.
Voice acted is a big statement. He can sound human. It's already an improvement. I was talking about the AI. I said the AI can voice act nowadays. They have made great strides. Man. Anyway, it was a shot at Pio. Well, Pio can sound human now. Damn, why did you immolate him like that, man? I said it was a joke. I'm not serious. And also, I'm not the first to make that joke, Pontius.
With their master slaughtered, the Horde panicked and fell back, the tens of thousands that remained alive fleeing in a mindless stampede away from the Lords of Fire and Death at their backs, crushing and killing hundreds more of their own number in the panic. At the Bastion line, the Minotaurs met with firmer resistance. The defenses have been built into a range of basalt crags with the Astral Claw's typical diligence and skill, and the iron shot towers were studded with heavy bolter and battle cannon emplacements.
I like the design of them quite a bit.
That covered every ground approach with interlocking kill zones, while quad guns and Icarus-class cannons guarded the skies above them. The Minotaur's assault began with low-level attack runs by Thunderhawk gunships, which skimmed the jagged terrain to focus their firepower on a carefully selected point in
The Minotaurs are Spartan Space Marines. Yeah, I see that from the shield and shit. The only thing I'm like sad at is that they don't have like the bull horns, the Minotaur horns kind of. But that's a small gripe I have. Alright, I'm half asleep right now. I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, Mad Chemist. I probably still have 3 hours to go until I can sleep. At the minimum.
the bastion, punching a gap in the firing lines and disgorging assault terminators and devastator squads directly into the smoking wreckage. Braving the storm of fire, the rest of the company's strong Minotaur's force deployed directly behind this breakpoint, which suffered the brunt of the enemy counterattack. The Minotaur's vanguard held the ruined bastion with disciplined ferocity, not giving an inch of ground to the oncoming secessionist forces despite the heavy casualties. The bronze-armored Minotaurs clashed in brutal close combat with the Astral Claw's retaliators who advanced under cover of their combat shields through a hail of bolter fire, to try and retake the Sundered fortifications, only to be hurled back time and time again from the amount of twisted metal and shattered rockrit. Although in number the attacking Minotaurs and the defending Astral Claws at the Bastion line were roughly equal, the Astral Claws were well dug in, well armed and led, and lacked nothing for bravery and fighting spirit. The Minotaurs, however, were masters of siegecraft, and this blood-soaked close-quarter was exactly...
There is the horns, but this is a high-ranking one, or even a chapter master. I'm not sure, though. Again... No, Lord Master here, just retard.
kind of battlefield in which they reveled. With the Astral Claw's counterattack pinned in place at the shattered bastion, the formed-up Minotaur's second attack line, led by an armored spearhead of Land Raiders and Siege Dreadnoughts, opened up a parallel assault against the next bastion in the chain. Chaplain and Comey personally commanded the jump-pack-equipped Vanguard veterans in storming the second enemy bastion.
That's Asterion Moloch, their chapter master. I was right! He looked way too special. Asterion Moloch. That's actually a pretty cool name too. Goddamn.
And slaying all within, his vox-amplified battle cries echoing louder even than the roar of the guns. Cut off and encircled, the Astral Claw's ally force was swiftly isolated and destroyed in detail, as the Minotaurs began advancing one half of their forces to take the next bastion in line, while the other consolidated the previous prize and rearmed in preparation for the next sequential assault. The progress was slow and bloody, and the Astral Claws made them pay a price in dead for every fortification the Minotaurs took, but the secessionist martial fury could not stem the loyalist advance, and one by one, the bastions fell, and victory was claimed by the Minotaurs. Deep beneath the smashed fortifications, the Minotaurs and Salamanders soon discovered what secret they were built to defend. A vast natural cavern system housing heretic laboratories. These have been manufacturing combat drugs in vast quantities, and attempting primitive gene tempering and experimental surgery on the feral warriors of Shaprias, along with hundreds of Imperial prisoners taken in raids across the eastern Maelstrom zone. At the lowest levels, guarded by a group of hated corpse-taker apothecaries of the Tyrant's Legion and their servitors, was an armored vault within which was a store of Space Marines' gene seed, which was in part stolen from loyalists fallen in battle.
What? They were stealing the gene seed of the fallen Marines they themselves killed in battle?
Yes, Pio. This shows you the moral corruption of the Astral Claws themselves.
God damn.
It isn't just Euron that went mad. With him, the entire chapter lost their honor and decided to move away from the Emperor's light, and betray anything an Astartes stands for. The Astral Claws are not his angels anymore, they are just traitors in different colors. While the battle raged below, the conflict in orbit had also gone in the Loyalist' favor, but not without cost. While the makeshift armada had been blasted to scrap and burning debris, concealed weapon platforms set to guard the fleet had inflicted damage to the Pyre of Glory and gutted the Sword-class frigate Epona, which had to be abandoned as a burning hulk. Less than 11 standard days after the battle was first joined, Gift of Fire departed the Lambton system to undertake the perilous voyage back to the Loyalist hell space, with over 1,000 freed prisoners carried in the hulls of his naval light cruisers, and the priceless gene seed held in the inner sanctum of the Pyre of Glory itself. Gift of Fire had claimed a great victory for the Loyalists, and uncovered and thwarted a dark machination of the tyrants that, if left unchecked, could have had dire consequences for the Imperium. The High Command, however, could have not predicted what happened next. 270, 911, M41. The Gift of Fire task force, fresh from its victory in the Lambton system, was unexpectedly struck by a powerful warp squall and scattered en route back to the Imperial control space. Utter calamity was averted by the skills of their lead navigator Nostromo, and only a single frigate was lost to the warp, while the Salamander's battle barge, the Pyre of Glory, and the light cruiser Admiral Gregorius were turned back into the Maelstrom, riding ahead of the Stormfront, and forced to return into real space in the relative stability of the Kala Shoals, within the Maelstrom boundary. With their Geller fields on the point of collapse and their drives failing, the two Loyalist vessels limped into the outer orbit of Kala's boundaries to repair and refit. Their arrival at Kala had not gone unnoticed, however, and a human raider ship that had been trading with the scattered orc lairs that infested the inner system departed unseen and carried news of their presence to the secessionists. The Astral Claw's strike cruiser Irkania was still in the region, having found its home base on Shaprias destroyed, and its master, the Astral Claw's Arch-Centurion Cornac Commodus, craved vengeance and a chance to right his failings in his lord's eyes. Alone, however, Commodus' single strike cruiser had little chance of taking on the wounded Loyalist with success, and he so desperately sought assistance in taking on the enemy while they were still isolated. His encrypted astropathic message found an unexpected ally in the fight on Svrat, flagship battle barge of the Executioner's chapter, which had been taking in supplies at the uninhabited ocean world of Deluge, on the edge of the Magog cluster. The combined battle group attacked as the Loyalist vessels moved toward the warp transfer point at Kala to embark again on their troubled voyage, their repairs at last completed. The battle was swift and hard fought, with the Admiral Gregorius blasted to atoms in the opening salvo of the secessionist guns, although the Pyre of Glory quickly proved to be far less easy prey. Repelling the first two boarding assaults against her and destroying two of the attacking frigates, heavy fire from Phaeton's Vrat managed to entirely disable the Salamander's battle barge thrusters after a 3-hour long-running battle, leaving it dead in space. With the Pyre of Glory disabled, Tulsa Kane, master of the Executioners, Vox signaled the Salamander's vessel and offered them a chance of honorable surrender, offering safe passage for them from the war zone under oath to not take up arms again in the conflict. Pellars Mirsan, commanding the Salamander's force, conceded to this demand, despite the misgivings of some of those under his command, knowing that otherwise his force would be destroyed without any ability to strike back at their foe. Pellars Mirsan was a wise and highly experienced veteran commander, and knew that the vainglorious sacrifice of his force would achieve nothing other than to benefit the Imperium's enemies. Having himself fought alongside the Executioner's chapter centuries before as a scout neophyte, he trusted to their oath of offered safety. Both the Phaeton's Vrat and the Irkania drew alongside the battered Pyre of Glory and docked, Tulsa Kane personally leading the Executioner's boarding party and accepting Mirsan's sword in surrender as the Salamanders stood down their arms. It was elsewhere within the Grey Ship that the unthinkable occurred. Arch-Centurion Commodus had led his own boarding party to seize the Pyre of Glory armories, and thanks to the conditions of the surrender, had been all but unopposed. Heedless of the consequences, Commodus sought to breach the ship's sanctum vaults in search of the prize in Ginseed he hoped to find there. Not only that which the Salamanders had recovered from the caverns of Shaprias, but the Sons of Noctune's own recovered stock from the fatalities they had sustained during the war. When the Salamander's apothecaries resisted, the snarling Commodus cut them down. The Arch-Centurion's vengeful fury unleashed. Immediately he ordered the massacre of the Salamanders they had taken prisoner, commanding his corpse takers to strip them of their Ginseed whether alive or dead. A pitched battle broke out across all decks. As reports of what was happening reached the bridge chamber, Tulsa Kane was incensed to a murderous rage. Mirsan, seeing this, wisely understood that the Executioners may not have full knowledge of the enormities of heresy and blasphemy the Astral Claws had come to embrace, perhaps having been deliberately deceived by the tyrant. Controlling his own outrage, Mirsan poured deliberate scorn on the Executioner's leader, both for this breach of his word and the dishonor of standing by and allowing the tyrant's sin to go unchallenged. With the report of his executioner's own eyes giving the gravity of truth to Mirsan's claims, Kane's wrath was terrible to behold. And it was at this moment that the Astral Claws would learn a grave lesson. A lesson that would haunt loyalists and traitors alike for the centuries to come. In that moment, they learned that they can soil their own honor how much they want, that they can brutalize their perceived enemies with all the wrath they can muster, but that there is no worse sin to commit in a war than trying to soil the honor of your own allies, especially if those allies are Astartes, or worse, sons of Rogal Dorn. Immediately, Tulsa King declared the blood oath binding his chapter to Euron's cause had been violated and broken, and the dark stain of infamy the Astral Claws had brought upon them could only be washed clean with a river of blood.
Brothers executioners, the Astral Claws have betrayed the Imperium, their honor, and our blood oath. We will not stand witness to loyal Astartes being cut down at the hands of traitors and do nothing. In the name of Rogal Dorn, kill them all.
God damn. That's Lamenters, though!
That survived what was to come have since given witness that a bleak madness came upon the executioners at Kane's pronouncement, and that they tore into the Astral Claws with murderous vengeance, heedless of the risk of their own lives, satisfied only that their former allies would die by their hands, regardless of the cost. Pellas Mirsan rallied those salamanders that yet survived and mounted a defense of the battle barge Inner Sanctum, unleashing the power of Breyat, a Dreadnought, and his fellow ancients to aid them. The corridor involves first the
So, did you miss anything? A lot there. It was an up and down. Yes. Short answer, yes. If you scroll up a little bit, Iron did make a short what happened so far list. It was 3 chat messages, if I'm not wrong. The only mistake he did was that Lizard Chess didn't die. Yeah. This Italian guy should learn how to speak English. No, I understand perfectly fine. I think people that don't understand should, you know, especially if they, you know, have main language English, so should, you know, go back to school. But no, I think you're fine. And I'm ESL.
Ancient Pyre of Glory, and then the Astral Claws Irkania ran red with blood. In what quickly entered the legends of the war as the Red Hour, every single Astral Claw, Chapter Serf and Servitor present was relentlessly and savagely slaughtered, and the Irkania was left a charnel house of decapitated bodies. As a deathly silence fell in the aftermath, Tulsa Kane came alone before Mirsan at the gates of the Sanctum, his grim armor scorched and torn. He knelt in the light of the burning Sanctum braziers before the salamanders, and offered them no words. But from beneath his rugged black cloak, he left a single gory object fall and roll at Mirsan's feet. It was the head of Arch-Centurion Commodus. The executioners withdrew without further comment, leaving the stricken Pyre of Glory and the empty strike cruiser docked alongside and departed. But their maddened desire for vengeance had not been satisfied, and soon its message reached every corner of the Maelstrom zone. From this point onward, the Executioner's chapter became a rogue element in the war. Not only seeking out and descending with madness-imbued fury on the Astral Claws and their agents wherever they could be found, outside of the safety of Badap itself, but also refusing to surrender to loyalist forces when encountered. The most notorious incident of this kind was the Executioner's destruction of the Sons of Medusa strike cruiser Warspite in the Grief system.
God damn.
Battle groups from both forces engaged
Executioners realize their honor has been besmirched. See red and red only. There is no colors anymore. God damn. Poor Sons of Medusa, though. God damn. Sad. Holy shit.
Expectedly off the warp route transfer point there, but there were numerous others. Beyond this, however, the Executioner's chapter attacks on wider Imperial shipping ceased almost immediately. This development was explained only when some standard month later, the near-wrecked Pyre of Glory finally put into port at the Loyalist battle station at Sorngrad, with a strange and bloody tale to tell. For the Terran's cause, there could have been no more bitter blow than to have allies turn enemies. Not only had the severing of the Executioners from the secessionist cause robbed the Euron forces of much of its remaining strength in warships and raider crafts, but as foes, the Executioners were both implacable and had the advantage of detailed knowledge of many of the secession's hidden bases and deployments, which they put to immediate use in destroying them. With first the Lamenters and then the Mantis warriors shorn from the secessionist order of battle, and now most bitterly the executioners turned against them, Luft Euron and what remained of his once mighty astral
The
claws
executioners. Vengeance, brothers! They have besmirched our honor! Kill them all! I almost said and let God sort them out, but that's more of a Catholic thing.
They were truly alone before the Imperium's wrath. Their dreams of dominion and eternal glory all but shattered. 310, 911, and 41. Following what was regarded as the treachery of his former allies, Luft Euron announced in a recorded message that was relayed throughout the Badab sector that the Astral Claws and their subjects were no longer part of the Imperium of Men, an institution he saw as a
bankrupt rotting carcass, fit only for the grave.
But Badab itself was now a state dedicated to
survival and the triumph of mankind.
The Tyrant swore that he and his followers would fight to their last breath to avenge themselves upon those who had
betrayed us
and maintain their freedom, ending the soon infamous recording with the statement that
the strong are strongest alone.
Okay, I'm starting to see more Euron Blackheart by this point than the original Euron.
Have you not read the title of the video, Pio? They changed stuff.
This is gonna be a long stream. It's already 5 hours, 45 minutes long. Yes, we have 2 more videos to cover after this one, and we're only almost an hour in. Anyway, I will not stand down, brothers. I will continue to watch this lore in the name of my honor.
Before the end of the war. Soon afterwards, within Euron's remaining domains, all signs and symbols of imperial authority, culture and creed were cast down in a firestorm of iconoclasm, and the mass executions on Badab Primaris of clerics and functionaries, most of whom had remained largely ignorant of the true cause and nature of the war, were reported to last for many weeks without pause. Up until this point, it is to be remembered that although the Badab secessionists had been declared heretic by the Imperium, within the worlds they had controlled, the pattern of established life had gone on much as it had for many centuries, and the worship of the God Emperor had been maintained. The influential people that had openly disagreed with the secession had been removed and replaced with those more loyal to Euron and his cause, and millions still followed their fate unimpeded, while the sector's native defenders believed naturally enough that they fought and died in battle against heresy.
Oh, hold on. Kill them all! The Emperor knows his own!
Its name. No longer, however, was the truth concealed from the pitiable masses of the Badab sector, and in the tyrant's spite and fury, great basilicas were toppled, and clergy and adepts were slaughtered with complete disregard for their allegiance. As for the Astral Claws themselves, although the practice was by no means universal, many of the battle...
Ikeno was a very good character. Shame we don't know what happened to him after the war. Oh, really? Oh, I hope they don't mess it up. I hope they don't mess it up if they, like, pick up on the stuff. God damn it. But current Games Workshop, I have zero I feel like I feel a portion of what you feel every time something Game Workshop brings out comes to your table to be witnessed. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Began to deface any semblance of imperial heraldry and insignia from their armor and war gear, scarring it to bare metal and daubling it in reds and crimson, in representation of their blood oath of vengeance, until only the symbols of the tyrant remained. Inquisitorial agents infiltrating the Badab sector at this time report that conditions on its principal worlds grew even harsher. Famines were commonplace, and a shadow of despair had fallen over everything. Under Euron, the population of the Badab sector had been controlled with inflexible and savage discipline, but were still viewed as a war resource to be maintained and managed. Now the Astral Claws' wrath grew even more arbitrary and brutal as their increasing paranoia, and the murderous rages to which Luft Euron was becoming prone took their toll on those unfortunates caught within the Tyrant's domains. On Badab Primaris, for non-Astartes to dare look directly upon the face of one of the Astral Claws was now punishable by blinding. And after an assassin tried to take the life of Euron within his own command chamber and was slain by the tyrant himself, non-space marines were banned entirely from the precinct of the Palace of Thorns, under punishment of death. And thousands of civilians were killed in groundless reprisals by the Astral Claws retaliators. As to the mindset of the Astral Claws themselves, most, it seemed, have succumbed to a siege mentality. They expected death as now inevitable, but were spurred on by a bleak desire for vengeance against those they believed had wronged them. Spite and rage consuming what little remained of their honor.
Damn.
705, 911, and 41. Having waited as long as he thought strategically advantageous to gather forces for a heavy assault, Lord Commander Kuln put into action his plans for the invasion and conquest of the Piraeus system on the edge of the Badap sector. The assault on Badap itself was about to start. Loyalist Strategic Command had identified the Piraeus system as the key to the subsequent attack on the central Badap system itself, thanks to the relatively stable warp route between the two regions. Piraeus would be an ideal staging post for an invasion, as it already possessed extensive lunar orbital station and minor shipyards centered around the gas giant Crisias. These facilities, if conquered intact, would both weaken the secessionists further and be of invaluable assistance to the Loyalists as a forward base. A plan long in the fruition, Kuln had already set up a series of secondary fronts at Isin and the Cabalus, where raids and hit-and-run action.
You could call this Assault P-Day. Pio goes in the Demon Club again for that one too. No. Pio wasn't here. Yeah, I can't send you anywhere. But since you're gonna go get Pio, I'll just lock you in the basement with him. That's probably punishment enough. Anyway.
By his own Red Scorpion chapter, along with the Minotaurs and Exorcists, had destabilized much of the region, and forced the Tyrant's armies to spread their outer defenses thinly. The initial attack plan against Piraeus called for a navy assault to interdict the industrial world of Piraeus 5, also known as Yarrow Station, with a direct space marine assault against the lunar colonies on the second moon of the Piraeus dominant gas giant, Crisias. This attack was to be conducted by the combined forces of the Exorcists and the Red Scorpions chapter, their strike force amounting to an effective strength of 6 Space Marine companies. The majority of the Space Marine contingent was made up of fresh reinforcements of the Exorcist chapter, who Lord Commander Kuln had kept in reserve for this closing stage of the war, although overall tactical command of the assault was taken up by Lord Commander Kuln himself. From the start, the invasion of the Piraeus system was subject to reversal and unexpected calamity. This first reared its head when one of the Imperial Navy cruisers attached to the task force, the Spear of Mezzoa, suffered a catastrophic Geller field failure as the invasion fleet left the Larsa system to make the warp transit to Piraeus, hurling all on board screaming to their doom in the Empyrean. Further unexpected turbulence in the usually stable warp route further disrupted the ill-fated fleet, damaging and scattering several ships and forcing the remainder to struggle to arrive into real space at the target system's edge, further out than had been planned, and scattered over a period of many hours thanks to time distortion effects of the warp. Far from their chosen attack vector to the system, the Loyalist ships were forced to reassemble and operate at maximum thruster burn for a number of days to reach the inner worlds of Piraeus, after which time all element of surprise had been lost. With little choice but to press the attack, the Loyalist fleet reassembled itself and made best speed to engage. This fleet included some 2 battle barges and 4 strike cruisers, alongside a single battleship and 6 cruisers of the Imperial Navy, several squadrons of minesweepers, an escort as well as flotillas of planetary assault crafts, ferrying Imperial Guard and Inquisitorial forces. The initial enemy resistance in space, as expected, proved insufficient to slow the attacking column down. Sporadically encountered minefields were breached or bypassed without loss, and long-range outposts detected only a dozen defense monitor ships and a score of locally produced destroyers, inferior copies of the Imperial Pujus-class ships. This defense armada would have been enough to stand off a sizable raiding force, particularly in combination with the chain of orbital weapons platforms which formed a second line around Piraeus 5th. But against the force Lord Commander Kuln had assembled, they stood little chance of long delaying, let alone preventing, the Loyalist assault.
How did we get here from a war started because somebody didn't pay taxes?
I had told you at the beginning, Pio. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Like Magnus when he pierced the Webway project to warn the Emperor of Horus' betrayal, welcome to the hell Euron created for himself, with his pride and ego. Welcome to the brutal closing stages of the Badap War. Despite the Loyalists were forced to endure for several hours long-range torpedo bombardments against their ships, they reached their mission breakpoint intact, and split to engage their separate targets without incident. The bulk of the Imperial naval ships, led by the Retribution-class battleship Throne of Blood, broke off to engage the defense fleet and bombard Piraeus 5, while the Space Marines strike force diverted to assault the moon of Critias Secundus. The fighting above Piraeus 5 proved particularly fierce, as the defense ships flanked themselves almost suicidally against the attackers, scoring several hits against the oncoming cruisers before being wiped out. They fought as if the tyrant's claw was at their necks, and they feared him far more than mere death at the muzzles of our guns, as the Vice Admiral Kagawa commanding the Throne of Blood.
This, in my opinion, is the best part of any video we ever made. It is very catching, that's true. Because now, this is the highlight. This is the, like, big fight of the war, it feels like. Damn. Crazy how this could have been avoided if people just gave him, you know, the chance to re-recruit or just give him supplies at the start of it. This, and like years in the year 590 or 600, 690, 700, around there. You're not yet at the best part. There is a face-to-face confrontation here. You will see. Ooh. Oh, God. Every time they monologue at each other, it's fucking peak.
Will later comment. The Imperial Navy ships,
I
however,
hope
were
that
prevented
happens.
from achieving their secondary objective of close bombardment of Piraeus 5, as ground fire from the massive emplacements of macro cannon and defense laser batteries on the surface, unpredicted in strength and ferocity, forced the naval ships back. Their fury crippling the Tyrant-class cruiser Gauntlet of Ages when it strayed too close. Elsewhere, in orbit of Critias Secundus, despite strong resistance, greater success was found by the Loyalists, and between them the combined might of the Red Scorpion's Sword of Ordon and the Exorcist Redeemer smashed aside the moon's asteroid force in short order. Landing zones in the vicinity of the lunar colony's main citadels and Genetora stations were quickly identified and subjected to preliminary bombardment, before a full-scale planet strike was initiated via Thunderhawk and drop pod assaults. The Space Marines' task was to strike hard and with speed, to take the lunar colonies and their strategically valuable facilities intact. On landing, the Red Scorpions and Exorcists were immediately met head-on by the Tyrant's Legion in a strong counter-offensive. Their enemies' numbers increased several-fold by indentured workers in crude breeder masks to protect them from Critias' poisonous air, driven on by the use of explosive collars and armed with little more than sharpened tools and crude promethium bombs. The Tyrant's Legion Auxilia and their slave worker allies were killed in droves by the assaulting Space Marines in hectic close-quarter fighting, but their numbers alone slowed the attackers down and prevented them from fanning out to their individual targets as planned. It was at this point, with the bulk of the Red Scorpions and Exorcists engaged but effectively bottled into their landing zones, that the Astral Close trap was sprung. Previously silent and long-concealed ground batteries fired from the depths of the alien forest that covered the moon, striking down Thunderhawks and landing crafts and ripping into the Space Marines' ships in close orbit above. Their vessels' bellies exposed as they descended.
Wait, but this... Isn't this a Tyranid ship thing? Because this looks like some kind of insect thing. Living organism. Am I wrong here? I know you just used footage to like signify what's happening, but yeah, I don't have the millions to make an animation. No, I understood, but it is from Space Marine 2. It looked kind of, you know, it looked familiar to me. I'm not blaming you. I just want to know if I'm correct. That's all.
Deployed their deadly cargo. The Sword of Ordon barely made it into space and escaped the brunt of the barrage, spewing flame and trailing debris from her shattered launch base. while the Exorcist strike cruiser Aleph Argentium, having moments before deployed its last forces, was caught in a crossfire of converging plasma streams and exploded, showering burning wreckage down onto the planet, setting ablaze hundreds of square kilometers of tangled vegetation below. From within the moon's citadels, cannons and mortars thundered afresh, pelting the loyalist space marines with missiles and shells, indiscriminately targeting the battles where their own forces were engaged at close quarters with the loyalists. This was only a heralding barrage, however, and from bunkers concealed beneath the tiered, disc-stacked towers, scores of land raiders and rhino transports bearing the insignia of the star-clutching Black Claw roared forth, the Astral Claws in near chapter strength, and with their master, Luft Euron, at their head. Lord Commander Karab Kuln and those that stood with him were caught between the fire above and the tyrant below. The Tyrant, it seems, had long ago predicted the importance of the Piraeus system as a keystone in the Badap sector's defense, and drew his own plan accordingly. Likewise, through spies and auguries of his own, he had been able to anticipate the Loyalists' plan of attack. Whether his decision to lead the counterattack personally was a stroke of brilliance or folly can be argued in either case. But for all his overweening pride and black-hearted heresy, Luft Euron was certainly no coward, and he was still a brilliant commander in the field, whose presence, in and of itself, provided the secessionist force on Crisia Secundus with a great asset in battle. The presence of a concentration of Astral Claws on Crisias, and the secret upgrading and cunning deployment of his defenses had not been the whole of the Tyrant's strategies either. And within an hour of the hidden guns on Crisia Secundus opening fire and cutting off the Loyalist spearhead from its supporting ships, the Tyrant's own war fleet ripped into real space at the edge of the inner Piraeus system. What was to follow was to be one of the largest and the last major fleet engagements of the Badab War. The secessionist armada represented the last exercise of their once vaunted naval power. Its flagship was the final remaining operable battle barge in the Astral Claws fleet, the mighty and storied Seraph of Judgment, clustered around which were 8 line-class vessels. These were the last remnants of the Secessionist Chapter and Maelstrom Squadron fleets, including 2 strike cruisers, the Relic Cardinal-class heavy cruiser Trollsound and the Gothic-class cruiser Dreadchild, captured from the Cartan forces 7 years before. Alongside the main force were over 60 other vessels, a ramshackle conglomeration of chapter escorts, patrol frigates, raider crafts of unknown provenance, and hastily converted armored transports. Suicide weapons packed with volatile cargo and primitive atomic explosives, and driven before the main fleet.
I don't think there is such a thing as a primitive atomic bomb in a universe that still uses incesses and oils to turn on computers.
Well, it is no cyclonic warhead, for sure.
They should have tried to teleport those bombs on the ships of the Loyalists. If
No,
can, they can...
Fuck! I saw that coming. I was about to say void shields! I've been trained!
For sure.
Good one, Pio. Vice Admiral Kagawa, assaying the suddenly shifted tactical situation, realized that if the Tyrant's fleet could take on the 2 Loyalist forces, both of which had already sustained damage and expended considerable stock of their ordnance, in separate engagements, they might attain a crushing victory. But if matched against both simultaneously, the Loyalists will be far more
At this point, it's teleport instant trigger. It truly is. I'm a sleeper agent for this shit now.
against them. He immediately ordered his fleet to maximum velocity and moved away from the oncoming enemy ships, and via coded channels sent a request setting out his assessment of the upcoming battle to the Space Marine forces near Crisia Secundus. Attempting to demand their compliance he realized would be fruitless, and so he appealed to their greatest chance of victory. With communications with the ongoing ground war impossible, it was with heavy heart that Captain Waite Rider, the Exorcist master of the fleet, reluctantly agreed with the Vice Admiral's dire assessment of the situation, and complied with his plan of feigned retreat and rendezvous. The Space Marine ships withdrew at full power, slingshotting themselves around the gas giant of Crisias using its gravitational mass to boost their velocity. With their enemies seemingly in full flight before them, the secessionist fleet ravaged into the inner system at full speed. Their ships differ in thrust forces, and the general indiscipline of their captains soon rendering the formation rugged and drawn out, as the slower vessels fell behind, and faster raider ships ran ahead. These frontrunners started striking at targets of opportunity, such as the ungainly loyalist rear echelons transports. These
Holy.
now, despite fleeing at their best speeds, became easy prey to the hunters. Thousands of the embarked troops aboard dying without ever knowing the cause of their demise. The badly damaged loyalist Gauntlet of Ages, her captain realizing that her ships could not keep up with his comrades, turned instead to a glorious and fatal last charge into the teeth of the oncoming enemy, deliberately
God
seeking out and engaging
damn.
the secessionist fireships before they could wreak havoc on the loyalist main force. Weathering broadside after broadside, and engulfed twice by the sitting nuclear fire of immolating ships, the Gauntlet of Ages still staggered on into the fray. Her Furymen batteries keeping up sporadic fire until the Seraph of Judgment closed in and crushed her valiant heart. Below, on Crisia Secundus, savage fighting raged on as two forces of humanity's greatest warriors clashed without mercy. Now outnumbered by an enemy whose might was their match, it was the loyalists who were pushed back into the ever-narrowing defensive circles, amid the stacked habitation towers and tangled alien forests. With little clear line of sight between...
There has been a sneaky music change? Yeah. What do we have? 1-8-30.
stations were quickly identified and subjected to preliminary bombardment before a full task was to strike. On landing, offensive. Their enemies' numbers increased several, driven on by the use. The Tyrant's Legion Auxilia and their slave worker allies were...
Yeah, here's it's a bit more quiet. There we go.
Clear line of sight between the combatants, mass bloody hand-to-hand confrontations, and indiscriminate fire at half-seen foes were the way of the battle. The Astral Claws came on in savage and bitter fury, heedless of their merely human foot soldiers caught between them and the object of their vengeance. The Red Scorpions met them with righteous hatred of their own, while the Exorcists displayed their usual unnerving calm in the face of overwhelming force. As in a battle from ancient myth, these gods of destruction clashed, and at their fore were the two masters of war. Lord Commander Karab Kuln of the Red Scorpions stood as an unyielding rock amid the storm of battle on which the enemy broke. And at his side was Henry Lott, chief librarian of the chapter, his armor glimmering with baleful light as he rent the foe asunder with murderous blasts of psychic force. Luft Euron, tyrant of Badab and master of the Astral Claws, struck at the Exorcist line like a thunderbolt, smashing aside space marines as if they were pieces on a gaming board. Burning and hackling his way through the crimson armored Exorcist with wild, almost insane abandon. The tyrant's blood-splattered personal guard poured into the breach behind him, forming a murderous wedge as the tyrant strove to reach his true and chosen enemy, Karab Kuln. Silas Alberek, captain and commander of the Exorcist forces, knew that if he were not stopped, the tyrant alone might turn the course of the battle, and so opposed him, leading a counter-assaulting force of his chapter's elite Enochian guard to confront Luft Euron head-on. Intercepting the tyrant's force at the foot of the looming habitation stack the Red Scorpions were using to anchor their defense. There, rather than being matched against the tyrant, Silas Alberek found himself in a duel with Ancient Claytor, one of the most feared and infamous of the Astral Claws Dreadnought brethren, and suffered terrible wounds which crushed and crippled his Terminator armor before disabling the Dreadnought's motive systems with his relic mace, felling the great beast of Adamantine and Ceramite. As the battle raged on at the foot of the many-tiered tower stack in a whirlwind confusion of blood and metal.
Remember, Space Marine cuts usually instantly close. Something coming up with device that normalcy?
The two masters of war at last
I
found
don't know
each
what you're
other,
talking about.
and Karab Kuln and Luft Euron meshed their skills in personal combat.
There we go.
This was no organized and formal duel as might be told of in Chronicle of Legends, but a savage free-for-all amid a mass combat, with a press of armored bodies about them.
This artwork was made for us and this video specifically. Holy shit. It do be looking great though. Here the Astral Claws and him facing specifically lose. Fucking names, bro. Me and names is just not working.
And the air riven with bolt shells and plasma blasts. The tyrant came on in fury, bellowing his hatred and
Should've just
cursing the
said
golden
tyrant.
throne bitterly, while Kuln fought in grim silence. Every ounce of his formidable
Just call
skill
him
needed
Huron.
to wield his relic blade to counter the frenzy of blows
Said
rained
tyrant
at him
instead.
by the tyrant's ghostly claw. Only the ancient heirloom of his chapter, the blade of the scorpion, seemed proof against his enemy's blows. And within moments of Luft Euron's onslaught, Karab Kuln had seen his Stormbolter shredded like paper, his iron halo flicker and fail, and his Terminator armor gouged and slashed in a dozen places. The wounds caused by the eerie lightning claw the tyrant used were flowing freely with blood in defiance of his Astartes' augmented metabolism. Finally, parting from the exchange of blows, did Karab Kuln answer the tyrant's taunts with accusations of his own, bellowing that Euron was a
Traitor and cur, a cruel and petty-false king, no better than a pawn of chaos.
who had
Brought to ruin all the astral claws that striven and bled for these ages past for corrupt vanity and pride.
the tyrant of Badab, further maddened and howling inarticulately with rage, charged again at the Red Scorpion,
Damn.
who, expecting the frenzied attack, deftly turned aside, allowing the tyrant's momentum to take his Terminator armored bulk past. Lashing out with the blade of the Scorpion, he slashed deeply into the tyrant's side, parting his foe's armor in a welter of blood. Such a blow
Damn.
should have felled even the mightiest space marine, but it did not slay the tyrant of Badab. Luft Euron wheeled around, his claws arching down, the ghostly blades punching effortlessly through Karab Kuln's breastplate and spearing into his chest, piercing flesh and bone alike. With a mental effort of will, Karab Kuln fought through his agony and hurled himself backwards onto the bloody ground before the tyrant could close his clawed fingers and rip out the Red Scorpion's heart. Snarling
Shit, it's 2 a.m. It's time for me to go to bed. Good night, dude. Good night. Holy shit. I will not have a good night yet.
in pain, Kuln slid down a slope of rubble and armored bodies before the looming tyrant, whose bitter laughter echoed above him. Direly wounded, Kuln staggered once more to his feet as the battle thundered on, and a new sun burned in the heavens, raining destruction down on all below. In the cold darkness of the void above Chrysias...
Yeah, but I have a sleep schedule. Hey. Fuck you.
once again joined between the now concentrated warships of the Imperium and the claw-marked renegades of Badab. The secessionists both outnumbered the Loyalists and outgunned them. But the Loyalists, even though many
There's
of their
no sleep
vessels were
schedule of
damaged, had the
40K.
greater number of heavy
Fair
warships
enough.
in the line of battle, and were far the greater in quality of skilled and disciplined crew. The rebel fleet came on in a chaotic and rugged attack column, and this was to prove their undoing, as the combined Imperial Navy and Space Marine warships formed into tight formation, and crossed laterally in an oblique pass at the enemy column, maximizing their broadside while the secessionists could not fully bring theirs to bear. In their chaotic counterattack,
have a
several
sleep
of the
schedule?
secessionists'
Yes.
own outlaying escorts were caught in the line of fire from the
If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to go to work properly. I'd be half asleep there and get fired very quickly, which in turn would mean I'd have to, I'd have a little bit more time to stream, but at the same time, my fundings would dry out. Again, I fund my streams on my own, Even if I don't give out much, I still do that on my own, so It's not much, but it's honest work.
cruisers at the center of the column and were destroyed. Both sides took heavy damage in this first close pass,
Do
but the
wake up at
secessionists had
7
the
a.m.
worst of
every
it,
day?
with the ill-fated Dreadchild spinning out of control
Yeah, but I need more than 5 hours of sleep. Or 4. I need my beauty sleep.
from the renegade attack column, fires burning within her stem to stern. The courses of the two fleets carried them on sweeping away from each other, and so thrusters flaring, they both strained to come about, tightened into concentric turns, and came again to engage head-on. Weapons blazing, neither side holding back and each fleet willing to meet victory or defeat in a single tumultuous clash of the line. The void between them was split by gouts of fire and bright lances of energy, as the two sides hurled all their spite at each other. Fighter crafts tumbling and dying as starships exploded around them, in storms of radiation and shrapnel. The strike
God
cruiser
damn.
Godslayer rammed the Throat Sound and broke her back, cleaving the relic ship in two, while lance strikes beat deep into the Sword of Ordon, disabling her main guns. The Throne of Blood, her steering shattered and spewing fire from scores of craters and wounds on her flanks, confronted the Seraph of Judgment on a collision course at point-blank range. The venerable battle barge frantically maneuvered to bring her bombardment cannon to bear, but the Throne of Blood unleashed a full salvo of Melta-headed torpedoes at the last possible moment. Their machine spirits all locked onto the pulsing reactors deep within the battle barge's hull. In an instant, all became flooded with impossibly bright, burning white light.
Professor Pio time. A bright white flame means the explosion heat exceeded the 1500 degrees Celsius,
The
or
surface of the-
2732 degrees Fahrenheit.
And when at last it had faded, a war machine
You mean the surface of the sun or some shit like that? I don't remember how hot the surface of the sun is, but very, very hot. Huh. Yes. Yeah, in that case I remember right. Okay, god damn. Yep.
that had survived 1,000 battles and millennial war was nothing but a smoldering corona of ash and radiation fog days. And the Throne of Blood tumbled on, its vast armored prow replaced with a scorched and blacked stamp. The Star Battle was won for the Loyalists with the death of the Seraph of Judgment, but at great cost. And there remained a great deal of bloody fighting to do as the surviving enemy ships were put to flight or captured in a series of brutal boarding assaults. Before this tangled conflict could be resolved, a single ship broke free, its engines blazing far past their maximum Adeptus Mechanicus prescribed capacity. It was the Redeemer, and it was heading directly for Crisius Secundus. Bargaining that
And the sun is also a relatively average-sized star. Huh. Yeah. I mean, yes. Stars need to be huge because, you know, the size makes them be a sun, right? So they have to be huge. But also average size, yeah. Fair enough.
Defenses would be half-blinded by the battle above them, Captain Ryder gambled all on a dangerous plan to extract the forces stranded below. Of all the Loyalist warships, by a combination of good fortune...
Also, the bigger the star, the relatively shorter the lifespan. Yes? Because they have... hold on. The more mass they have, the hotter they burn, the faster they burn. Meaning they lose out on the gas that keeps them burning. You know, the combustion, you know, for upkeep of energy is higher. So no. It makes sense. Something of what I said makes sense. I promise. The longest lived ones are the red dwarf stars.
Skill over master and crew, the Redeemer was among the least damaged, and its base had been filled with surviving Thunderhawks from across the fleet for the emergency operation. The vast battle barge sliced into Crisius Secundus' thin atmosphere at perilous speed, thrusting its void shields and blast hole to keep it from breaking up under the battering force of re-entry. As predicted, the ground batteries, which had previously proven deadly against close range and slow-moving targets, could not now quickly respond, and panicked when faced with this comet from the heavens. The fire blazing around their shields, making the Redeemer appear as a terrible blazing sun in the sky. Although all communications to the surface had been jammed, Librarian Talot of the Exorcist had locked in on the bright soul of Severin Lot, and the familiar spark of his wounded master Alberek. And so, the Redeemer made for its target. As it rode appallingly low in the skies, its armored belly shearing off the tops of tower stacks as it passed, a pressure wave ran before it like a tsunami, and smashed the alien forest flat, toppling buildings.
Hold on. The bigger they are, the faster they go through their fuel, and more iron starts accumulating in the core. Oh, I didn't know they accumulate iron in the core. Fun fact, none of the red dwarfs we have found have died out yet. Well, I mean, depending on how far they are away, even if they did die this very moment, we'd be years without knowing that it happened yet, right? How many videos did you finish? 2! 2. This is the third one. This is the longest one, though.
Building an armored space marine alike before its fury. At this unexpected arrival, the astral claws were hurled back amid a storm of dust and debris. And below his sky-blotting bulk, the battlefield where Kuln and the Tyrant fought was showered in rubble and flame, parting them before their combat could reach a final conclusion in either's favor. Immediately, extraction operations got underway before the enemy could rally to the defense, as the Redeemer's guns, designed for the epic battles of fleet combat, spoke like the voice of an apocalypse, rending the ground asunder and pulverizing the towers of nearby citadels. In a fraught operation lasting nearly 2 hours, almost 3 in 5 of the Loyalist space marines that had made planetfall were recovered, although most of them were either casualties or bore some fresh wound or scar to mark the furious combat they had seen. Not least of the wounded was Lord Commander Kuln, who was taken up in the care of his chapter apothecaries. The Redeemer, his tortured hull and overtaxed engines protesting under the strain, seals and bulkheads rupturing up and down as superstructure, made exit from the moon's atmosphere, ground fire tracing vengeful streaks behind her, void shields holding just long enough for the mighty ship to break orbit. The invasion of Piraeus was over, both sides claimed a victory, and both sides tasted defeat. For the secessionists, the Loyalist invaders had been driven off, and not one iota of ground had been surrendered to them. But in doing so, they had gambled the last of their once mighty fleet, and lost it. And with it, any hope of maintaining dominion outside of the Badap system itself. Fatalities on both sides have been appallingly high, and Lord Commander Kuln had seen his attacking force blunted and many of his most powerful ships of the line damaged to the extent that might take years to repair. For a brief time, some hoped that the Tyrant himself had been slain in the anarchy of the extraction, but Kuln did not believe it, and he was quickly proved right. The Badab War had arguably been won at Piraeus by the Loyalists, but there was one last battle to fight, and that was likely to be the most terrible of all, the final siege of Badab. The whole system was a heavily fortified death trap, the likes of which few had ever encountered, but the Tyrant could not be left alone in his place of power to fester. If the invasion of Piraeus had a lesson to be learned, it was that the Tyrant should never be underestimated, and nothing was more dangerous than a cornered beast.
Wow, Euron really lost it. He was fighting more like a corn berserker than anything.
Ambition was his own ruination. He mirrored Horus in many ways. He was leading one of the mightiest alliances of forces of humanity. But the moment he didn't get what he wanted, he started breaking rule after rule that was in place to avoid exactly situations like Badab. By this point, he's more Euron Blackheart than Luft Euron. Just a few events are missing to complete the transformation. And I hope you are ready for them, Pio.
What do you mean?
After more than 2 months of wait, after 2 videos that already total more than 2.5 hours of lore content, we are entering the end of the war. Now only Badab stands. So, even if this is not the end, because remember, there is a part 4 that will conclude the series, after hundreds of hours of research and work, we are at the end of the biggest civil war after the Horus Heresy.
Can I get a pizza to the basement to celebrate the end of the war then?
No.
Damn it.
Aww. Not even a pizza, Pontius, really? If you're halfway, you're gonna be done at like 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. No, we got 40 minutes. 50 and half an hour. No, maybe you're right. God damn it.
After the catastrophic events surrounding the failed invasion of the Piraeus
Should have
system
started stream earlier.
and the unknown status of the Executioner's chapter, the Badab War entered a new and uncertain era. The Badab secessionists were unquestionably at their lowest ebb, but equally, the Loyalist forces were in no position to immediately exploit their enemy's weakness and press the attack. This period of the conflict, which lasted from the aftermath of the invasion of Piraeus to the mid-divisions of 9, 12, and 41, became known as the Silent War, as it was composed of hundreds of small-scale and petty engagements. Cat-and-mouse duels between lone vessels, and bloody but short-lived skirmishes across the region, many of which went all but unreported and unknown. The Maelstrom Zone could not be considered pacified by any means, despite the sundering of the secessionist domains.
Mumi regretting streaming at 5 p.m. I should have started at 3 or something like that. Anyway, yeah, iron in terms of fusion is nuclear trash. It's not possible for the stars to be able to turn iron into the next element, which is cobalt. How do we get the heavier elements then? Supernovas from supermassive stars manage to produce the rest of the heavier elements? Huh. I don't know. Seriously. What the fuck?
And it was only the presence of the loyalist detachments of the Minotaurs and Sons of Medusa chapters that kept the Imperial lines of supply viable. Moreover, it was only the thinly spread Imperial Guard and Inquisition forces attached to the Loyalist command that kept retaken wards in the Pale Stars region from sliding into anarchy, or succumbing to civil strife as those in the Galen system had. Information also soon came to light that the Tyrant's forces were now falling back to the Badap system itself, stripping defenses from worlds such as Isin and the Cabalus, and abandoning them to their fates. While some interdiction was attempted against this, the Imperial forces simply didn't have the available manpower or ships in the area to prevent less than a handful of convoys and transports from conducting the retreat. Matters became further confused when it appeared that some forces of the Tyrant's Legion, and even more small splinter groups of Astral Claws, had abandoned their master, turned fully renegade, and made an attempt to flee into the Maelstrom Zone. While once again Corsair and Xenos sighting began to increase across the western and southern zone.
No.
From facing a single unified enemy, it seemed to the Loyalists that they were on the verge of being left with many fractured foes, whose actions could not be readily predicted, potentially spread out over a vast area of dangerous wilderness space. If the strategic initiative was lost now, or the victory was an incomplete one, some feared, and not without cause, that the conflict could spawn a spreading slow cancer through the region, that might take decades, if not centuries, to quell. In light of this shifting and uncertain situation, the injured but still active Lord Commander Karab Kuln convened a full council of war in 519, 912, and 41 at the newly commissioned Imperial Battle Station complex in the Viania system to determine a strategy and decide the future course of the war. Present were representatives of all the Loyalist Space Marine chapters still involved in the conflict. Kuln's own Red Scorpions, the Salamanders, Minotaurs, Exorcists, Carcharodons, and Sons of Medusa. Despite reservation held by the others, the Firehawk's master, the now ailing Stybor Lazarek, on whom some stain of blame and suspicion of dissent still persisted, was also summoned as an equal.
Hope they reserved a Space Marine kind of kid's chair for him, Chinese bastard of a chapter master.
Inquisitorial Legate Jarndyce Frayne, whose voice was that of the High Lords in the Council, served as arbiter. And at Frayne's personal invitation, a deputation of the Archmagos of the Forge Ward of Angstrom was also received, and now welcomed as allies to the Loyalist cause.
Wait, what? Weren't they neutral? When a battle between the Loyalists and the Astral Claws erupted in their territory, they became the mechanical embodiment of the "anyway, I started blasting" meme and attacked both sides.
You are not wrong, but you see, after the Angstrom incident of 908 and 41, that is explained in detail in part 2, thanks to Legate Inquisitor Frayne, a line of dialogue was left open with them, and secret negotiation had been undertaken well in advance of the Grand War Council of 912 and 41. What price or concessions were paid for Angstrom's aid have never been fully as of yet brought to light, but it is known that the negotiations ended with the Pact of Angstrom being created, in which they joined the Loyalist cause against Euron and the Secessionists. As it would turn out, their invaluable aid would help the Loyalists immensely during the siege of Badab itself. Along with fresh demands that the Tyrant be cut from his place of safety on Badab Primaris and brought to the Emperor's judgment as fast as possible, Legate Inquisitor Frayne brought to the Council news, both good and ill. The first order of the Council was the acceptance of the formal surrender and repentance of the scattered survivors of the Mantis Warriors chapter, who had finally submitted themselves before the Legate's authority to avoid the utter destruction of their worlds. Less welcome news came when Frayne further informed the assembled Space Marines commanders that hoped for reinforcement from the Imperial Guard segmentum reserves, and fresh warships from the Navy would not be forthcoming. Wars and conflicts were everywhere, and matters pressing against the Tyranid threat and newly arising Xenos powers to the Galactic East claimed priority on all that might be gathered to the Loyalist cause on short notice. However, the Inquisitor's agents...
Hi and bye. Goodbye, Sakura. Good night, I believe. That and neutron stars slamming into each other, rejecting the extremely atomical dense matter out from the layers. Yes, I'm a history nerd, but learning chemistry is occasionally fun. No, learning the rules of how it all works is a pain in the ass. This is why I delved into more escapist literature. I see.
had at last tracked down fresh allies, to whom the Badab conflict would have a far greater resonance than any other concern for reasons of their own. The darkly legended Star Phantom Space Marine chapter were on their way in full strength, and will be with the Loyalists by the end of the year. The Star Phantoms is another dark name that adds itself to the Loyalist forces. They have a troubled history and an extremely soiled reputation in the eyes of the Imperium. They are a chapter created in the 23rd Founding, also known as the Sentinel Founding of M38. Their descendants is unknown. It is suspected they descend from the Dark Angels, but the Dark Angels themselves have denied any connection, and were instead offended by the mere suggestion the Star Phantoms could descend from their lineage. They are renowned for their death rites, the chapter seemingly being almost obsessed with death and their rites and rituals centered around it. Their first homeworld, the Shrine World of Hakonet, was destroyed and lost to the void from a millennium. But as they were deployed to the edge of the Imperium in Segmentum Obscurus, it is not surprising that
Yes,
the chapter
right.
grew
Now
a dark
bye.
reputation.
Bye-bye.
Their darkest hour came during and after the legendary Macarian Crusade. The Star Phantoms were so unreliable in battle and so prone to collateral damage against civilians during the quelling of insurrections that even Lord Solar Macarius himself described them as
unsuitable for tactical close support of other Imperial units.
But the moment that cemented them as mistrusted by the Imperium was in the aftermath of the Macarian Crusade. When after the death of Lord Solar Macarius, the Macarian heresy erupted, and they found themselves in the middle of a civil war between Imperial factions, where they considered everyone their enemy. The Star Phantoms joined the civil war on their own terms, clashing against the generals and war leaders of Macarius that they deemed had betrayed the Imperium. They are listed in certain suppressed sources as being directly responsible for the annihilation of the 17th Terrax Guard on the planet of Thoth, and are known to have engaged in a bloody and protracted conflict with their former allies of the Marines Malevolent, resulting in that chapter's near destruction at their hands.
Based, killing Marines Malevolent should be considered a social service in the Imperium of Man.
The Star Phantoms became subject to inquisitorial investigation as a result of their actions and were ultimately cleared of heresy, but were nonetheless censored by the Holy Ordos. They were bound into the thankless and dangerous task of partly forming the spearhead of the Imperial Interdiction campaign of 070 and 41 to end the Macarian heresy. In the aftermath of this short and brutal campaign, which involved elements from over 100 Space Marine chapters, the Star Phantoms were once again badly reduced in strength, and undertook a self-appointed crusade alone in the southern Segmentum Tempestus, attacking isolated Orc and Chaos-held worlds as they saw fit. Much of their activities afterwards remained shrouded in mystery, until their participation in the brutal closing stages of the Badap War. While they were moving towards the Badap War Zone, further aid was provided by the Adeptus Mechanicus of Angstrom, who both granted a bounty of arms and munitions, and also vowed to aid the Loyalist attack on Badab when the hour of battle came. Plans and deployments were quickly formulated and put into action, and warriors and warships were swiftly redeployed throughout the Maelstrom Zone. In accordance with the Loyalist newly formed strategies, and with the hard lesson of Piraeus learned, the ultimate goal of the investiture and siege of Badab will now be delayed until overwhelming forces were available. In the meantime, an enhanced blockade and watch will be maintained there, while the Maelstrom Zone was brought better under its heel. The Raptorus Rex, the Firehawk's immense mobile fortress monastery, was brought to the Piraeus system to form the linchpin of the reinforced blockade. And on the arrival, the Loyalist Task Force found the Piraeus system, over which so much blood had recently been shed, in an half-abandoned state. The lunar colonies of Chrysia Secundus were ravaged and near lifeless, and Yarrow Station gutted and famine-struck by its former masters, and its population left to their fate. A fate which the Raptorus Rex wrath sealed upon the traitors below by protracted orbital bombardment.
Assholes to the very end.
Elsewhere in the Maelstrom Zone, the Carcharodons were recalled from the Endymion cluster. Their work there done in accordance with undertakings given to the Mantis warriors as part of the surrender agreement. Now available for redeployment, the Carcharodon's large fleet, along with ships from the Exorcist and Sons of Medusa chapters, were assigned into small battle groups alongside the Imperial Navy scouting vessels, and dispatched on independent hunter-killer missions throughout the Maelstrom Zone in search of targets of opportunity, as forces for the final assault were steadily assembled, with the Crossworld system chosen as their rallying point. 838, 912, and 41. With the Badab War drawing to its bloody conclusion, there remained but a few major matters to settle. And for some of those factions involved on the Loyalist side, the greatest of these remained that of the Executioner's chapter. It came to pass that the Sons of Medusa and Carcharodon's forces began to coordinate their efforts to hunt down the chapter, and discover a disbelieved center of operations in the Denestelar Drift, with the stated aim of prosecuting a campaign of annihilation against them. Hearing of this as skirmishes and clashes between them began to escalate, the Salamander's captain Pellas Mirsan was deeply troubled. He believed that for all their fury and bloodletting, the Executioners had acted with honor during the war, and moreover he felt his own chapter owed them a debt not easily repaid following the events of the Red Hour. with his own small and battered force renewed by the arrival of the Salamander's vanguard cruiser Obsidia, and a half company of battle brothers freshly returned from the Segmentum Solar, Mirsan took it upon himself to seek out the leader of the Executioners, Tulsa Kane, and parlay a negotiated end to the Executioners' part in the war. After a long search along the Maelstrom Zone southern periphery lasting several standard months, the Obsidia rushed to respond to reports of battle joined at the fringes of the Iridian Cataract, and there found the Executioner's battle barge Phaeton's Vrat and the infamous Night Hag hunting down 2 damaged Sons of Medusa strike cruisers in the dense asteroid fields and dust clouds of the turbulent star system. Acting without a second thought as to his ship's own safety, Mirsan ordered the Obsidia interpose between the two warring sides and deactivated its own weapons, demanded an honorable discourse between brothers take place. After a tense standoff in which the loyalist forces came to the brink of warring among themselves, Mirsan was successful in forcing both sides to stand down, and then start negotiating the Sons of Medusa departure and the Executioner's ceasefire, bringing the Night Hag with Kane aboard, under the Salamander's own personal flag of safety, to formal parley with the loyalist command. Their voyage to Crow's World was shadowed with the war echoes of prowling Carcharodon's warships, but they were not attacked. Although many on the loyalist side were minded to arrest or even slay the Executioners on sight while they were in their power, the voice of Pellas Mirsan, a respected representative of his first founding chapter, was not so easily dismissed. Nor were the likely consequences should blood be shed dishonorably at this juncture.
The last people to be dishonorable in front of them ended up losing their heads.
Yeah, I interpret this part mostly as the loyalists being wary of past events. Lord Commander Kuln, seeing the strategic wisdom of removing the dangerous and unpredictable chapter all but bloodlessly from the war, and mindful for the potential for further civil strife in his own rank, acquiesced to Mirsan's proposal regarding the Executioners, but with a few added caveats of his own. Under terms of honorable armistice, the Executioners were to end all hostilities and quit the region of the Maelstrom Zone entirely, never to return. The bulk of their surviving forces were then to travel to their distant home system, under oath to remain there until full judgment could later be passed on their actions by a full consistorial court of inquiry. Their leader, Tulsa Kane, his chosen honor guard and crew, along with the Night Hag, voluntarily gave themselves over to the Salamander's custody and were interned at the Salamander's chapter world of Nocturne until the end of the war. The Salamander's chapter themselves will from this point stand as guarantor of the Executioner's compliance and conduct, although there remain those on the right side who, though bound to obedience in the matter, will never forget the bad blood they had with the Executioners.
This shit is why it's sad the Salamander's Legion took so many casualties during the Horus Heresy. They have depressingly few successors. Chapters. Yes. But they're still so fucking cool with their dragon themed shit, bro. Oh my god. Have you seen their fucking hairs?
And now, Pio, we are at the end of the war. Many people have fought for both sides. Many people have died.
There isn't enough dead Minotaurs yet to satisfy my thirst for vengeance. I will avenge my boys the Lamenters.
But now we're entering the real end. The Badap War has finally reached the doors of Badap itself. 117, 913, and 41. With the arrival of the Grimstar Phantom's chapter fleet, carrying a powerful force fully 10 companies strong, and also a maniple of battle titans of Legio Crucius, also known as the Warmongers, brought in by the intervention of the Mechanicus of Angstrom, and with several heavy warships such as the Sword of Ordon brought back into full operation, at last the siege of Badap itself could begin. The initial attack itself will not be easy, as Badap's infamous Ring of Steel space defense globe held sufficient firepower to hold off almost any fleet of attackers, and had turned the void between its planet into a deadly maze of minefields and interlocking fire zones. No star system could be made impregnable, however, as history had proved countless times, and the Loyalist High Command had come up with an unorthodox plan to sunder the Ring of Steel with minimal losses, allowing for an immediate planetary assault. The key to this plan was twofold, and it relied both on the arcane arts of the Magos of Angstrom and the effects of the Tyrant's growing paranoia. The Ring of Steel's greatest vulnerability was that it was largely static. The positions of its various minefields and massively armed Star Force were predictable, and what few defense ships and armed vessels of any size Badap still possessed.
So you can like make a labyrinth map through the minefields, and also if the Iron Ring can't like move. Huh. All right.
were insufficient to turn the tide against a concerted localized attack. The cornerstone of the outer system defense was the heavily defended star fortress orbiting Sigma, also known as Badap 6th. Here loyalist spies had discovered that contained at Sentinel Sigma was the primary node of control, which the Tyrant had placed in charge of one of the few subordinates he truly trusted, the infamous Astral Claws captain Corian Sumatris. This was done rather than devolve the Star Force and minefields control autonomously in the hands of scores of commanders he thought unreliable. If Sentinel Sigma could be taken intact, then the legendary big guns of the Badap system could be silenced permanently. On 317, 913, and 41, the loyalist assault armada entered real space in the Badap system, high up on the vertical plane of the planet.
Corian Sumatris is a meme. He appears twice in a second he dies. Oh. Agree, Pio, but that's more the hate I hold towards Perturba's descendants for the most part. Dantio is the only example of the truth behind the motto Iron Within, Iron Without. The traitors who follow Perturbo are too cowardly to confront that petty bitch on his bullshit. Huh. Lord that I don't know, probably.
Planetary system, directly on an attack course for Badab 6th. The armada consisted of no fewer than 6 Space Marine battle barges and 9 strike cruisers, along with 6 other Imperial Navy ships on the line, an Adeptus Mechanicus war caravel, and 84 escort and strike vessels of various classes. At his vanguard was the Raptorus Rex, behind which, thanks to the artisanship of the Megos of Angstrom, was stowed a burning stellar core fragment torn bodily from the Bale Cascade. As the war machines of Badab sprang to life in response to the threat, thousands of gun batteries powered up, and drifting clouds of assassin mines woke up to murderous intent. But as their auger beams and targeting sensorias swept the oncoming armada, it was already too late to prevent what was to happen next. Swiftly reaching terminal velocity, the ponderous cyclopean bulk of the Raptorus Rex engaged its main drive at maximum power, to alter course. Straining against inertia to allow the hellish fire of the stellar fragment to pass it by on its collision course with the Sentinel Sigma battle station, while the Loyalist Armada spell into a spearhead formation a safe distance behind.
Did they just throw the fragment of a star against their enemies?
Yes, the war of the tax evasion has now arrived to this level.
Imagine
They threw a miniature sun at them? To be specific, you know? Huh. You want a crash course on bad blood between sons of Praetorian and the Tyrant of Olympia? No, I have already enough. No, I have enough lore right now. And yes, to the sun, okay.
something so cool done by such a stupid chapter as the Fire Oaks.
The Sentinel Sigma station had no hope of escaping the path of the rogue star fragment in time, and faced certain destruction should it impact. If it fell, a yawing gap would be blown clear through the Ring of Steel, and the control hub of the entire outer system defenses would be annihilated at a stroke. Soon every weapon on the defense line within range and resolution of the immense tumbling fireball let loose. Tens of thousands of mass-driven projectiles, torpedoes and macro shells filled the void, hurling towards the dense amorphous mass of nuclear plasma and elemental force. Most were spent fruitlessly, exploding and incinerating in its superheated corona before they could reach its core. Blinded by the light of this new and terrible star careering towards them, the weapons of the Ring of Steel could not clearly see, let alone target the oncoming armada. And legions of mines and weapon platforms, their targeted arrays maddened by the conflagration, set upon each other, and set off waves of atomic detonations through the void, lighting up the skies of the inner worlds with an omen of coruscating fire. Only at a near point-blank range did the defense lasers and arc cannons of the Star Force begin to take a toll on the burning mass, their beams tearing gauss of burning matter clear, until at last they punched their way deep into the unstable core and the fragment was torn apart in a great wave of...
Let me do some math with assistance from tech. Surprised to see you this late? I still have 1 hour and 20 minutes of lore to get through.
of energy, which washed over the Sentinel Sigma, painting its failing void shields with lambent flame and burning through defense ships and fighters in a torrent of destruction. There was no relenting from the apocalyptic
I really wish I wasn't here right now button. Wait, what?
Deep into the unstable core and the fragment was torn apart in a great wave of energy, which washed over the Sentinel Sigma, painting its failing void shields with lambent flame and burning through defense ships and fighters in a torrent of destruction.
That's correct. Sleep like a corpse. You don't know how true that is.
But no relenting from the apocalyptic cataclysm, the Loyalists had unleashed. And hard on the wake of the energy storm came the Angels of Death. Boarding torpedoes and assault rams smashed into the reeling Sentinel Sigma, carrying with them the might of the Sons of Medusa and Exorcist chapters. And were met in deadly combat amid the station vaults and corridors by battle servitors, and the suicidal fury of the vaunted Astral Claw's second company and their master, the arch-swordsman Corian Sumatris. As this action raged, the battle barges Sword of Ordon and the Star Phantom's Memento Mori led a wing of strike cruiser to assault the burned and blinded Starfort network at point-blank range, taking one after the other intact in a series of brutal boarding assaults which left none they found within alive. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs carried out strikes upon the system's other inhabited spheres of Badap Secundus and Rigeal, decapitating their governments and military commands with brutal efficiency. Lord Asterion Moloch, the darkly famed master of the Minotaurs, hurled the members of Badap Secundus' ruling satrapy from the spire of its oratory cathedral. This he did after impaling the Astral Claw's chaplain Varna Sabin to the front of his personal Land Raider transport, as an example to traitors of the fate that awaited them. When at last Vylon Kal, Iron Thane of the Sons of Medusa, communicated from atop a mound of broken bodies that Sentinel Sigma was theirs, he was joined via teleporter by the Mechanicus Lords of Angstrom. Within hours, they had achieved what Luft-Euron and his court considered unthinkable, the subjugation of the station's Silica Animus, and with it access to the many machine spirits and weapons slaved to it. Incontrovertible override and destruct signals were sent out across the void, a function only possible because of the possessive paranoia of a single man to control a system so large. In response, the command of the Outer Badab system became a sea of fire. The Ring of Steel was shattered, and now the Loyalists set their gaze to their final objective remaining, Badab Primaris and the defenses that encircled it. The last bastion left of the Astral Claw's power, and the personal fortress of Luft-Euron. 118, 913, M41. With the star system now under Loyalist control and surviving defense ships hunted down and destroyed, deployments were quickly put into place to surround and besiege Badab Primaris, with the ships of the Exorcist chapter along with the Imperial Navy detachments breaking off to blockade the star system, to ensure none would escape what was to come. The assault from orbit against Badab Primaris was to have been spearheaded by the Raptorus Rex, but that was no longer possible. The strain of the core fragment attack having caused significant structural damage, which destabilized the engines of the vast craft, making close orbital operations impossible. The guns of Badab Primaris were still to be greatly feared, and it was a forlorn hope that even a Space Marine battle barge would survive long if they could not be silenced quickly by orbital counter-battery fire. The Star Phantoms had asked for and been granted the glory of leading the first wave, and it was their ancient battle barge, the Memento Mori, which would be the first to brave the guns of Badab. Further hazard to the assault was presented by the High Guard orbital station, which the Astral Claws had first used as a fortress monastery, before Luft-Euron had descended to take over the Palace of Thorns below. The hastily revised attack plan was to be a three-pronged offensive. The first axis of attack would be formed by two companies of Star Phantom's Space Marines attacking the High Guard orbital fortress, in concert with the smaller Firehawks and Sons of Medusa contingents. For the second, the Carcharodons will descend in full force to the surface of Badab Primaris hives, to crush any opposition. The third and most vital attack force will be formed by the bulk of the Star Phantoms, some 7 companies in strength, assisted by heavy assault elements drawn from across Loyalist chapters and Inquisitorial Stormtroopers companies. This will take the battle to the ear of the foe and besiege the Palace of Thorns itself. The attack was heralded by waves of orbital bombardment and hard debris from orbit, sent to sow havoc below, as weapons fire split the heavens above Badab Primaris. The second form of the Memento Mori led the attack, and was rocked with explosions as it breached the upper atmosphere, its own cannons roaring in answer, and vortex missiles screaming out from its weapons decks to rip great wounds in the planet's crust. Behind the dauntless battle barge, dozens of other warships swept low to unleash their deadly cargo. Blazing bright lances of energy pierced upwards, and the skies darkened as wave after wave of drop pods painted in midnight black and cold grey rained down in precisely executed assaults. Brighter yet, from the hollow edge of space, the Carcharodon's relic flagship Nikor unleashed the vast plasma destructor weapon concealed in its belly, and burned a great trench in Badab's surface, sundered the bastion wall of Badab Primaris' main city, Hive Dominar.
I'm sorry, but that gave that gave me fucking Doom hole in the surface of Mars energy right there. The fucking Marchodes, the cannon inside its belly You know, that gave me just Doom vibes right there. We went to more rip the mark plus even days.
And soon after, Thunderhawks and assault ramps spiraled down to exploit the breach. Such was the burning pole of smoke, swirling cinder ash and choking dust that came up, that night fell over Badap's northern continent as the siege assault raged. The darkness riven with meteoric streaks of flame as wreckage fell from high above. A full hour had passed since the first shots were fired, and still the defense batteries had not yet been fully silenced. But many were now choked off or destroyed. Troop ships and Thunderhawks continued to descend perilously to the storm of smoke and fire, ferrying their reinforcements and heavy armor down to the tumult of battle. Deeming the approach now safe, like a hammer of the gods, the colossal landing craft of the Legio Crucius fell on Earth outside of Hive Dominar, their impact sending a powerful tremor shock through the ground, bringing yet more of the breached bastion wall tumbling down. Vast armored doors opened and slammed buildings flat as titans walked on Badab, their bellowing sirens echoing like a call of doom for the world. The assault moved into its second and then third hour without any sign of relenting, and soon Hive Dominar had become a city of death. Within its hundreds of kilometers of multi-tiered roadways and vast arched habitation towers, the Tyrant's Legion fought an insane and desperate battle against the grey giants that had come among them. Transit junctions were soon clogged with burning vehicles and shattered rubble. And for the fresh civilians trapped within the doomed hive, there was nothing but terror and death. Offering no chance of surrender or survival, the soldiers of the Auxilia bitterly fought on as best they could, as the Carcharodons fell on them with nightmarish fury, savagely hacking through their defense lines and leaving nothing but torn bodies and shattered war machines in their wake. In the face of the unstoppable grey-red tide that had come upon them, all pretense of command and control within the Tyrant's Legion rapidly broke down, as Vox sets uttered nothing but screams and unanswered pleas for mercy. Fires began to spread out of control, and the carnage was only worsened as those isolated Legion Redabouts and tank squadrons that still survived began to shell indiscriminately into the shadows of buildings. Their desperate and chaotic attacks were in the vain hope of fighting an enemy that came at them with terrifying speed, only to fade away and strike again, each time leaving fewer and fewer alive. To the northeast of Hive...
How's that big ass thing moving so fast? Kinda energy right there.
Dominar lay the Palace of Thorns, built into the mountain's volcanic plateau that rose high above the level of the Hive City. It comprised a hulking ornate citadel, surrounded by wide statue-lined plazas and minaret-capped gun towers, studded with defense lasers and flak batteries. This was the heart of the Astral Close domain and the lair of the Tyrant of Badab. Above the palace complex center, an actinic bright lighting shield rippled and clashed in the air, a vast charged power field that disintegrated anything it touched and shrugged off even the firepower of the warships above. The plaza and weapons batteries that spread out beyond the palace were not so impervious, however, and it was into them the Star Phantoms descended with unmatched precision and timing. Their drop pods smashing down through the ornate sepulchres and toppling needle-thin Auspex mast as they descended. Despite the blizzard of fire that had greeted them, over 500 battle brothers out of the 700-strong force survived to make landfall, and now they set about besieging the heavily protected palace. The combat was as fierce as any the chapter had seen, and at every turn the Star Phantoms encountered death traps and heavily defended gun positions. They fought brutal close-range engagements with Astral Close assault squads who counter-attacked them from concealed sally-ports, paying in blood for every advance. Further in, Land Raiders and Predators spilled from underground bunkers in defense of the Citadel's shield wall. Their power matched by the deadly accurate fire of Star Phantom's Devastator squads and Dreadnoughts, firing from the shattered towers they had already stormed. The siege soon descended into a blood meat grinder, as the wide open plazas that ringed the Citadel became lethal killing grounds, which offered scant cover to attacker or defender alike. For every 2 gun zigguras that were taken by the Star Phantoms, another held out and was retaken by counter-assault. And soon the siege lines became a confused anarchy where the enemy could be encountered on all sides. Slowly though, the bloody siege of the palace outer precinct began to tip in the Loyalists' favor, as making their way up the volcanic ridges, stormtrooper reinforcements joined the fray, allowing the Star Phantoms to press the attack. While Loyalist Terminator squads, locked onto the Star Phantoms teleport homers, were dispatched to the surface from strike cruisers braving the much-reduced ground fire. But despite the massive force brought to bear against it, still the Citadel held. The Palace of Thorns lighting shield remained unbreached, and attack after attack was hurled away from its citadel by murderous counterattack and deadly fire rained down from the walls. The attackers' losses mounted steadily, and even the river titans of the Legio Crucius, alongside fresh Sons of Medusa detachments, could not Indeed, the first titan to attempt the attack was disabled as it sought to lend its firepower to the assault, its command deck gutted by a well-placed conversion beamer blast in the shadows of the citadel. The siege of the Palace of Thorns was at a lethal impasse. As true night
It was sort of take it too serious, as there's no way the Raptors Rex yeeted something about 80 times the size of Jupiter at the command center of the Ring of Steel, and also not jerk the world to tilt the place of Force massively out of orbit. Brain was being stupid. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine. It's late. You're allowed to have brain jank.
Fell over at London and the Palace of Thorns, the fighting and killing had went on uninterrupted, spreading out to the planet's sub-hives and industrial zones.
Was a fragment of a sun, not a full sun? No, I understood that much. I was like, okay, they fired a miniature sun. God damn.
Smoke from Badap's burning cities
Understood
thickened the
that
night
much.
to an umbral black, deep enough to fog the aspects of the ships in orbit, and the planet to them becoming a mass of undistinguishable heat blooms from the fires below. Titans stalked the benighted and ruined the cityscapes, their powerful weapons lighting up the darkness like thunderstorms, as their footfall shook the earth, crushing any hint of resistance they encountered and systematically smashing manufactura and habitation blocks. The Titans' machine spirit and crews reveled in the desolation they brought, driving waves of screaming refugees and routed the Legion troopers before them in a disordered swarm. Meanwhile, the Carcharodons haunted the shadows of the Badab hives like blood-painted grey specters.
God damn it.
The city was theirs. Of Luft Euron's action during this long night of destruction, little can be said for certain. Some reports have the
I suggest finishing this episode and stopping. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll do the other 2 episodes. No, Pontius, 80 times the size of Jupiter is only 0.08 solar masses. Yeah, the Earth can fit, what was the number? I fucking don't remember. But like millions or billions of times. I think the Earth can like fit millions or billions of times inside the sun. So, you know. Yeah.
sighted almost everywhere in the defense of the palace, hurling back the rent and shattered bodies of his enemies, roaring his defiance, while other tales place him alone and silent in the throne chamber, impassively watching the destruction of what he
Which,
had
after
wrought in
looking
the
that up,
flickering light.
is insane to realize! You know, I know the sun is fucking big. I knew that because we made those comparisons back in school, and I was like, damn. Hello, AA!
Of his holosphere. Regardless of the truth, what can be accurately said is that no astral claws surrendered to their fate. Each fought to the end.
I mean, that's not accurate to say. They did surrender to their fate. The fate of becoming a traitor and falling from grace. Given it wasn't entirely their fault. True, but at the grand scheme of things, they did have a different choice. Kind of. Not completely their fault, but also you broke rules very early on, and a lot of them were aware, I'm sure. I mean, at the latest, you should have realized when you were stealing gene seeds, brother. But it is what it is.
in the hive cities of Badab, or in the defense of the High Guard orbital station, the astral claws sold their lives in a blaze of fury and spite.
The catacomb tunnel was narrow and filled with smoke, but his helm's respirator cleared it easily, and the air brought with it the taste of scorched flesh and cinder
Not the
stone.
globals.
Just as easily, his augmented sight pierced the dust and smoke, and made out the shape of a larger junction chamber beyond. Veteran Sergeant Wotan raised his gauntleted hand, and the star phantoms behind him fell still. Above them, the labyrinthine halls and galleries of the Palace of Thorns shook and thundered, and dust rained down as another titanic blast struck the citadel. The boosted aspects in his other hand rolled with static, its signal strangled by the basalt block walls and the ionizing radiation that flooded the sub-level.
Wait, these guys are also descendants of Gilliman, by the way. They have fallen very far from their former heights. Indeed. Man.
A flicker, there for a second, and then gone. A heavy contact ahead of them in the catacombs on the other side of the junction chamber. He gestured rapidly with his raised hand, flashing a complex pattern in the chapter's own battle sign. An invaluable tool on a battlefield where Vox signals were easily compromised, and the enemy were once brothers. Wotan's instructions were simple and quickly obeyed. Advance immediately and engage. Trap the enemy in the confines of the tunnel before they could do the same to Wotan's squad. The 6-star phantoms fanned out, silent but the crunch of their armored boots on the dusty mosaic floor. As a chapter, they knew no battle cry nor needed one to vent their martial spirit. Their gift was death, and all were welcome in its cold embrace.
The enemy rose up from the smoke. Hulking figures of crimson-daubed tarnished steel, shadowy mirrors to the star phantoms' pale armored forms, armed and armored as they were. It was if they fought themselves, reflected as through a glass darkly. The moment's illusion ended as blades crashed, sending sparks fountaining and bolt shells screaming through the air, a hand's breadth away from Wotan's arm.
The Star Phantoms? No, they aren't. What? Shadowy mirrors to the Star Phantom's pale armored forms. They are of unknown descendants, believed Dark Angels, but the Dark Angels denied. Ah. Huh.
Hulking figures of crimson-daubed tarnished steel, shadowy mirrors to the star phantoms' pale armored forms, armed and armored as they were. It was if they fought themselves, reflected as through a glass darkly. The moment's illusion ended as blades crashed, sending sparks fountaining and bolt shells screaming through the air, a hand's breadth away from Wotan's arm. The astral claw's bellowing roars answered only by grim silence.
You did say that when you introduced them in part 2, I want to say? Where the new chapters were introduced that joined the Badap War.
As the dying began, Wotan backhanded a parry with his gun hand against the astral claw that lunged to meet his charge. Turning into the blow, Wotan brought up his sickle blade power sword and opened up the enemy before him from crotch to gullet. The stench of molten metal and bloody steam washing over him as he kicked his foe away. Moving again, bolt shells smashed into his shoulder pauldron as he located his next target, and a frag grenade went off nearby, the flesh and sound washing over him like water. 2 steps later, Wotan was down on one knee, the muzzle of his bolt pistol pressed against the temple of a wounded Astraclaw who was struggling to rise. He pulled the trigger once, and the traitor's shattered faceplate bounced off the mosaic floor amid a black liquid rush. His auto senses told him 2 of his squad were slain, but his alacrity had been rewarded, and the enemy's tally of dead was much higher. A sudden movement glimmered in the dark. A fast-moving bulk, almost too fast to be a space marine, came at him. Only his enhanced reflexes prevented the swinging thunderhammer from pulverizing him where he stood. Instead, the black armored body hit him square on and he was shunted off his feet and thrown to the floor. He rolled twice and slammed into the chamber wall. The force of the running figure had hit him like a mag train. In an instant, he took in the armored form that had struck him down. The black of its armor marked it different from the rest, and tattered prayer scrolls and purity seals fluttered from rents in the space marin's helmet plating, which opened to gaping
The
bloody
tyrant.
wounds. On the black armored space marin's shoulder was the scabbard remains of white chiqui and the red symbol, which was enough to confirm Wotan's suspicions. The murderous figure whirled again and let out a cry, as much of anguish as rage, and brought the hammer down on the back of one of Wotan's star phantoms who was trading blows with an enemy of his own.
No,
There
he
was an
doesn't
explosive
use
crack as
a hammer, right? The turret doesn't use a hammer, so...
backpack was mashed to pieces, and the hammer crushed the life from the star phantom, who then collapsed like a bundle of rags. Still in his prone position against the wall, Wotan calmly ejected the half-spent magazine from his bolt pistol and fed in another, slipping the fire selector to storm. Taking careful aim, he waited for the black armored space marine to wheel around again in search of another victim, and chose his moment precisely. A tongue of flame lashed from the pistol's muzzle, and the explosive bolts flew straight and true into the exposed joint at the back of his enemy's knee, which came apart in a gout of shrapnel and clotted flesh, dropping Wotan's target onto his back. Wotan rose again to his feet and reclaimed his power sword from where it had buried itself in the mosaic floor. As the weapon hummed to life in his gauntleted hand, he thought, "Even angels may fall." He gave no sound as he swung the blade down.
For those that didn't get it, he was fighting a Lamenter's Death Company Marine.
My boys!
At the dawn of the second day of the assault, the
Damn.
Carcharodons took matter in their own hands to bring about the end. Assigned by Lord Commander Kuln the task of attacking the planet's infrastructure and preventing an organized defense from taking root, they had devised their own plan of doing so, and set their own deadly measure to the extremes to which they will go. Having ravaged the Tyrant's Legion forces defending the cities, and setting the hives ablaze, they continued to the final stage of their plan, and dispatched strike teams deep into the hive's subsurface. There, they sabotaged the vast and ancient atomic and geothermal reactors which powered the hives, and fed the hungry planetary defense batteries with energy. Across Badap Primaris, power failed, or suddenly spiked, adding to the chaos. And slowly, with inexorable horror, the ice began to quake and the towers of Badab toppled like falling trees. Silently and in good order, the Carcharodons began to withdraw from the surface. The fatal blow struck. The God Emperor's judgment on treacherous Badab delivered. Few realized just what had begun, and at the Palace of Thorns, the sudden destabilization of power had offered the Loyalists a much-needed opening in which to strike. As the lightning field and the Citadel saw their defenses flickered for a moment before drawing power again from their own reactors, a Star Phantom's assault force managed to breach the lower-level bunker network and catacombs. With Captain Zurkai Androcles at its head, this force of assault-equipped Space Marines and Terminators finally forced their way into the Citadel and the ear of the enemy. The Star Phantom's assault was brutal and relentless, its passage blasted through by Thunderhammer-rent bulkheads and charge-blown walls, while the Astral Claws that fought against them were the most fanatical and hate-filled of their breed. Their crimson-splattered armor devoid of any sign of their former service as defenders of the Imperium. Chainblades flashed and the bolters roared in the closest confines in the Under Citadel, as the ossuaries of the Astral Claws chapter were blasted apart, as each side slaughtered the other in an hellish struggle. All over Badab, the ground began to quake and shudder. As high above in orbit, Auguris registered the massive tectonic upheaval in the planet's sub-hive structures, radiating out across ancient geological fault lines, spewing molten magma and radioactive ash up from the Earth. Badab Primaris began to die. At the Palace of Thorns, the Bastion Wall was finally breached, collapsing the lightning shield. The Star Phantom stormed the Citadel, much of which was now no more than a rubble-strewn butcher's yard. At the height of this desperate last battle at the palace, Luft Euron was mortally wounded by the dying Star Phantom's captain Zurkal Androcles. Records recovered after the battle from the autosense logs of the Star Phantoms indicate a brutal melee erupting between Androcles' forces and the Tyrant's personal guard, to their near mutual destruction in one of the palace's deep sub-levels. And it is likely Euron's party were attempting to flee to a concealed escape craft via the subsurface. Captain Androcles was struck down by the Tyrant in the confrontation, who is in arrogance strode over the fallen hero, believing him dead. As his life bled from him, the grimly determined Star Phantom's captain succeeded in discharging his combi melt at the looming figure of Luft Euron at point-blank range. The Melta Blast struck the arcane lightning claw the Tyrant habitually wore, which catastrophically exploded, unleashing a baleful pulse of energy. The blast incinerated the Tyrant's arm, and much of his right side, and the remnant of his burning armor collapsing to the ground was the last image recorded by the fallen captain's autosenses. Soon afterward, as Star Phantom squad entered the vault, they found the bloody remains of the melee, along with shrapnel and organic detritus later identified by the Magos biologists of the Constitorial Court as belonging to Euron. The bulk of Luft Euron's body, however, was not found, nor were any remains that could be later identified as belonging to the Astral Claws Master of the Forge, Armanneos Valtex, who had also been present in the combat. Further investigation of the matter, or deeper exploration of the lower levels of the Palace of Thorns proved impossible, however, as the planet of Badab Primaris began to suffer greater and greater calamities.
So that is why in every artwork of Euron Blackheart, the right side of his armor is a mess, and his right arm is always disproportionate compared to the other.
Yes, Pio. Valtex, the Master of the Forge of the Astral Claws, saved Euron's life, and rebuilt the parts of his body missing. Euron Blackheart's right side is all robotical prosthetics. This is why he looks so weird. Beneath the hives of Badab Primaris...
God damn. I'd say they're probably not Dark Angels. The Terminators of the Astral Claws keep the same paint scheme of the rest of their chapter, unlike how often progenitors of Dark Angels usually have their Terminator painted bone white. Then again, they could have retconned that part of Dark Angels lore, as I'm not as up to date on all of the lore. That just means more research to do in my free time. You meant the Astral Claws. No, Unknown Descendants, it's theorized to be even Luna Wolf's descendants. Oh.
The cascading destruction of the deep-sunk reactor cores was taking its tolls. Tectonic shocks and volcanic eruptions were increasing at an exponential rate, and entire Ave sectors collapsed into gaping moles that opened in the ground beneath them, to be replaced by seas of lava. The campaign of purgation and conquest of Badab quickly devolved into anarchic retreat, and many were caught in the path of destruction, wherever they could be found. Interface vessels of any and all kinds were commandeered by loyalists and renegade alike, in a desperate effort to flee the planet. In the anarchy and ruin that followed the fall of the Hive cities, the air was filled with toxic ash and fallout, and the majority of the planet's population are estimated to have been exterminated within a few standard days. Confusion reigned in the wreckage-strewn system. Several loyalist transports were also shot down by the blockade ships, and it is believed that at least one small warp-capable privateer vessel managed to escape the Badap system into the warp. Later intelligence reports suggest that less than 200 secessionist survivors were on board, led by Armanneos Valtex, and carrying with them Euron's broken body. The Badap War was finally over. But this is not everything. We will cover in part 4 the aftermath for all parties involved in the war, both loyalists and traitors. So, we are not done yet, but we are almost there. Now, Pio, what kind of message do you take from this entire story of crushed ambition and madness-driven rage?
Taxes theft.
That endless ambition isn't a good thing, that you must set limits for yourself to keep your sanity, and that all of this could have been avoided if the damned Lords of Terra decided to assign a 4th chapter to help the Warders of the Maelstrom, instead of then using more than a dozen to fight Euron and all of his forces.
Fair.
No, Pio, from this entire story we learned that bold people are evil in 40k. We have Horus, Abaddon, and now Euron.
What? First thing, Abaddon isn't even bold. He has to be there, which is different. Secondly, I doubt this is the moral of the story of the Badab War.
Are you contradicting me, Pio?
Yes,
to the basement! The Monculabas! Oh.
Do you have so much fun tormenting Pio in these videos?
Yes.
No joking, tormenting Pio is what makes this job bearable. We want to thank George Orla Balayan for his time and made artworks for our narration to illustrate. All of his links are in the description. The story of the Badab War will end in part 4, the aftermath of a bloody civil war.
Hold on. I'm stupid. I'm a retard. I can't function anymore, actually. I really shouldn't be. Alright. I'll finish the last 2 tomorrow. That's for sure, but goddamn, I thought I could get through them. I vastly overestimated myself. Anyway. The Pontius. Like, comment, and subscribe. This, even if I'm really tired and at the end I couldn't really talk anymore properly, this was still a lot of fun to watch. Come on, to make up for it. Tomorrow, McCarran Crusade 2! Alexander the Great of Warhammer 40k. I did download Space Marine 2 again too. There is a DLC, right? Like with like actual story, right? Close up tabs, Mumi. No. But yeah. Yeah, check out Pontius for sure. And I will probably end freaking stream now. I will link it anyway in chat as well, so that if anyone, like, you know, watches the VOD on the slim off chance, can go ahead and click it. Holy shit. That was a lot of fun, and I am super impressed that you made all that Holy shit, that's a whole lot of research. Still trying, so no sleep for me. No, you also go to sleep. You also go to sleep, you little shit. Yeah, we're gonna rate the fox woman. Sound like you want to yeet yourself onto bed and pass the fuck out? Yeah. Yeah, and soon Vrags double the length of this. Alright, 2 videos, finishing Badap tomorrow, then playing some games probably, and next lore stream is again next Saturday. That's the most I'm willing to do, man. I set myself a too high of a goal for today, bro. Anyway, I'll probably do a quick raid, end stream, and you know. So I wish everyone a good morning, good day, good evening, good night, sweet dreams, and goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, people. And thank you, Pontius, for the delicious videos. It feels like my brain is melting due to this lack of sleep.